At this time, I'd like to call the special meeting for the 2025 budget presentation of the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Public Utilities to order. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Brenneman.
Here.
Haley.
Present.
Wake.
Here.
Hollis.
Here.
Mulvaney Henry.
Here.
Parker.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Okay. This time I'll turn the meeting over to Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to go ahead and let Lori get started, and then I'll jump back in.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
The presentation here that I think everybody has, is what, we'll be going over the, full review of the budget, which is kind of just a regurgitation of the overview book. So we'll, start with, comments from, Bill Johnson, and then we'll move into the overview and, probably take a break right after that, and then we'll get into the, actual divisions and, all the details there. So with that, I'll turn it over to Bill.
Okay. Good morning, Board. Welcome to our 2025 budget retreat. You hear me okay? Okay. All right. Again, thank you for being here. Thank staff. I'd like to thank Accounting and Finance for kind of spearheading this effort, not just this year, but in years past. But also thank the rest of the staff, because this is takes several weeks, several months to get through this process, and everybody came into this budget really ready, prepared to go from day one. Shorten our normal time period for getting to a positive financial statement. Happy to report that there was a lot of collaboration, a lot of cooperation on all sides, and a lot of very interested people in getting to where we need to get to. So I want to thank Rob for your assistance today. Rose, hopefully you can hear okay. Just checking, sound check.
I can hear you, Mr. Johnson.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, it's traditional. What I've done before, I want to do just a look back here. The farther and farther we get away from the pandemic, from some of the other issues that spun out of that, we are slowly getting back to what I would say kind of a normal cycle for both the water and the electric utility. We still have some issues. Supply chain issues are still there, not as bad as they used to be, but we're starting to make progress. Certainly, we're seeing some stability in the SPP energy market as gas prices are coming down to near normal levels, which is a good thing for our community, because it really flattens out our ERC, and we're not having to go back and forth with under-recovering and over-recovering as much. I mean, there's still some of that, but those changes are not as stark as they used to be. Prices are starting to stabilize out, and even if you look at this year, from the beginning of the year in January to now, we've seen about a 30% drop in gas prices alone, natural gas prices. So, and natural gas makes up a huge piece of the energy market in our region anyway. So once that stabilizes, it kind of helps all of our this utility and all of our consumers. Good thing to report too is we did get a upgrade in our SPP rating. Went from a stable to an A+, so they can see the work that we're doing. They see our finances being more stable. They see the board take a more proactive approach, and staff working towards getting us closer to the liquidity levels that we want to get to and try to maintain. The team has accomplished quite a bit over the year, and I'll start with the electric utility and then go through all the other departments. So this is our year 2 of our 3-year trim cycle. If you remember, several years ago, I stated we were somewhere around 11 or 12 years. We've kind of brought that down to a 5-year trim cycle. Once we went through that period, electric operations team said, hey, we think we can make further improvements, and then we reduced it to a 3-year trim cycle. So now we're in our second year, ending up our second year, and we're making huge progress, which means we're having less outages, shorter outages, and not only is the utility, but our community is benefiting from, having improved reliability.
Johnson,
Yes,
what is a trim cycle?
I'm sorry?
What is a trim cycle?
Tree trimming.
Oh, so a trim cycle is how long does it take for us to start from point A to point C? Meaning we start at one point in our system, we trim the entire system, and then we repeat ourselves again.
Okay, thanks.
So,
So we've got about 130 distribution circuits, and they're divided by 3 based on system priority, growth, how much vegetation is on each circuit. And so the worst are year 1, next worst is year 2, next is year 3, and that completes the cycle. We start over again.
And you went from how many cycles to how many cycles to 3 years?
well, all right, I'm gonna go back quite a ways. So I'm gonna guess somewhere between 11 and 12 years, and that was mainly on the primary distribution system, several years ago, and we hadn't gone out to bid the services. We were only still using one contractor, and then when we decided to take a whole different approach, we looked at every circuit, prioritized every circuit, did a study on the trees in the area, looked at their growth patterns, et cetera, and then we came up with a 5-year trim cycle plan, and then we made our way through that, which paid huge dividends for the utility. And then once we completed that, we were able to go back and say, okay, now that we've done the big haul, we removed a lot of trees, we trimmed a lot of brush back. Now let's try to take a little bit farther and do a 3-year cycle, and that's what we're doing now. So.
Has it shown results in outages?
I'm sorry?
Has it shown results in outages?
Yes, our outage statistics are better now than they've been in several years, so.
Thank you so much. This is Aaron. Very helpful.
Yeah, give me one moment. I have a presentation I believe that we did towards the end of last year with some specific numbers. Give me a second, I'll bring it up. So basically what we're seeing from, let me see when this starts, I apologize. Since 2017 to last year, about 861 less outages because of vegetation management, which is about a 77% reduction in the number of outages caused by trees. So, yeah.
Thank you.
So I'll also remind you that once you clear the trees back, you're also taking some of the wildlife farther away from it too. So there's less squirrel contacts, so yeah, kudos to staff for making all these huge improvements in improving our reliability. We also had 2 successful outages for Nerman 1 plant. Any thoughts there briefly?
No, just steady, successful, on time, on budget, and, let's do, both of them without, I got the project done, back online.
And then we're seeing strong performance out of our combustion turbines. Those are the other generators on our system besides our coal plant. So you guys are, I think you're still receiving the emails from ECC when something starts or something shut off. So you probably have noticed there's been a lot of activity. SPP's called on quite a bit this year. So, and which means we're making money off from them. So. Another thing that I'll report later, and I know the question has come up more than once, but we have gone through the process of rebidding, or bidding rather, the vacant properties at Call and Quinero, and we are in conversations with 2 bidders, and I think we're getting closer. But as we continue to make progress, I'll certainly bring that back to the board. But I guess the thing about this, if it wasn't a power plant property, then it would be a lot easier getting these things redeveloped. But when you look at a power plant, and you look at Call, for example, and how long we operated, a coal plant there. Prior to that, it was an oil refinery for several decades. Okay, so there is a lot of environmental concerns that come up with these that has to be addressed, you know, if you are gonna redevelop. And those are huge barriers that sometimes prevent utilities from moving forward with redeveloping of a power plant site. But we are making progress. Quindaro site itself, the original Q1 was the first power plant built in KCK back in the early 1900s, okay? And we've been generating at that location for well over 100 years. And so the coal plants that you guys are familiar with there is actually the third coal plant that was on that location. So starting in 1912 and then all the way up to now. So, but anyway, we are making progress, and I'll report back on that. Thank the board for approving, acknowledging the integrated resource plan. It took us several years. Part of that was to do a full assessment of our generation to see how much life is still left in those units, and then go into some type of future outlook as to what are the scenarios that we may be faced with later as we continue to look into the future for new generating sources. And I would say none of us have a crystal ball today to know exactly where we're going to be by 2030, 2035, or 2040. And this will be a continuing effort to continue to have conversations and look at decisions that need to be made later as to, and hopefully we'll get to where we need to get to. On the water side, I think we've completed our 7 million gallon reservoir in Argentine. I think we're still going through testing. But Steve,
service.
I'm sorry?
The 7 million's in service, we're using it now,
You are? Okay.
and we are dropping the 4 million to do the necessary repairs to it, which I would guess a month and a half will probably take, as long as weather holds out for them, and then that job will be complete.
Okay, so that's a huge win for water systems, especially on the south side of town, having added storage capacity out there.
Yeah, and it also gives backup to the direct system, which
Right.
is Fairfax area. So there's an outage at the treatment plant, the water will naturally flow backwards and
Right.
keep the pressure up and water to all the customers in the direct.
Okay. And I think we finished our analysis on all of our systems of lead and copper roofs. Came back with nothing.
Yep. So we come back on our lead and copper, we got it turned in on, by the, deadline, and the only thing we come back was with one galvanized needing replacement on the customer side. We're in contact with them now, seeing if they're gonna move forward in doing it. They don't have to replace it, but we're gonna have discussions with them. But that's the only one that we have to worry about. So this is a huge savings for the utility, huge savings, so. And we'll submit, from this point on, we'll submit an updated plan every year. So we'll have to have it done by July 1 of every year from this point forward.
You said one, is that a,
It's a galvanized line, so the record showed that our site had lead. Well, I would probably say that it was probably a lead gooseneck, but it just says lead. So, and if the customer side is galvanized, then we have to call it, galvanized under the influence, and which requires replacement, which that replacement would be by 2037. So, we're gonna work with the customer on trying to get that replaced.
that was my question, was it a residential?
You know, I don't really know if it's residential or what, 'cause it's kind of in an old building. I don't know if they've made apartments out of it. I haven't looked into that. It's not much usage there, so, it may just be a vacant, or building, not vacant, 'cause it's signed for services, but I'm not positive it's a resident.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then final thing for water, I did call Steve yesterday, right before the Chiefs game, and ask him. I think we began working with the federal funding, the $10 million we got. on main replacements, and I think you told me we made progress around
Yes,
6
we're-
blocks or so.
We have, started that project probably a month and a half ago or so. We've already replaced a couple neighborhoods, mains in, transferring services now, and they're gonna start moving to the second part of south. When they complete the south side, probably somewhere after the first of the year, they'll be moving up into the north end of our system and starting replacement up there. So they're kinda gonna move over, all over with this to hit our hot spots of leaks and stuff.
And as a reminder, this is the $10 million grant that we got from the federal government as a part of an earmark effort that, we were able to secure. Saves us, saves our, ratepayers money, having to pay this either through borrowing money from the state of Kansas or trying to pay for it out of cash. On the technology side, we've launched a number of new analytics tools. We've replaced, almost majority of our meter to cash, meaning our everything except our meters. I mean, we're replacing some of those, but all the back office, systems integration, we've replaced that. And in addition to that, we've launched a new portal called My Meter, and I think we've gone through re-registering, supporting customers to kind of make the transition from one system to the new system and get them where they need to be so that they can look at their usage, look at the cost of their usage, and also Janetta, Abby, we have the turn on, turn off service ability.
I just wanna ask a question right here. I know we've been talking about my meter and I've been hearing a lot
Right.
about it, but I had a customer issue, last week who didn't know about my meter, and she tried to do something she'd always done before using the other system and couldn't, and I didn't understand, or I didn't know how to help her because I didn't
Right.
realize she was using the wrong email address to try to get stuff to Janetta. It got solved eventually.
Okay.
But I'm wondering, did we blast that information out there? 'Cause
I would
I
like
don't know if everybody,
speak to that.
she's a person that has rental properties, and so I know she
Right.
does a lot of, and I couldn't tell what she was doing wrong when she was sending me the email
Right.
saying,
Right.
they say this email address doesn't exist, and it's what she'd always used, but she wasn't using my meter.
I would say that she was going on using something that she received previously, had she gone online, because it's online now. So when you click on it, it will immediately take you to My Meter. It won't take you to the old email address that we used to have that we had to disable when we started this one. So had she just gone online and done that. So she probably saved it maybe somewhere and just was
Yeah,
using
she was
it.
doing
I would
things
just
that
say.
she always
Yeah, I would say
so,
she saved it, so
yeah, and I didn't realize that's what the problem was,
that's okay.
or I would have directed her to that.
Right, and you can always, of course, direct them to us, and we'll get them started and help them get registered. But we're also putting more information online, but you would have to go there to, just give videos and different things that will assist
I think
customers.
she's not a person that goes online very much.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Is there any way we have blasted some of the My Meter out there? I know we did.
Everybody,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, we sent emails out, everybody that was registered with the previous portal, they received notifications, several notifications that they would need to re-register with My Meter, because it wasn't transferred over, so they had to re-register their account with My Meter. So we let all of the customers know that were already registered with the old system, that they needed to do that.
We also sent out notices on the bills and online,
Mm-hmm.
and we did social media posts during the life of the project to let them know that it was coming and it was time to switch over. So it was pushed out there.
Okay.
Overall, our enrollment numbers are about 29,000 out of 95,000 accounts, which is about where we were in the old system. We were at 36,000. Chances are that's the percentage of the population who are interested in using an online portal. The rest use mail-in or kiosk.
And I think she's a person that just uses it whenever she buys another property, and that.
Sure.
For a lot of landlords, they just need a set it up for revert to landlord, and then they don't need to go back in.
Right. It's solved.
Good, thank you.
And then part of our technology also improvements also is to continue to work on how do we get information out to our customers better, and then also how do we better understand some of the key performance indicators on what's going on, with our customers. So we are continuing to work on a lot of dashboards, a lot of reports internally, both operationally, not just customer service, but electric and water, financial analytics, and I think that really puts us in a much stronger place now in being able to make better decisions, quicker decisions on how we move forward with either addressing things before it becomes a problem or quickly assessing things after it becomes a problem and addressing it at that point. Last week we had a luncheon for our key account. I know I think Mary, you were there. Those meetings are important from the standpoint of these are our largest customers, and one General Motors plant and one certain T plant, if we had to replace that with residential, we'd have to build a whole section of town to replace, just one of those type customers. They're that important. The utility our size is very, very fortunate to have the industrial load that we have. You don't really see that. Even in some larger public power cities, they don't have the industrial load that we have. So we're very fortunate, very blessed to be able to have those type of customers, and really the customer mix that we have with residential, commercial, and industrial. But they do pay huge dividends, and we do try to at least communicate with them on an annual basis and try to let them know how much we appreciate it.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
In regards to that, from a small business customer who felt left out, and I was wondering, do we do anything to say thank you to them on an annual basis, or is there something that we can possibly include to, because he was just very, I thought that he had a conversation with, he said he was going to have a conversation with you about it.
Right. Well, I don't want the board to think that we're not working with the small customers, because we do on an everyday basis.
Okay.
And probably the majority of our customer service interaction is with smaller customers, residential customers especially. But, to that point, I guess, there's always room for improvement. There's always ways of further engaging with residential customers, commercial customers.
But it's a small business.
Small business, yes, yeah. But, what we're doing is not unique. I was fortunate enough to be out of town several years ago, and I looked, and this was before the merger. I looked at the Kansas City Power and Light key account. I think we were down in Atlanta. I was looking at other systems, and I happened to walk into one of their presentations. And what we're doing is good for BPU, but it's small by comparison, right? But you look at their utility compared to ours, we're small by comparison too. So, but it's important for all utilities to not lose sight on. Well, I guess I can disclose this. So General Motors is $1 million a month customer. Okay. And just think how many households it would take to replace that. CertainTeed is $1 million a month customer, okay? And so that's the gravity of all of when you look at our top 25, our top 40 customers and what they bring to this community. It's not to look past the grandma, grandpa, small residential, accounts, smaller by comparison of these large accounts, because they're all important, but I think it's just important not to lose sight on what we're trying to do to maintain and really trying to grow our customer base in these large areas.
I would say that there's,
the only source in town, right? We are
Sorry?
the only source in town for them to get their power, right?
Well, but you look anywhere, they're the only source of power, right?
Yeah.
This is not telecommunications, okay? This is,
Right, exactly.
every utility has its own
Exactly.
defined service area, right?
Only one choice.
You go to Missouri, you only have one source.
Exactly. So,
Okay.
I would say that, you know, there's some operational, discussions that go on at those key account luncheons as well, not just about billing, things like that. So, you know, it's a good time to get all of our groups together, you know, I mean, when there's a problem, you know, they get with Al, and Al gets with the appropriate areas, but, you know, it's a good time for all of them to hear, you know, operational things too.
I just want to be able to have a response to when I hear from a small business say, you know, they had BPU had this big old, you know, and they didn't invite us small people, you know, I mean, right. I just want to be able to kind of.
One thing to consider in that would be numbers. Where would you,
Right, you're right, Mary.
small business, I mean.
Right. So, of the 67,000 or so, 67 or so thousand residential electric customers, 61 or so thousand are residential.
Yeah.
Okay. And then when you look at the group that we just had the lunch for, what does Al invite, the top 30 or so?
Yeah.
So, I mean, so.
All right, thank you.
Numbers.
To Mary's point, how do you gather
Yeah.
that many people? And even the commercial groups, I mean, which is the second largest group. We have ramped up our communications efforts. You know, last year we started sending our beat connection out 4 times a year as opposed to 2 times a year. I think we're making progress with getting our message out quicker, better. We've also started last year putting out a sustainability report. This year we put a second one out. I think that's played well for parts of the community that wants to make sure and see how BPU is being good stewards environmentally with making sure that we're doing the same thing that they're asking us to do. And then we also made a hire and brought in Amber to help lead up some of these efforts on the communication and marketing side. So she's hit the ground running, and she's done a good job. And I think the rest of the staff, and if the board haven't recognized that, I hope you will.
We definitely recognize that. Oh, I totally recognize. Thank you.
Right. Well, and sitting next to Amber is Lee. We brought Lee in to replace Maurice as our Chief Compliance Officer. Lee's done a magnificent job as well, and kind of bringing forth, and she'll be on the board agenda come Wednesday to give an update. So she's done a good job as well too. I'm gonna look past Abby because she's been here for a while and she spoke to you. There's no use in reintroducing her. So. Let's talk about the budget itself. So the 2025 budget, one of the goals that I had, and it was kind of my personal goal, this is going to be my last go around, obviously, and I look at where our community is, I look at where BPU is, and I know we just went through a series of rate adjustments. Okay, I also know, and I think you guys have seen reports on how our customers are paying more and more with the utility bill that's out there. Okay, the fees on that are increasing, not just ours, but the unified government fees are increasing at a much faster pace than the BPU fees are. Okay, so you know I'm sensitive to that still, and so I did ask if we could go in and knowing that we wasn't going to have that many bond dollars left, not going to have that many loan dollars. This is going to be basically a cash budget. How do we reduce our spending and come back with a budget and present a budget to the board that's lower than it was last year or lower than it is this year? And we did achieve that. So the budget we're going to present is actually 25 budget is going to be lower than the 24 budget. Not by a lot, not by $25 million, but about a 0.6% decrease in what we're requesting you to spend. And now the operating side is going to be higher, about 4.2% higher, but the capital budget is going to be 15.7% lower. So that's the overall that budget is gonna be about 0.6%, less than 1% lower, but it is less, okay? My hope is this will play well in the community. Hopefully the public will recognize us, you know, trying to be responsible with what they're paying us, how we're using those dollars, and then it's also important for us to stick with the message. When we went into this cost of service and what the goal was to try to get to some type of sustainability, financial sustainability, build our days of cash, build our liquidity, and try to maintain it. So it's hard to do that when you're spending more. When you get more revenue and then you turn around and spend more, it's hard to get there. So we're being responsible, you know, now by holding a line on our spending. And then it's also important to understand why we're doing this. We have made huge investments in our system to where as Darren just reported, Jeremy talked about, as Steve's talked about. I mean, we're making improvements with our infrastructure. At the same time, we're making improvements with our customer service operations, while we're also reducing the budget. So we're stretching, we're doing more with less. As you probably have heard before in the past. Looking forward, go ahead.
I don't mean to interrupt you.
Okay.
But we have a board member that has talked about increasing the payment of considering increasing the payment of the board members. And I was thinking that what we would receive was pretty adequate. However, this board, I think, has done quite extensively more than this board has done in the past. Just this year, I'm not looking to the future, but I'm looking at this year. If there was an increase considered, I think this would have been the year to have increased it last year.
Right.
Because of the work that we had to do this year, the time that I've had to take off work, dealing with the contract for the union contract, dealing with the hiring of a general manager, you know, those type of things. So he said he mentioned that to you regarding including it in the budget, and you didn't feel there was a need to consider it. No, you didn't. I'm sorry. You said that the board should.
Well, it's not my decision. It's the board's decision.
So the board make the decision, and the budget proposal has already been done. What would have to happen with the budget?
Then, I mean, if the board wants to make adjustments, then the board needs to direct us on what those adjustments look like, how much, and then we'll certainly do that.
Well, I'm glad I'm a part of the consideration this year, because last year I was able to sit in, but I couldn't say anything. But I'm glad that now that I can have input, that is not something I don't foresee that we'll have to engage in the same process again.
Well, so Stephen, I'm gonna say this. I don't think it's my role to go in and increase the board pay, to put it in there, and then ask the board to approve that, okay? Yes, sir. That has to come from the board, not from me, not from staff, okay?
Amen. Okay. Well, thank you.
And that's why it's not there, okay? So, and yes, and when I was asked if I would include it, I said no. You know, this needs to be a board conversation, and it needs to come back from the board.
Very good.
We will address it that way, okay? But I'm not gonna approach the board on selling you on the idea of your pay.
Thank you, sir.
As an illumination I'm the one that first kind of mentioned this. I saw this when I first came on 3 years ago, how, I think woefully undercompensated for the time that board members put in. I realize that there's not a big appetite among the public for the increase of any salaries, but
right.
When you look at how undercompensated, and the last time that this board had an increase was 20 years ago this year.
Right.
20 years ago. And I think that the amount or the volume of time, and there's only a member here who knows the amount of time or the increase of responsibility. And I have a great concern, especially for the inclusion, to enhance those who have to serve or who enjoy serving, as I do on the board, but to not have some adequate compensation when we take from especially from other positions.
Right.
I think it's fair to say that the BPU, our staff, and even those that are subcontractors are pretty well compensated. I think the mean average is one of the most desired salaries in not only government, but, other areas in the private sector as well. Everyone sitting around the table here and in this building are by and large pretty well compensated, with one exception. And that would be for the amount of time that's contributed, not only here to meetings, but beyond, as this board, especially for those who have to sacrifice from where their living is. We signed up for public service. I did. And I think the public expects, though, there to be something compensatory. And wherever that line item should be added, it's meager, it's minor. If it were to double what it is now, it does not make a blip in the overall consideration. It's a kernel of sand in the overall budget. And I think that's something I do appreciate being reminded of my advocacy by a fellow board member since this topic has come up. And I just think it needs to be done now.
Well, I would say this, and not to be disrespectful in any way, so don't take it that way. You know, staff, all the staff, including me, I mean, we do go through painstaking effort to try to compare us against the industry, and I know that sometimes that comes with criticism, but BPU salaries, both union and non-union, are all market-based, okay? And none of us can control what the market says in terms of what our pay should be or is when you look at and compare that to the market, because the market is going to be the market, okay? And if this community wants the utility to be run by professionals, you're going to have professionals run the utility, which means you're going to have to pay market wages, okay? In terms of board pay, again, this is the board's decision, but David, I remember you and I having this conversation last year up in Topeka, okay? And there was a former board member from Water One that says, hey, we're a much larger utility than BPU, and our board makes nothing compared to what your board makes, okay? So I don't know if that means anything, but, you know, when you say, you know, comparisons to others, there are some board positions that probably don't receive near the compensation that this board has. But having said that, if the board wants to increase it, all you have to do is just direct us in doing that and just let me know how much, and then we'll make the budget adjustments, okay?
There are boards that triple and quadruple when you pull up the study, boards for utilities too that
so there are co-op boards and there are investor-owned boards that, yes,
exactly,
make more, okay? But then the CEO of Evergy makes $11 million, okay? So
my point being, there are some that make less. There are, but most of them, most board members or most boards for utilities, in this region.
Okay. I don't want to debate it because it's not.
But
it's not my place to. Okay.
Just want to clarify because I didn't want to leave that out there.
Right.
Okay. As if we'd be out.
There's no need to belabor the point. As you stated earlier, you already stated. Right. It's the board decision, and the board will support the decision. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Looking forward, you know, even though we've had some struggles here and there, we've made good progress on the economic development front. We continue to make tremendous progress, even through the pandemic, even through now, with some of the development that we're seeing out west, the American Road, the Homefield development. The junior college has certainly broken ground. I would hope, I think that they're going to really pick up in 2025 start really constructing their new campus here. Continuing to talk with Willie Lanier. I think he's had some setbacks, but it looks like he's moving forward with the downtown apartments right next to the hotel. So it'll be good to see that. And then there's other things we're working on that have some huge benefits later. Don't want to get into that right now because it's a little bit premature, but there are some other economic development projects that we always work on, and then there's some significant ones that we are currently working on, and I'll be updating the board on some of that as we move forward in the next few days or weeks. The scholarship program has been a success. Thank you for approving that. In last year's budget, we have, I'm looking around 5 high school students that were granted scholarships, or 5 or 6. I'm trying to remember.
There were 6 altogether that we established.
Okay. Okay,
This microphone?
yes. And those are all, the majority of them came from USD 500, I think 4 of them, and 1 from Turner. I'm not sure where the other one, I didn't prepare that list before I got here.
I believe the one from, well, no, there was, the 6th one I'm thinking of was, another college girl from K-State. She went to private high school. She went to Miege or St. James. I can't remember what.
And then, also, I think early you've seen small representation of our internship students that we brought in for interns for the summer. Some of them will be coming back over the winter. But all of these efforts are really designed around identifying high-performance kids in our city. Those kids that we would normally lose if we wasn't staying in touch with them, getting with them earlier, providing some type of college assistance, providing some type of summer, Christmas time internship program to introduce them to our utility, introduce them to the electric and water industry, and then in hopes of them becoming employees later. And we have had some success, and I think that this will really drive further success as we continue. So there is more money in there to continue with the scholarship program, continue with the internship program, because I think those pay huge dividends for those high-achieving students within KCK, giving them a place to stay in KCK, giving them a place to work in KCK, and give back to the community that they were born and raised in. Also, I want to thank the board for all your support last year. I tried to take a little bit different approach this year. Instead of me just talking and handing it over to Lori, I tried to get others to speak up, make it more interactive. Again, I certainly feel privileged sitting here over the last 5 years and presenting a budget to the board, knowing that it hasn't been the most easiest times that we've gone through, but nonetheless, the commitment that I've seen from staff has been tremendous, and I think we worked through a lot of unknowns and worked long hours, David, on things that we didn't anticipate either. So, but I think we've been very successful thus far, and I think going forward in the next year, I think we'll be successful throughout what we do then too. So, with that, if there's any other questions, I'll take it. If not, I'll turn it back over to Lori.
Great. Okay, so I'm going to be speaking to the PowerPoint presentation that was handed out. As I stated, it's kind of just a regurgitation of the overview book, make it a little bit simpler to look at as we go. So starting on page 2, so when we go through a budget process, we have objectives that we need to meet in order to get it to a point where we can present it to the board. Those objectives are to have positive net income on electric, water, and on a combined basis. To also have positive cash flow, electric, water, on a combined basis. Also to provide funding for our capital projects that we have, and then maintain our cash balances and maintain our debt coverage based on our financial policies. So all of those were achieved in this proposed budget presentation. On page 3, Rob, do you have the PowerPoint? Yeah. So on slide 3, just talk about our budget, objectives, and our priorities, you know, that we've identified for our capital program. You know, the next few pages are just kind of, projects that are key projects to the utility. There's much, more, granular, that you'll hear a little bit, from, the divisions when they present their budget. So, as Steve spoke, you know, the 7 million gallon, station is up, and they're working on the 4 million gallon. There's several water projects within this list here that are funded by the KDHE loan, and if you, recall, we issued that KDHE loan back in 22 and then was able to increase it in 23. So it's about, I think, $38 million dollars that we got from KDHE. Very attractive loan in the sense that it's a 30-year loan, and our interest rate was about 1.5%. So we aren't able to get that level now, but we're still working with KDHE in hopes that some of our projects is still a better interest rate, you know, than being out on the bond market at this point in time. So we're hoping, you know, if any future funding, that we can still maintain that KDHE loan. Page 4 looks at electric operations. So the first project there, the distribution pole inspection replacement, that's a multi-year project that they've been doing, I think, in the last 3 years. So they do sections of the service territory, and I think it is still projected to be ongoing for the next 3, possibly 4 years. So it's some good work being done to make sure, you know, that we do put eyes on all of our poles throughout our service territory. The one...
Second, Lori,
Yeah.
is that a dedicated staff that does that, dedicated truck that does that?
I mean, so we have a company that inspects the poles and treats them, so they'll do some different tests on them. All right.
So we have a dedicated company that goes and inspects and treats the poles, and then the poles are changed out with a mix of our crews and contract crews.
Okay.
So we usually rotate crews, that way kind of our crews are seeing all different types of work.
John, how often are those that work bidded out?
The contract crews, usually 5 years, yeah. It depends. We typically do 3-year contracts with options to extend.
3 to 5 years.
One other project, the Piper Overhead Feeder Project. So that's the transmission line, distribution line. Distribution line to support urban outfitters out that way. So that one's being supported by an EDA grant that we received. It's only covering a small portion of what we need to do out there, but it's about a $2 million grant, and we're projected to use a portion of it this year and into next year.
EDA?
EDA, Economic Development Administration, I believe.
Thank you.
Okay. And then the annual electric meter replacement program. So our AMI program is approximately about 13 years old, 12 to 13 years old. Those meters probably have a life of 10 to 12 years, potentially. Hopefully we get a little bit longer life, but so we have an annual program in order to replace those meters as they reach their end of life.
So where are we at?
Sorry?
We're looking for the meters.
It's second to the bottom one there, annual electric meter replacement program.
How many years?
We periodically test them. So we have a meter testing program we go through, and also the AMIs, you know, they have alarming. So if they were to fail or have an issue, so we also just replace them on an ongoing basis. So that's
every 10 to 12 years.
Yeah, it obviously varies, but that's the expected life. Yes.
Thank you so much.
on page 5, we talk about, our electric production and their capital projects. We're probably getting close to 10 years of being on AQC, maybe 8 to 10 years. You know, so there's some replacement work, on some of the AQC equipment, that you see there. The FF,
Pulse jet fabric filter, yeah. It's basically a big air filter.
A big air filter. Yeah. So, replacing that, you know, is projected to be around 1.6 million, so it's a large project there. You know, we're doing some upgrades on our control systems for both our CT2 and CT3. So each one of those over $1 million. Dogwood, capital, so we take, 17% is our portion of the Dogwood, so they've got some pretty good-sized projects that they're doing, over at the Dogwood plant. And then electric supply, our heavy capital. So they're having the upgrade of their control map board, you know, that they're planning on working on. So that's about a $400,000 project. Page 6 looks at information technology. IT had a lot of projects this last year. MyMeter, the MDM, I think the GIS system, and so this is kind of continuing to enhance the business processes. There's some work to develop our customer information system to kind of make it more customer-related system, and desktop development. You know, we're always replacing a lot of our individual desktops. EAM, mobility, which is our enterprise asset management, mobility. So it's about, we're trying to roll that out. I think the supply area within purchasing and supply is one of the first ones to roll out in the sense of being able to do our inventory a little bit better, and our cycle counting and things like that, and then it'll be rolled out to the field in a short amount of time after that.
Tell me what that EAM again, what's that?
Enterprise Asset Management System. So that's Maximo. I should have just said Maximo. Everybody knows what Maximo is. And then the last item there is the general management.
Before you get there, back to the, as Rob is up. Rob.
Yes, sir.
How much are these?
The phone can only support the 4 that ship with.
Only 4?
Yep, plus the phone, so there's 5 mics total.
And there's no way to enhance it by, to rent the
And Rob wouldn't get his exercise, so.
Like he needs it, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, I was just curious.
Last item here is general management facilities. So this is a change in kind of operations that we're going through. In years past, maintenance of the facilities and the grounds have been within the divisions like service center, been electric ops, power plants have been in electric production. So we've brought that in under kind of our administrative services area, which falls under the general management division. And so we're bringing all that into one area so we can get a little bit better visibility to all the maintenance and grounds, you know, throughout the organization. But I would say
I was concerned about that increase. I said, well, when Barry explained today, the combination of it. I said,
I just
that's
couldn't
good.
remember what was added to that. I couldn't remember exactly. I know Bill.
So it's painters and carpenters are the main support staff or whatever, that are under there, that are being,
This has just been individually in each other department.
right,
Now it's all in one house.
right. Kind of, we created multiple departments in the sense of we got an electric, a water, and a common or whatever, just for allocation purposes.
And Lori, not to belabor that, but just in a world in which someone might cherry pick a line item from our budget and try and make an issue of it,
Yeah,
it is not that we are spending much more money, we are just reclassifying these things under a different line.
right,
So even those individual things didn't explode as an, individual
right,
expense,
right,
which I just want to make sure.
yeah. And probably as we get into that capital,
Yeah, we're trying to ask you to do.
oh, there you are. Moved on me. Jody will talk a little bit more in greater detail of, what that entails. I mean, we did leave, like out of the electric production, their back and things like that. For the power plant itself, we left it in electric productions department, and, I think on the Nearman water treatment plant, some of that, maintenance of the actual production part of the plant is staying within those, that they have a better idea what they need to do, to maintain that, facility.
One thing it does is it gives an ability to look across most of our facilities, as opposed to having different departments do that individually. And if we're going out doing contracts for HVAC, for lighting, or for anything else, it may create quite a bit of savings.
Yeah.
Having to do that from one area when you're looking across the landscape and saying, okay, how many of these do we need to do? And if we're going to release an RFP, then it may be multiple locations that we do to help bring the price down and also address more across the facility.
Some of these folks are housed at Darrow, advertised it,
Before you go, I do want to talk about one thing that keeps coming up too, and one is every year we project a capital budget, okay, and then every year we're like 60, 65, maybe 70% completed toward the end of the year, okay? Well, and I think the last time this conversation came up, I think Lori or somebody else said, well, those projects just kind of roll forward. Well, the other thing that rolls forward, and the things that we probably haven't spoken to enough is like for this year, most of that capital budget still have a lot of commitments to it as well, okay? And so the money is being committed to, so it may be a supply chain issue, it may be a bidding thing that still needs to go through, but I don't know that we've communicated that to the board enough on not just the projects roll forward, but sometimes these commitments have long lead times, and it's not like that those projects don't get done. It may just take a little bit longer to get done, but those dollars are already committed, Sometimes they've been bid, sometimes we're waiting on materials, sometimes we're waiting on supplies.
If you turn to page 7, we'll just go over a summary of our budget resources. So, electric revenues, of course, is our main source overall. As you see, in comparison to 2024, we're down about $5.2 million. That, as you know, GM is closing for a while to retool. I think some of that started in November of this year, and it's supposed to carry on to a good portion of next year. So that's kind of a major impact. And then our ERC is also a component of our electric revenues. So we projected about a 4.3 cent ERC in that electric portion of the revenue. So overall down about 5.2 million, a little bit less than 2%. On the water side, up about 1.7 million, 1.8. We do project our July 1 of 2025 last increase from the rate adjustments. That's a 6%, going into as of July 1 of 2025. The pilot is down. Of course, it's down in comparison to our revenue being down. Also, if you recall, the unified government reduced the residential pilot to 10.9% versus everybody else, non-residential being 11.9%. So that's figured into that number as well. The additional funding sources overall, I mean, those are just our grant money, our KDHE money, any kind of cash that we're using just to support our overall budget. So overall, we have a $390.4 million budget. We're down from 2024 of about $2.4 million, as Bill spoke of. So our electric revenues take in about 72% of our budget, while water's about 14%. The pilot, as we recognize it as a revenue, is about 9%, and our additional funding sources are 5%.
Let me appreciate what you're saying regarding the electric. I think that whole reduction is wholly looking at one particular customer, the GM, or there are additional?
Randy, do you want?
From our revenue. The revenue,
hang on a
so
second.
That
We got
$5 million or so
got that, Rob.
reduction. Is that anticipated wholly from, them being offline, or are there some other factors as well? You mentioned it was an annual rise, so I think the quote of about $1 million a month, roughly.
Right. Now, so just because they're not using the electricity, rates for those particular customers are based on demand. Excuse me. And there's a ratchet in there that their future rates are based on their summer of the previous year. Not to get too deep into this, but so they will receive a bill next year of approximately 60% of what they had this year. So the bill just doesn't go to zero. So there's mechanisms in the rates that promote stability in the revenue.
They just don't have the usage.
They just don't have the usage.
Okay.
Now, if that usage was to continue for 2 years, then it would reduce down significantly. So, yeah, but there's the reduction in some of what Lori was talking about. There's multiple things in multiple classes that are moving that. So it's not just one customer.
Thank you.
To go to page 8. So after we looked at our resources, we'll look at our budget uses. So our operating budget, is our operating and maintenance expenses. So we're proposing about $244.1 million proposed budget. As you see, that's up over our 2024 level, about $9.9 million. A little bit further back, I'll get into the details of that. One of the increases is associated with our purchase power costs, and then also some of our labor associated with that. The next item is our debt service budget. So it's a little bit lower than it was in 2024 by about $600,000. So it's about $51.8 million. And then the pilot is the expense side of that. So it's about $37.3. Our capital budget there, as you see, is a reduction of about $10.7 million. Part of the reduction of the capital, so we have internal labor that's associated with capital labor as well. So when we reduce our capital labor, that labor has to go to the O&M side. So we have a little bit of an increase back onto the O&M because of some of the capital projects, a reduction in capital projects. So overall, that represents about $2.4 million reduction, same as on the resources side.
Lori, can I?
Sure.
Question in there. We've talked a little bit about, you know, if we finish this year not having completed every last project that was budgeted, that both the expenses and the, you know, the dedicated funding for that rolls over. Do we see that, like, does this 57 million include things that maybe we thought were gonna get done in November, December, but now are gonna get done in February? Or are those sort of already accounted for in the current year's budget, and now the 57 million is just sort of projects that weren't included in this year's budget?
I would say it's a combination of both. I would say that there are things that, didn't get accomplished, you know, due to resources, bidding, material lead time. You know, one in particular, the EPA funding, you know, we anticipated that we would spend a good portion of that money in 2024. And I think with all the, you know, the bidding of the projects and getting started and everything else, you know, we didn't accomplish that. So that money has rolled over, as well as the costs that'll be associated with that.
Thank you.
I think it's a combination.
To the pilot, we've heard some different figures. It's been all across the board, and I don't expect to reconcile it. I mean, there was a meeting recently where it was thrown out that instead of being in the 30 million or 37 million range, it was closer to 13 or 14 million. That discussion was had. I don't understand the dynamics of it, not asking for clarity, only saying that there is a...
So what they're talking about is the residential portion of the pilot. Yeah, yeah. Not all pilot in particular. And
So to that point, David, whether it's the entire pilot or the residential portion all by itself, if it's buried in our rates, that means we're going back to another rate hearing. That means we're just driving up our rates for our community, okay? So it don't matter what percentage of the $38 million we're talking about. The end result's gonna be the same. It's gonna be all of it in our rates or a portion of it. And that's gonna be problematic because we just don't have that type of reserves in place to have to pay this out of our revenue without having to go back and raise rates all over again.
Thank you.
So just to finish the slide out, so our operating budget's about 62% of our overall budget, and our debt service is about 13%, and our capital budget's about 15%. Slide 9 looks at our revenue and the projections that are within the budget. So as I spoke, our ERC, which is our energy rate component for our fuel and purchase power pass-through, is projected to be at 4.3 cents per kWh. The ESC, which is our environmental surcharge, that's related to our environmental projects, it's the principal and interest debt associated with that. It's slightly higher than it was in 2024, by about 310,000, and we'll have some slides later on that breaks down that ESC projection in greater detail. So when Randy looks at our revenue, he kind of looks back over time. So the residential consumption is based on a 10-year trend. When we look back, 4 or 5 years now, it always encompasses the pandemic time and everything. So we try to find some normalcy in what our projections are. In 10 years is probably one of the longest terms that we've, had to go back in time. So we're anticipating a small number of net new customers, so about 300 net new customers. As customers come in, customers are leaving, so, that percentage of increase of customers is a small one. On our commercial assumptions, we're basing it on a 7-year trend. So our commercial load, is projected to be about 2% below, that 7-year average. On the industrial assumption side, we're looking at an 8-year trend. Our load growth is projected to be about 7.1% below our 23-24 levels. For water, the current rates, based on the current rate structure, so our total retail water customers is about 54,783 customers. So they've been growing a little bit over time. A few years back, I think there were about 53,000, so there's been a little bit of increase there. The retail sales forecast is based on the approved rates as of July 1 of 2025. As I spoke, is the last of the rate adjustments, and it was looking at a 5-year trend. Our wholesale sales is stable. Water has several customers that take wholesale water from us, so it's stable using a 12-month average for our 5 wholesale customers. And then in other revenues, interest income, so we're projecting a rate of about 4%. That's based kind of on our current investment environment. You know, I don't anticipate that drops dramatically or even increases a great deal. So that's about what we're estimating. And then our pilot is a 10.9% for residential and 11.9% for non-residential. And then slide 10 looks at our history of our ERC. This just kind of gives a 5-year look, the last 5 years. You know, it's kind of all a lot lower back in 2021, 2022. As you can see, in second quarter of 2022, you know, was our low of 1.6 cents per kWh. That was after Winter Storm Uri, and we were able to be on the good side of that storm and everything. So that was the give back to our customers in order to, you know, have our over collection that we had of our ERC. So that was a good chunk of money that we gave back, and I think we even gave it back in an earlier time frame than what we normally would have.
How do we do that?
How do we do that?
How do we give back?
So we reduce the ERC down, you know.
Okay, okay, thank you. Because thank you very much.
Yeah, so typically it'd been, you know, up in the 3 cents. And so when we reduced it down to 1.6 cents per kWh, then that's the give back and the lesser.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
So Steve, the other part of that is during that period of time when you had all those cold periods in Oklahoma and Texas, all of our generators were running at full tilt, okay? And the market prices for that energy was at a historical high. So BPU generated a lot of revenue, and because we generated a lot of that revenue, we rebated that back to our community quicker than we normally would have if we followed our normal process. And, you know, this was kind of still in that COVID period, coming out of that COVID period. Also saw prices go high, and it gave us an opportunity, because all of our generators were full output, to be able to rebate some of that back to help them out.
Thank you, because I was wondering, how do we give back to our customers?
It was one of those once in a lifetime events that happened.
Okay, I'm saying that, but this is one way, and I think, but then two, I think we got to look at the development that's happening, you know, and then Bucky scares me. I don't know about you guys, but that kind of scares me, because I think it's going to provide a significant increase.
Are you talking from a load perspective?
No, I mean, I'm talking about in a positive way.
Oh, positive way.
Yeah, I mean, it scares me in a positive way, because we don't know what the impact is going to be, but I think it's going to be considerable when they talk about 4 million visitors a year, bringing 4 million new visitors a year, I think that's gonna be significant,
Okay.
to our economy.
Unreal.
It does. But,
And a lot of them be passing through, stopping through.
Right. But I'm saying, I mean, I don't know how, I mean, I know we have home field and we have, the racetrack, we have the soccer field, we have, Monarchs, and I'm just wondering, is Bucky's gonna bring a significant increase to our capacity?
Let's go back to the period before the Legends were built, okay? And look at where Wyandotte County was at that time and how we're going downhill at a pretty good clip, okay? We rebounded. Our time is kind of now, and there's a lot of development coming in. So we're on the positive side of this thing compared to where we were years ago when people were moving, we were losing businesses. We're dropping at a pretty rapid pace, and now the opposite is taking place.
So would that also translate to a lower ERC for our customers?
Yeah, well, I think the more revenue we can bring in, the more we can spread that cost across multiple customers, the better we'll be. Okay. Any additional revenue, the more we can spread that our cost across, that'll be better.
Thank you so much.
We're still a little bit at the mercy of the market.
Right.
And I would say, when you look at this chart, gas prices were low, 21, 22, I think coming into 22, we were expecting gas prices to still have that same level, of being low. But they took a spike in 22 or whatever, so it's kind of recognized in the 23 time period. So, I think our utility goes as kind of as gas prices go. And, they stay low. They've been pretty consistent, through 23, 24, and we anticipate that they're still about the same level in 25. So, but we never know when that is going to change. But when it's a good on our end side of it, when gas prices are low, we're able to be more positive in what we can sell and things like that. So, but it is important for us to maintain a level of ERC. We've heard that from even our industrial and commercial customers, because they set their budgets at the beginning of their fiscal years. And so if we come in the middle of the year and we have a big spike in the ERC, they're our biggest provider of the ERC. So it's important for us to kind of be consistent for the high usage and demand users. Just to identify what our process is, so we set our ERC every quarter to determine what we anticipate spending of, fuel and purchase power of all of our resources. We do a look back, we do a reconciliation of each quarter, and then if there's an over or under recovery, we then put that into the quarter that we're working through. So if we have in the first quarter, just for example, in the first quarter, if we have an over or under recovery, that will be put in the third quarter of that year, second quarter, fourth quarter, and then third quarter will go into the following year. So there's about a 6-month lag of, recouping or reconciling that over or under collection. Next slide, slide 13, just looks at our revenues for 2024. The line above is our 24 actual revenues, and we're looking at 22, 23, and 24, or 22 and 23 actual, and then 24 and 25 budget, whatever. So we've been pretty consistent. We've had a few little ups and downs, but we've been pretty consistent on where we're at so far through September. Next slide looks at our water revenues. Same concept there. The line looks at our actual Water has done pretty good, you know, through the summer period, even a little bit on the shoulder months, in March there. So, they're about right in line with what our history has shown. Slide 13 looks at our operating expenses. We've got 2019 through 2023 actual, 24 budget and 25 budget. You can kind of see how the majority of our O&M there is related to fuel and purchase power. Kind of our spike in 2022 of fuel and purchase power, as I spoke of. But fuel and purchase power is our highest area there, and personnel cost is next to it.
Lori, can you speak a little bit to the growth in personnel costs, that just adoption of the newest contract that was negotiated?
Yes, and you know, we are seeing a little bit higher, you know, that are from the market perspective. So that has something to do with it. I will also say that, you know, we have a little bit less in attrition. You know, Darren's been pretty successful about filling his lineman positions, where we usually have had a larger number of vacancies there. So
in that case, that might have like a corresponding savings in overtime or contracting out some of the things that we did when.
Right. Yep. So
thank you.
So that's just kind of come in the last 3-4 months, 6 months maybe, of increase of being able to hire internally.
They get along with you, Darren?
Depends on who you ask.
Awesome, great.
Now, that's kind of cyclic too, you know, as things happen, you know, for the lineman work too, you know, must be a slow time out there in the construction business or whatever that they come in. So overall, just from a total perspective, we're at 301.2 of just our operating and maintenance side, and in 2024 we were at 301.6 million. So a little bit drop of 400,000 compared to last year. Slide 14 looks at our spend by division. Of course, our biggest area there, you know, is our utility-wide, where we include our principal and interest. Pilot is also a part of that. Electric supply includes our purchase power cost. On the electric production side, that includes our fuel costs. Our coal and gas purchases are included in that. Slide 15 just breaks this down by our divisions. As we said, we're proposing, without pilot, $390.4 million in our budget, which is was about $2.4 million below what our 2024 level is there. This also includes kind of all of our funding that's associated with it too, in our capital side of the house. So on slide 16, and just an overview. So we spoke about our current approved rates. So our last increase for July 1 is related to water. There's no increase associated with the electric side. We proposed 545 positions, a decrease, should be 11 positions, not 13. We didn't catch that. And then our payment in lieu of taxes, 10.9% residential, 11.9% for non-residential. We're utilizing our KDHE loan, current KDHE loan program for water. A couple of things, and we'll get to a little bit more details. Some of our higher costs there are personnel and our service and material costs. Our capital is overall lower by around $10 million, and then our debt service has dropped to is $51.8 million, so it's slightly lower than in 2024. And our max debt service, and what we look at is the life of our bonds and what is the maximum amount of debt that we have during that term of bond or whatever. So that's kind of one of our calculators to determine, debt service coverage. So our max debt service for the utility, is in 2026. Slide 17, kind of a recap of our contributions, to, the community and the unified government. Overall, it's about 15.36% of our revenues. 4% of the revenues are for other, services that we provide. So this includes the pilot, also includes street lighting and our traffic signal maintenance. The projects as well as, the usage, for the street lighting and traffic signal. The fire hydrants, that's the repairs and replacements of the fire hydrants. And then we also provide the electricity and water for the UG facilities. We have a reduced rate for our Sunflower Hills, golf course, that they pay on annually. And then our billing services for the unified government, so it includes, wastewater, trash, and stormwater fees. And also, the billing side of the house, is our cost for billing, collections, customer service, and some, IT costs associated with, making sure we, are producing the bill correctly.
Lori, can I do a quick clarification on this? Just want to walk through these things. Obviously, we've discussed the pilot ad nauseum, but the things like street light and traffic signal maintenance, if we were, take a city with an investor-owned utility, that would be something that the city, county government would foot the bill for that on their own, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Or,
They would.
yeah.
Okay. Similar on fire hydrants on the water side? I know that maybe it's less of a clean comparison, but.
Yeah, I would probably.
Okay, and then obviously, paying the electric and water bills is something, if you don't own a municipal utility, you're gonna have to
pay
the investment. Okay, thank you.
And my question is that, are there, in other municipally owned utilities where the city contributes to their water and electrical usage?
Contributing means pay for it?
Yes.
Yes, there are many other utilities, many other cities that pay their municipal utility. It may not be a retail rate, but they pay some type of agreed upon rate to the utility.
So is there anything at all that we receive from, our unified government for the work that we do? Anything at all that we receive from them? We give a lot, but is there anything at all that we receive from them? I'm sorry, the mayor's proclamation.
So we receive a small amount for the Sunflower, golf course, about $28,000 a year.
Sorry, we received.
The Sunflower golf course, the water portion of that, so small portion.
They pay that, they pay a percentage.
No, they pay $28,000 a year.
It's the same rate.
Yeah.
The golf course has been built.
And then we invoice them once a year for a portion of street lighting material costs. But it's a flat, small portion.
You get to play golf
out at Sunflower if you want.
So my question is, along this line, is there been a run for approximately what the service that is provided were we compensated? Were utility compensated for that? Has there been a projection as to how much we forego by providing?
Yeah, that's what this slide's about. And it's also, identified in the.
Which slide?
Are you asking about a number, a numeric value?
Just, roughly how much.
Didn't Bill just send that out?
I just sent that to you.
He did.
And if you do look at this book on page 26, there is a breakdown of, and provides a historical, of, 22, 23 actual. We do, get one up there.
And I noticed that in going through the different divisions, that some of them are billed for water and electricity. How's that handled, and
So-
what, we,
So we have to pay sales tax on our usage. So we've identified in their departments, you know, what the usage is so that, you know, we can calculate what areas are using electricity. If you look in utility-wide, there's a credit that represents
I did see that.
all of what's charged to the department or whatever. So the net impact is really zero on a budget perspective. But we have to be able to calculate that so that we can pay sales tax on the usage.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to make,
Yeah.
Besides, like Sunflower, are there any quasi-public, private, like the library? What, does the school district pay for the library, the public library?
So if the library is associated with the school district, yes, they would pay.
It is. It is in our district.
Okay.
Oh, they do,
Yeah. I don't know.
are paying for the
Angela,
library.
is there any UG-related libraries?
Okay. But
we were instructed to charge the Monarchs at a reduced
that's what I was gonna
Right.
include.
Right.
That we haven't included that, in the additional, concession we have made to the Monarchs, providing them a reduced rate, for their.
Okay. There is one other area that we get the UG gets a reduced rate. So on their wastewater, usage, they do pay the ERC and the ESC. Back, basically, when we collect, we reduce a monthly amount associated with what that value is. So, there is a portion of wastewater that we get.
The utility gets free wastewater services.
Can you repeat that question?
Do we get free wastewater services? I would say we don't pay,
We don't pay for wastewater or stormwater,
Stormwater.
but,
Water and wastewater.
correct, but I haven't worked with the UG to calculate what those payments would be, just like I did with the real estate taxes.
Well, didn't the hotels used to get reduced rates?
oh, yes, when it wasn't the hotel, it was the Reardon Center. And since the Reardon Center isn't owned by the unified government and it's not functioning or whatever, there's no, discount there.
No discount on the hotel next door?
No, it never was the hotel,
It was always.
always the Reardon Center, yeah.
So this is
Rose, was there another question?
Rose,
Rose.
well, I'm looking at the presentation that in July of 2023 that the UG put together. And I'm looking at the slide that says that water pollution control pays BPU for water and electric. And they pulled 2022 actuals for 640,000. So I assume that remains true it will be true in 2025. Is that right?
Yes, Rose, that's the portion of the ERC and ESC that they, that we reduce the amount we collect for them. That's how we get our payment. So we're reducing the collection of the wastewater and reducing that payment to the unified government. So, we calculate that on an annual basis. I think it runs from July through June. And so we true that up every year based on their usage.
So the line in the presentation that says WPC is a large user and pays BPU wholesale rates is not entirely, that doesn't tell the whole story there. Is that accurate, or? I mean, is that how you would characterize paying ERC and ESC?
Get him hang on one second, Rose. We got Randy
Sure.
gonna talk.
So Rose, no, they're billed basically the cost of the electricity and, which is the ERC.
Right.
So that's what they're billed, and a little piece for the environmental surcharge.
It's not the whole,
It's not based on a wholesale rate. There is no wholesale rate for electricity.
Right, and so then further true that, and you guys just mentioned this, I believe, BPU does not pay the UG for sewer, so we don't pay for wastewater, right?
That's correct. Correct.
Okay.
Included in that, sorry, included in that figure for what we contribute to the unified government.
Yeah.
Does
Well-
it include our billing services as well?
Yes, yep.
And we need to continue working with the UG on collecting what those stormwater, wastewater fees would be if we were paying. It's not there yet.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
I think I don't wanna make sure, I don't wanna misstate anything, but I think that when they rolled out the stormwater fees, didn't they have a calculation of what BPU would pay?
so they provided a list of properties, that they had identified that were BPU. We were in the process of going through, and there was a number of them, you know, that they said we owned, that Seventh Street was, prime example, that they still had us as, the owner. So we were working through that, you know, to identify what was and wasn't. And then, since we weren't paying or whatever, you know, that just kind of stopped, so.
And at the same time, as they expanded their stormwater on properties that were not metered, there was a lot of problems in the data that they were handing over to us. So we spent a lot of time trying to clean all that up, and probably that conversation of what BPU would pay probably got lost in the shuffle of us cleaning up all that information, going back and passing back and forth between us. So we'll circle back and try to see if we were paying, what would those fees look like, what would that cost be, and then we'll add that to the list so that you guys have it.
Okay. Slide 18, just some notable changes from 2024 to our 2025 budget. So our O&M budget, operating maintenance budget's $244.1 million. Overall increase, about $9.9 million, or about 4.2%. So those are the areas that we kind of talked about. Personnel costs, being up 5.9. Our services, up 2.9. The biggest impact to that is Dogwood, and that increase on their O&M costs. That's about 1.2 million of that, and then we also have increased tree trimming of about 800,000. On the material and supplies, this is pretty much strictly the turbine maintenance that's going on will be going on at the Nearman power plant. That's overall about $4.5 million, so it's about 3.8 million increase.
Hey, Lori, can I ask another question on that, please?
Sure.
So on the personnel costs on the 5.9 million, and Brett touched on this a little bit ago, of the 5.9 million, what percentage of that is attributable to the labor contract?
We might have to bring that back to you. I don't know that I have that handy.
Well, the great news is we're going to be here all day, so if somebody could gather that today, that'd be super.
Yeah, we will. We'll gather that for you.
Thank you.
And as I stated, increase in personnel costs, I mean, they are related to the contract, but it's also more labor in the O&M because of our lower capital, so that also is an impact to that. Okay. You got a note on that? Okay. Slide 19 looks at the things that are lower. So our fuel purchase power overall, our fuel costs are lower by about 10.8 million, but our purchase power costs are up. So overall, between our purchase power cost and our startup fuel, we're up about 6.7 million. So a reduction overall of about 2.8 million.
The 10.8 was
Okay, all right.
2.8.
All right.
Fuel costs, coal and gas are down 10.8, but the purchase power costs were up, so a net of 2.8. Slide 20 looks at our staffing, and a historical look of where we've been back to 2006. So we're at 545. These are actual positions. These are positions. They're not people. So we had a reduction of about 11 positions overall. Pretty much, you know, if you see reductions in electric production and ops, some of that has moved more to the administrative side just due to the facilities changing of how we do that. So, okay. Slide 21 looks at people. So as of September 2024, we have 515 field positions. As you can see, you know, to where we were in 2023, and over that last 2 or 3 years, you know, we were dropping. So, you know, we've made some strides, as I spoke of, in the electric operations area, and some of the areas that had some vacancies or whatever, we're filling those positions overall. So our attrition, when we speak of attrition, these are the value of the vacancies or whatever. So it's about $6.9 million of the overall labor budget that has our attrition.
Okay, Lori, would additional people be part of the personnel cost?
Sure. You know, like if...
How many people are we talking about right there?
We have 20 more than we had at the end of last year.
24?
20 more.
20 more. Okay.
Yeah, than we had at the end of the year last year, so that 20 is.
That has to have some effect.
Some effect.
Yeah, there's fewer vacant positions
Okay.
than there has been in the past.
20 net new positions, because there's some going and some being added to, so that's...
Okay. So that, it's got to be driving part of that number.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay, slide 22. We're halfway done. No.
Can I ask a question back on those positions that are not filled? The 30 positions that are not filled. Is there a general area, or is it just scattered all around the positions?
It's nearly impossible to be at full staff at any point in time. You always have people retiring, people leaving, and it takes time to fill those positions. So you always have that churn. There are positions, I think, that are vacant and being evaluated whether they're needed, but a lot of it is the churn, just the fact that people come and go.
I would say we have, you know, at any point in time, maybe 15 to 20 positions that are, you know, going through the process of being filled. And a lot of times, you know, when you fill one, let's say somebody retires, you fill one, there's a lot of backfill that happens with that too. You know, so we try to do a good job of looking at positions, you know, that have been vacant no longer than 2 years or whatever, you know, and if there's a good reason even to keep it for the 2-year cycle or whatever, you know, we ask them to justify the reasons why. But some are, you know, they had retired or whatever, and then they're looking at, you know, what that job entails and seeing if they can do other things, or it's an opportunity to do other things as well.
Thank you.
Every time we get into these meetings, I ask HR to give me and I don't have the number because I didn't know that this was going to come up, but to give me a value on what the vacant positions would be if we were to fill it up, how much more cost are we adding to our budget? And I remember at one time, not long ago, there was like $13 million additional costs. We're a lot lower than that now, but I don't have the exact figure. If all of our positions were 100% filled, I don't know that we'd be having a positive cash flow as we're speaking to you, okay? So, but I don't know that we wouldn't. If we would, we would just barely break that point,
So I'm just saying it's probably best not to fill it next year, but wait till
Well, we have to gradually build this, reduce these attritions over time, but to try to do it all at one time means, okay, now how much more other costs backing off from, just so that we can have, positive, cash flow, positive income statement.
Right. And like Lori stated earlier, you have some coming and some going.
Right.
Dynamics happening at the same time, so that.
And as I spoke, that value of attrition in our budget's about $6.9 million, so, that's, if we didn't have any attrition or whatever, that would at least increase that.
6.9.
That does take into that attrition says, I've got a position that's vacant right now, but I'm not gonna fill it till June, so now we only have 6 months of, salaries, in the budget itself or whatever. So they've gone through and looked at those vacant positions and identified, whether, they're gonna be vacant for 3 months or 6 months or whatever the case may be.
Sometimes we look at consolidation too, so like Jaren's group, Don's group's a good example of, hey, we might have had a certain number of directors and now somebody has retired and can we reallocate some of that? But we don't wanna hurry up and give the job away because we need some time to see if we run that strategy that way if it works, or if the workload's too great that we need to bring that position back. And that sometimes is why, it might sit a year or two while we're trying to figure that out, say, okay, this is gonna work, we can get it off the books, or transfer it to somewhere else that they need a vacancy, or no, it's not gonna work, we need to go back to the old structure.
And then the other piece is, if we want to hire and fill all these positions within 30 days, it's impossible to do that. Right. Because all these people are just not out there waiting to be hired, and we can't bring them all in because, linemen, for example, there's only a certain amount of people available in the market, okay? We brought in some. There's a huge construction project start that we'll probably lose some, okay, somewhere else.
How many positions do we have currently posted on our website?
I'm sorry?
How many positions do we have currently posted on our website? You feel?
Is Dennis on there, Rob?
I can,
Dennis disconnected as an attendee,
I can get on the website real quick. There's 7 or 8 there.
Yes, I'm on
Abby,
here.
do you know? Oh, okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
So we currently have, I want to say there's approximately 5 to 7 roles that are posted to the public at this point. And lineman is a constant. Lineman is a constant posting that we have out.
That's just one position with potentially multiple people, right?
Right.
That's correct. But, our number of line personnel that we have working at this point is at its highest level in a number of years.
Okay. Thanks, Dennis.
You bet.
Yeah, it could be like, I don't know how many, Janetta's jobs are listed, there might be 2 or 3, there might. Lineman's one, there might be 4 or 5 vacancies there. So there's 7 different jobs advertised, but there might be 12, 14 vacancies.
And so as I mentioned, the 6.9 of attrition, the value of attrition, so, the impact bottom line, or we're at a positive 2.7, positive, so that would take us into the negative. We'd have to do something different in order to accommodate that.
That means our capital projects get slashed, our O&M costs, which is hard to squeeze. We'd have to get creative on how do we push out O&M costs.
Okay, slide 22. Kind of an overview of our annual debt. So our current outstanding debt by year is identified on page 30 of our blue book there. If you need to look at the greater detail of it, but, as I spoke, we talked about max debt service. That's, the number that, we use to calculate our debt service coverage. So on a combined basis, our max, it will be in 2026. Water is also 2026, and then electric is 2029. So that's something we look at when we do go out for, bonds or KDHE or whatever, how we lay that debt over. And if you look at page 3, this is, or slide 23, this is the layout of the electric portion of that. So as I mentioned, 2029 is the max. So you can see, we start dropping off in 2033 or whatever. We were as high as over 50 million on the electric side at one point. Some of you were here in 2020. We did a refunding, and so that was a very helpful process for us, that we had about 33 million of savings in that refunding. The interest rates were low, and it was a very good time, and we basically took everything that we had available to do that refunding. So we still get opportunities to look at refunding currently. It makes sense that if the interest rates were at a better place, whatever, and that impact of refunding was, very substantial, it would be worth our while to go out in the market. Right now, there's still some savings, and our investment advisors, they always get very creative in how we can, produce some savings, but they're not significant enough for us to be out in the market at this time. But we continue to get that information and look at it. On the water side, slide 24, water's peak is in 2026, and after 2028, they take a substantial drop in their debt. Their debt goes out to 2054, but for the life of their assets, that are 40, 50, 60 years old or whatever, typically when we go out, the longest term we've gone out for is 30 years. And so, those assets are still going even after the debt is paid off on those. So, being able to take advantage of the KDHE loan, that has minimized their interest over the term as well. So I think even prior to that 1.5%, it was about 2%, 2.1% of KDHE that we were able to get prior to that loan. So it's been very low. Slide, we can skip over 25 and go straight to 26. If you need a bigger version of that, you can go to page 10 in the blue book. Try to put it in here just so we didn't have to flip all around. But so this is a look at our cash flow statement. So we estimate what our cash flow is to start the year, start 2025. So we have on a combined basis of about 93, see if I can read this, 93.9 million. We look at our revenues that we're generating, about 372.6 million, and then we take our operating expenses, take out depreciation and any kind of non-cash items that we have, which is about 242 million. So our total cash that we're generating from operations is about 130.1 million. Then we identify what our debt is. So our debt service from our revenue bonds and KDHE. We have a couple loans that we participate in with the unified government related to 2 projects that we've had there. So that's about 52.3 million. So our cash available, is about, after we take pilot out, $40.5 million. Our other funding sources, so we have $20 million left of the KDHE loan. Like I said, it was, the original was about $38 million. And then, we'll restrict a portion of that that's not being spent in 2025, that's carried over into 2026 and beyond that if needed. Our EDA, EPA, and FEMA grants, overall are about $8.7 million on the water side, $2 million on the electric side. So our cash available after we restrict those dollars is $165.1 million. Our restrictions on cash, those are things that, we talk about. Customer deposits, we always have to restrict those. That's not money, the money we collect from there is not used. That's invested and, that's set aside. And then, whenever a customer deposits is refunded back to the customer, that gains interest on that as well. So those are just the list of our other funds that we have, unrestricted funds that we have. So that restriction on cash, before I go there, so we do have our O&M reserve. That we set aside there, working towards our financial policy of 120 days. And then our ongoing construction reserve, it's at 50% of our ongoing projects. So that's a smaller amount there. And then we estimate what we're going to be spending of our grants and KDHE bonds. So our total restrictions on cash is $105.8 million. We then take that for our biggest portion of that is for our capital budget. We do identify our economic development grants that we capitalize, which are typically and the energy efficiency and economic development that we capitalize. So that's our portion to the community, as well as our rebates for electric facilities, electric service. So our total construction is about $56.6 million, and after all that, it leaves us an estimated unrestricted cash of about $2.7 million. When we look at our debt coverage, we look at basically all debt is what the biggest review of that is. So we project to be about 2.33 times on the electric side, 2.61 times on the water, so for a combined about 2.48 times. So that means, for every dollar of debt, we have like $2.48 for that debt. So. Yeah. 1 second. Okay. So my prompt was to identify where we were in 2024 for cash flow, and we had a positive $7.5 million overall for our cash flow. So, we are down about $5 million, a little bit less than $5 million from where we were a year ago. Okay.
Because we don't have the,
Right. So in this budget, there are no new revenue bonds. There's no new KDHE money or anything. It's strictly current KDHE money we have and any grant money we have, and cash is all that's being used for this budget. On slide 28, so we look at our income statement. What this identifies, the top portion is our operating revenues and the breakdown of those revenues, you know, for our residential, commercial, industrial sales, all that group. We do get a small portion from the borderline sales, and then our wholesale market sales, for the most part, on the water side is most of the money there. We do identify a small amount that is market sales from our SPP market. Our other revenues, pole attachments is one of our bigger areas there. Then we do recognize on an actual basis, not from a budget basis, any kind of over or under recovery that we have on our ERC. Our total other revenue about $9.5 million. Overall, our operating revenue is about $366.6 million. That is down from our 2024 budget of about $5.3 million. Next section looks at our operating expenses. So we have operating expenses of about $287.1 million. As I talked about there, our purchase power being up about $6.7 million. Our fuel being down about $9.4 million. And then we spoke to labor being a good portion of some of the expenses there within each of the areas. So our total operating income before interest and other expenses there was about $79.5 million. So we have our investment interest. We've identified about $4.7 million. And then our interest on our long-term debt, about $18.8. We removed Pilot out of that we've taken in or identified in the revenue side. So we have about $51.2 million of that. Water has a small amount of, we call it water non-exchange. That's the contribution that the developers provide to us for infrastructure enhancements or increases. So we're able to capture that for revenue. So we have a total change in net position as a positive $29 million. We're about $40.9 million in 2024.
Lori, can I ask you a quick question on the investment interest? Is that primarily just we're accumulating reserve cash? That's short-term interest on what we're holding in reserve for all of it?
Right.
Okay.
And we roll that into, you know, we do a roll every night, you know, of idle funds into either money market or treasuries or, you know, we try to make sure that we're meeting whatever the values are of interest income and put them in that, you know, we haven't invested in CDs very much, you know, just because of leaving it longer term, but also the interest rate hasn't been there as well, so.
Okay, and not to put too fine of a point on it, but when they make a statement that, well, we could solve, you know, all of the Pilot concerns if we just generated investment on our cash on hand, we can reassure them that that is already happening. We are not passing up that opportunity. Okay.
Yep. And at the end of 23, you know, we were getting on a majority of our money about 5.5%. I think it's down around 4.6%, something like that.
Helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. 29, I'll just go over this briefly. So this is just looking at the electric side. So our sale of energy and residential, commercial, industrial. So we're about $261.7 million, so down about $700,000 from 24. And then our wholesale sales overall are down about $5.8 million. So we have $307.4 million in operating revenues. Expenses were about $242 million. up about 7.8 million from 2024. So when we're all said and done, at the end, our total change in that position is about 20.7 on the electric side. And slide 30 looks at the water side. So water's total sales of water is about 49.6 million. So it's up about 1.9 million compared to 2024. Other revenues stay pretty stable there, it's 2.3 million. And then, so their total operating revenues is about 59.2 million, up about 1.2 million from 2024. Operating expenses around 45 million, 45.1 million, up about 2.2 million altogether. So our total change in net position on the water side is positive 8.3 million, up about 300,000, 400,000 on compared to 2024. Okay, so we'll get into cash. So this is just looks at historical back, to January 2021 on a month-to-month basis, and where we've been and where we're at today. So the orange bar there is our cash and marketable securities, and then the lighter blue is our ERC reserve, which we started in late 2023, and then our next bar to that is our system development reserve, which is on the water side. So those are the three areas that fluctuate the most. As water does more work with development and everything, their system development reserve is able to increase. But all the other debt reduction, rate stabilization, those are all pretty stable funds that we maintain. And then the next slide, 32, is today's cash on hand that you're very familiar with. So we did kind of add an average into this graph because of our fluctuations that we have. So we're averaging probably about 38 days over the 3-year period. When we look at a 1-year period, it's approximately around 90 days. So, as we come into the winter period, we've seen some drops in years past. So, just minimizing those drops over time is something that we, consistently work on and to maintain and meet our financial policies. 33. So after we get through all this process, Bill always tells us to be cautious in spending. So when you get into your budget, so, when we start out the year, we're always in our shoulder months, basically. The summer period is our period of more revenue possibilities. So just being cautious throughout the year. It always takes us a little bit of time to kind of get going on projects at the first of the year as well. So as Bill spoke to, continuing to focus on our financial metrics, improving our cash on hand and stabilizing our cash on hand, maintaining our strong debt coverage. Our credit rating is important to us, so maintaining our credit rating and our bond ratings is always a key focus for us. And then we're always out there supporting the growth and development within the community. So to recap our objectives, so we've achieved positive net income, electric 20.7 million positive, water 8.3, for a combined of 29 million. We have positive cash flow, 2.1 million on the electric side, water's 600,000 for a combined of 2.7 million. And maintaining our debt coverage, identifying it with pilot as well as without pilot, so 2.48 times with pilot and 1.76 without pilot. Slide 35 looks at our capital budget and the summary and funding to that. So as I said, the operations, side and, all the areas that have capital, we'll talk more in great detail. But this just provides you a snapshot of the funding that we have and the sources that we're gonna be using. So as you can see, out of the 56.7 million, 43.4 of that is, out of cash. About 7 million from the KDHE, 5 million of the EPA grant, that's on the water side, and the EDA grant, 1.25 is, on the electric side. And then this is just a look at our history. You know, over the last 4 or 5 years, you know, our capital budget has stayed, pretty level. You know, back in 2015, 2016, we were going through our air quality project, so we were issuing our bonds associated with that. And as I spoke of in my last financial presentation to you, in 2024, you know, there's a number of projects that are associated with grant funding that weren't going to be done, and also we identified that we're planning on going out for bonds in 2024, which we aren't doing now. So there was some money identified within that capital plan that was associated with those bonds. So they've had to kind of retool a little bit and figure out how to do the work without the funding sources that we didn't have. And then slide 37, rehash all this. So electric capital budget, we're at a 31.3 million this year, so it's down about 4.2 million from 2024. And those are some of the major projects there. So 30 million of that is from cash on the electric side. On the water, slide 38, so water has a budget of 19.7 million. They had 26.4 in 2024. So they're spending about 7.7 million from cash. Then they have about 12 million from EDA and KDHE. That's also a funding source for them. On the IT side, this is all coming from cash, so they're about 3.2 million of projects that they've identified. They had a drop from 2024 of 4.3 million. On slide 40, so we've got about 2.4 million of cash projects that have been pulled into our new facilities area, and I'm sure Jody will go into some of those, and if there's any variances there from, you know, what they had planned that was originally in their departments that we've pulled out and moved into the facilities area. Slide 41, we're on the downslope now, so. On 41, so part of our requirement of the environmental surcharge is to report to the board on an annual basis, you know, the where we were, where we are, and where we're going to be. So this is our reconciliation. So we started the environmental surcharge in 2011. So from 2011 to 2024, basically October, the information that we had. You know, we've collected about 175.4 million through the environmental surcharge. The last 2 months of the year, it's about 3.9 we anticipate. So we'll be collecting about 179.3 million. Our bond payments of 143.6. We have a 3/10 coverage requirement. That's around 36.3. So our commitment is at the end of 24, 179.9 million. So we're about 565,000 under what we estimate, our collection through the end of the year. So, that goes into the calculation. And then our requirement for our 2025 debt service payment with the 3 times debt service coverage is anticipated to be about $22.9 million. And that's all based on our principal and interest, debt service coverage or whatever. So it's already set in stone what that coverage is or what that debt service requirement is. And I'll do this for the 2 new board members or whatever, just so you know that kind of the history on the environmental surcharge. So it's a rider that provides for the annual recovery of our capital investment related to environmental requirements that we have to meet. So it's just the principal and interest payments on the projects, and those are projects for the environmental related to federal, state, and even local requirements. So it's a little bit of history on.
Well, that's good, and like I mentioned before, you know, these types of things, when you talking to customers, they wonder, what is this? You know, what is this? What is this? You know, we want to be able to explain it to some degree.
Yeah. I know we throw out acronyms a lot, and sometimes just knowing the history of what, where it came from and why we have it. So, slide 42. So these, you know, we associate the environmental surcharge to each one of our rate classes. Rate class 100 and 200 are based on a KWH, cost per KWH. So on the residential, it's about almost 1.3 cents per KWH. Rates 250 to 400, we do it based on a KW calculation. And then rate 500 is school districts, so that's on a KWH basis. So it's somewhat considerable to last year. I think we reach our peak, I would say, in 2029? Yeah. Okay. So, slide 43. Yay, last slide. So, our estimated customer impact, so rate 100 customer, we estimate it to be about 800 kWh average. So the impact is about $10.34 a month. Based on our 24 rate, it was about 10.2 cents, $10.02 a month. So the overall, like I said, the biggest impact, those customers that pay the environmental surcharge, rate 250, which is our medium commercial customers, rate 300 is our large commercial customers, rate 400 is our industrial customers. So that's the bigger impact there. And with that, I will ask if there's any additional questions. And I just put the schedule on the back so you can keep track of that.
So, my final question before we move on is, when we went over to the UG the other day, they had projected a cost comparison between BPU and others. Board have any questions on what made up all of those components that was in that discussion? Or do we need to provide any more information to the board on how you break that down, those comparisons us with other utilities?
I guess just as clarification, make sure I'm understanding the data we've been given. The breakdown you gave on if everyone just paid each other for all the things that, you know, if we were in a different circumstance, right, a different place, we would. Basically, there would be, it looked like around $27 million less going from BPU, net going from BPU to the unified government. So when they show those show those comparisons and say, how come a nonprofit, you know, is here? In essence, we are generating about $27 million in profit that then helps to fund the unified government budget through all those different mechanisms.
Right. Now, I still need to go back and add in those other charges.
Sure.
the wastewater, stormwater, okay, and we'll.
That may come down a little bit.
Yeah, so we'll take an attempt to do that, but the biggest thing is the fact that he does not pay utility for any of these services means the rest of the customers pay, which drives their costs up higher, okay? And the fact that the pilot is as high as it would be if we were paying a franchise fee of 5%, that also drives the cost that much higher.
Thank you for those numbers, those were helpful.
Anybody else have any questions? Okay. Why don't we take a break? And,
Is that your proposal?
that is my proposal.
How long would you,
President?
How long you need? 15 minutes? Is that good enough, or what, 20? 15? 5?
15 is.
Good to me.
15 minutes? 11:05.
Cut off.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we're back from the, break. It's, 11:05, and we will continue with, the budget presentation.
Okay, so on our schedule, first up, we have the Electric Operations Division. So-
Real quick, before we do that, hopefully you all received my 4 groups. We're gonna probably be a little shorter on the capital side. We did send you all, capital project request forms that we're working with within our divisions now, and hopefully that helps add some efficiency to this conversation. So they may not spend much time on those, capital projects, maybe a couple highlights. Certainly, if you have some questions after what you were given and had read, we can answer any of those, and then we'll step through the highlights of the O&M, as well.
Darren?
Yes, so we're in the lime green, budget book for electric operations. That's what that is.
It said 2024 budget on it, and all through the book, it was 2024, there's nothing about 2025. Is this?
You must have the,
Here's the
wrong
25
one?
one. Mine says 25.
Is there an extra copy over there?
24 on the front.
Yeah, mine does.
I have 25. So y'all did our president like that? We'll get,
What I got.
I think, okay, you got it.
Same color, but okay.
She's not.
Actually read it.
Yeah. So we do know now, Tom reads the book.
What? Let me help.
Are all of them?
No, that was only one.
Oh, that's weird.
I was just wondering why that was.
Mine says 20, well,
Yeah, 25.
yeah, right, good.
Mine says December 23.
Oh, okay, wow.
all right, on the first page, the, work plan, goals and objectives, just to hit a couple of them. A lot of these are pretty similar to what we've had in years past. There is, of course, a focus on, as we talked about, I guess, doing more with less, essentially, trying to be more efficient with how we allocate our capital and O&M funds and use more of a data-driven approach. We're also gonna be going, or have been working, and next year will continue to evaluate our construction standards and our service policies, try to identify more opportunities to reduce costs. A couple of the big, initiatives continue to be the vegetation management program we've already talked about is a big initiative for us. The distribution pole inspection project we talked about, I presented on earlier this year. And we're also adding in, an overhead feeder rebuild program in the capital budget that we've talked about a little bit to kind of go with that distribution pole inspection program. Continue working, on future development projects, the, 118th, street feeders project, pipe overhead feeders project. That's something for new and existing economic development, in the area, a big project for us, that we started on this year. And also, that's gonna allow us to tie into some existing circuits and provide some additional, redundancy there as well. Moving on into page 3 on the summary of expenses. So looking at the 2024 budget compared to the 2025, obviously our personnel costs are up. We've talked about that quite a bit. Since the start of the year, we filled about 10 positions within electric operations. We've had a pretty good year for hiring. So you're seeing some of that, some of the increased labor costs we've talked about, and also, like Lori mentioned, we've got more budget, personnel budget going towards our O&M projects than capital since we reduced our capital budget down. On the spending by area down below, so our tree trimming costs are up. We talked about that. We're on a 3-year trim cycle, but the costs for that are not even from year to year. There's, higher years and lower years. Last year was kind of our lower year of the cycle. Kind of depends on, what circuits we're trimming that year. So those costs are up just kind of naturally because we're doing, an area with more vegetation this year than we did in 2024. By almost $800,000. There we've reduced mostly a lot of our costs for like contract services. We're doing a lot more engineering in-house and using very little contract engineering, so that's kind of represents a lot of those decreases right there is the majority. Our fleet maintenance costs are down somewhat from projected to be down somewhat from 2024. We're expecting a little bit lower fuel costs, lower maintenance and vehicle costs based on where we've been trending this year. The substation relay budget is down quite a bit from the $5.89 million to $4.18 million in 2025. The big difference there is we did the Mill Street project this year. That was a significant spend. I think that was 1.6 or 1.7 million. That was pretty much the whole difference right there was that project that we did this year. We won't be doing that next year. Overall, we're down almost $2.7 million from 2024 to 2025. Moving forward into our staffing on page 5. We've already talked about this, but you see we are transferring some positions and retiring some positions out. Those are those carpenter positions we talked about. Right now, those positions have been working electric operations, and they'll be moving into the general facilities maintenance budget that we'll talk about later. That's the only staffing change there. On page 7, again, just a couple things you can see. Again, there's our tree trimming services are up about $800,000. Engineering services are down. We have moved, like our janitorial services and trash disposal, those are building maintenance costs. They're going to move into that new budget as well. And by and large, our budget is pretty much the same in 2025 as it was in 2024, outside of those couple changes and the personnel costs. And there's really not a whole lot more there. The O&M budget, starting on page 11, it's pretty similar to what we had in 2024. I know some of the board members have, seen this many, many times before. We also have some new board members. I guess what I would ask is, are there any questions or anything maybe you'd like me to step through in greater detail before I belabor this?
Hey, Darren, this is Rose. I've got a question.
Sure.
And I'm looking at, and I appreciate, by the way, Jeremy, thank you for having these teams send the summary of the sort of the higher level, more specific summary, if you will, of some of these expenses. But the radio and telecommunications system, sort of the public safety system that's in place, right, that we obviously manage.
Yes.
Hate to ask the question. Are we reimbursed by any of the other entities that utilize it?
We are. There's an agreement in place dating back to when the new radio system was put in, I believe in 2014. And so the unified government pays for 75% of the costs of like our agreement with Motorola, ongoing maintenance for the core system, and also 75% of our staff costs. So we do have an MOU where we are reimbursed for those costs. You know, the unified government and other parties are actually slightly larger than 75% user, but that's our agreement, and it works pretty well. And then so like, if you're looking at the O&M costs or versus like our capital, we do have, that group takes care of equipment related to our SCADA system. That's for BPU only, so those are some of the costs. And then the capital budget form for the radio replacements, those are BPU only radios, our handheld units. The unified government, they pay for all their radios, and, you know, all the individual radios, we pay for all our own, and then we split the kind of the core system, the seven radio towers and all that equipment on that 75-25% split.
Okay, so Bonner, USD 500, and the community college, they all pay for a portion of this as well?
No, I don't believe so, unless they're paying to the unified government. It's just between us, we get that 75% from them.
Okay.
I know other people use the system besides them, but yeah.
Thank you.
So,
Jared, kind of picky, but is this correct? Uniforms, clothing?
Yeah, good.
That to me?
Yes, sorry, good point. I meant to mention that as well. That is one other change. So, we purchase all the flame-resistant clothing for our guys, kind of like what Mr. Bowen here is wearing. You see all of our crews wearing that PPE, so we provide that to all of our crews at BPU's expense because it's personal protective equipment. Previously, that budget was centralized within the Human Resources Division.
Okay.
So what we're doing instead is we moved that out to the individual areas.
Yeah.
So it's sort of a cost transfer there, and we're kind of rolling out a new FR clothing program with that as well. So thank you for reminding me. I meant to mention that and completely forgot, but yes, that is that cost.
I think you'll see later that there is a piece of that in each budget, with the exception of Jaren's,
Okay.
because we switched the philosophy of the program from just a blanket rental program to a direct purchase type. So essentially, employees have a clothing allowance, if you will,
Okay.
but they have to buy what meets our arc flash specifications, and we control their balances, their site, their allotment of money. And a couple of reasons. One, the blanket program didn't have a lot of choice for coverage. You know, we have different body types. We have males, we have females, and the blanket program didn't accommodate a lot of that. The direct purchase program does, and we're, you know, as with any initiative, we're hoping that not only makes them more comfortable and, you know, gets them things that they want to wear, but that should drive up the compliance, thereby making everybody safer every day as well.
Okay, got it. Well, I'm glad we've got a model too. It's nice to see what it looks like.
That's why we invited him.
And to Rose's question, where's that line item, reimbursement on the budget? Where's that located?
That is in the 1900 administrative budget.
Radio. Talking about the radio.
Oh, the radio reimbursement?
It goes back against the labor, associated with where those guys are, where are they at, 2,300?
Yeah, 2,300 is the radio budget. So we just, those are basically in that 2,300 budget, that's our personnel costs, and then reimburse that 75% from the unified government, depending on jobs filled.
So it's combined with the reimbursement?
Yes.
Okay. At the end of the day, it'll credit back to that account.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
So, Rose, a little history, and we may need to go back and account for this too, because when we started this radio system replacement, I mean, we were basically pleading with the UG years ago about joining us in replacing this radio system, because it was on its last leg. And this goes back to the time when Dennis Hayes was county administrator, so you can imagine the time frame. Anyway, at that time, we believe our split was about 75-25, 25% usage coming from BPU, 75% coming from the unified government. Over time, and I don't know where it is today, I guess we need to take a look at it today, but the unified government has offered other people around the community an opportunity to get on board. So the last numbers I saw, we were probably utilizing about 14 or so % of the channels available, of the space available on the system, whereas everybody else was utilizing the remaining balance. So that number has slipped. We take up far less space than where we started. There's way more users on there, but we are picking up 25% of the cost still.
Thanks, Bill. I appreciate that.
Give.
I'm sorry.
I said we just give.
Well, you know, it was a painful moment in time where we were because, you know, we've always had all of our, you know, BPU employees, all of our first responders, all on the same common system, okay? And that thing was causing a lot of problems, and we were at a place where we had to replace it. Otherwise, we would have no communication, and it wasn't tied to any of the other surrounding communities. It was outdated systems. We went to the latest platform. We integrated it, so we're now providing greater coverage across the metro, and so we're better off. But yeah, we are paying. We're paying a higher subscription to that than what we should be.
Is there any other questions or anything else I can speak to? Moving on to the capital budget, on page 27. You know, we've already talked about this in our presentations. I'll just touch on this. Obviously, our capital budget is down. Most of our spending is on the distribution side of things. You know, we have our pole replacement project, again, is a big initiative for us. We've got a lot of poles we need to replace, have been identified as programs. We're trying to make up some ground there in the next 2 years. The Piper overhead feeders project we've talked about, and the 15 kV overhead feeders rebuild, which is, you know, us kind of looking at some, I guess I'll say, problem areas, or we call them worst performing circuits, and going out and doing targeted maintenance in a certain area to try and get that reliability up. Another thing, obviously, transformers. You know, we're still waiting on quite a few, particularly our underground pad mount transformers. We're waiting on quite a few of those still to come in. A lot of them from orders we've had open for even a few years now. We're expecting that, you know, those costs to drop off a little bit once we actually get those transformers and accrue those costs. Yeah, those are kind of the high points. Was there any other specific questions on the capital projects or any of the forms that we provided? Yes, sir.
I was just curious. It's not a proposed change or anything. Appreciate, you know, we're holding costs down on the capital side. If we were to sustain in the ballpark of similar amounts, are there next projects in line, or would it be we would just try and do some of the things we're investing in on a faster rate? Like, what are sort of the trade-offs of trying to keep that capital budget down to where we have?
You know, possibly, but I think it's, I think we're still getting a lot of good capital work done. I think we're trying to use our money hopefully a little more efficiently as part of that. You know, another thing, we've added people, so we are doing, you know, again, more engineering in-house. So, you know, when we have a capital project, any consulting engineering services are in here in these numbers. We're also doing more and more with our in-house crews. You know, we're able to do our transmission maintenance line item, pole replacement, transmission pole replacement. Normally that's all contract services. The majority of that in 2024 has been our own people. So we are doing more of that. So, you know, our engineering and our labor is cheaper. So you are seeing some of that. We're bringing, you know, more of that work kind of back in-house as we add staff.
That's great. Thanks, Aaron. Sure.
Yeah, that's all I have.
Okay. All right. Next division we have is the electric production division. Turn over to Don.
salmon.
Thanks, Rob. We'll just start on page 1, work plan goals and objectives. Just going through, this is my first year at it, but I didn't make any major changes. I did move as far as priorities. I moved safety to the top there. We are, trying to focus more on safety, working with our crews, spending the time we need to do the job safely. If there's engineering things we can do to improve the plant to keep our workers safe, we're going after those. And then right next on the list is to improve our SPP market participation, and trying to drive home with everyone how at the plant how are minimizing our operating costs, keeping the plants available. Anything we can do to be successful in the market, and then is a benefit to our customers in participating and being available and running. And so, just went through the IRP process, and that we should have an appreciation for how much capacity means. So, as we get into resource adequacy coming down with SPP, these availability numbers are going to be more and more important. So, I think of everything, those top two there really are what's going to drive us the next few years. Capital projects, we'll get into more detail, and you should all have the forms we provided on those. I will say, the capital that's happening next year, I believe over half of it are projects that are already ongoing. So they're 2-year projects, they're long lead time items. So we have, on several of them, we're under contract ready to purchase all the material, and then get that installed in the spring. So that constitutes over half of the money that we plan to spend next year. All right, can flip to page 3. So major expenses, our personnel costs actually went down. There's a few moving things there. We had 8 positions moved to this new facilities group. We did, from 2024, we removed 4 positions, a couple electricians, an engineering director, and an engineering coordinator. So just some things we're doing as far as efficiency. We ran like that all this year, didn't see any major issues, and so as far as the engineering group, we're still able to get all our projects done and are not overloading the folks that we do have. So we'll be able to remove that beginning in 2025. Another major item you'll see move here is in materials and supplies, and we'll show that later as well, but that bump up from $7 million to a little over $11 million. Majority of that is some work we need to do on CT4 on our combustion turbine. That unit is a little over 20 years old. Their maintenance is done on an hours and starts basis. Unit ran very infrequently, what they call a peaker unit, for most of its life. So after 20 years, if you were to run the unit more base loaded, maintenance like this may occur every 3-4 years. The way it's been operated, we get into 20 years, and so now it's a good thing, but it's also a big spike in the O&M in year 20 that wasn't expected over the last 20 years of operation. So that comes to a little over $4 million. The risk we would run by not doing that work is that these maintenance periods are dictated by the OEM. And we would run a risk of a major failure of a lot higher expenses if we were not to do the work. And so common industry practice to do this work at this time. Our insurance company has noted where we are with the starts, and we're right on the edge, and we'll trip that before we get to actually doing the work. So I'm trying to say is we've pushed it as far as we can, and we got to go after it now.
Wasn't it called on a lot lately? It seems like.
So this year, I think especially probably the most it's ever ran in its 20 years. It has a 20% capacity factor, which is very high for a unit like that. I believe that's over 100 starts, maybe 150, Doug. I don't know if you have a better number, but.
Yeah, I was thinking 127.
Yeah. 127's a little close to specific. No, it's, but it's up there over 100. I know it started and ran yesterday for more than half a day, so it is getting its use more and more.
That report,
Yes.
see it frequently that it's online.
Yeah, and a lot of it is driven by the lower natural gas prices. So where the natural gas prices are now, that unit is actually cheaper to operate than the coal plant, which is really a flip, is really odd. But saying that too, that's something that we've seen the natural gas prices move up, and so it's obviously very likely to flip again. The forecast for natural gas prices show it will flip, and that unit will not operate it as much as this year. But this year it's been so cheap that it's been a very, very economical unit. There's a few other things just moving in this budget. Overall, we are come way to the bottom. We're below budget. Largely, that's driven by the changes that we'll go through here coming up. So, I already spoke to the position changes. So, the engineers common, that's the two engineering positions that were reduced. The two positions are the craft labor that were reduced in the Nearman Maintenance Department, and then the 8th were just a transfer to the newly formed Facilities Department.
So the two engineering, were they filled, or they?
No, those were removed from the budget.
They were just removed. Okay.
Yep.
Things, the fact that when we talk about trends behind fill and vacancies sometimes, why they sit. Glenn was not an engineer, Don's an engineer. He can have better interaction and oversight of the engineering department. 7, 8, 9 months in, he felt like it was well within the bandwidth of what they had there. So we sort of flattened it and made that operation a little more efficient by removing that director.
Okay.
And I think just a little bit of history too, that, when there was that director role, there was multiple plants, more conventional units, I'd assume a larger capital budget and more projects to get done. So. Flip to page 7. Look at the expenses by class here. We already talked about the personnel costs. We're actually, with the changes, are down a little over $1 million. And then I'm just going to run through and just highlight the changes we do have. Skip down about halfway down the page. You got Dogwood Gas Plant O&M. That is up slightly. That's an item we take out of the Dogwood budget, take our 17%. And I believe a lot of that is around their wastewater and some extra expenses they're seeing there. And a lot of their expenses, too, are driven by how much they operate. So if they're forecasting to operate more next year, their expenses are going to show that they're higher. Just right above that is an increase in the company training and safety. That was something that we moved and created that new class. So you'll see money in there, but that actually was taken out of another training budget, and so overall training was reduced by 20%. But you maybe see some of those changes back and forth. The next few items there are more variable O&M, so your main fuel, startup fuel, reagents, things like that are really just driven off of our forecasted operations. So we run the unit more, those are going to be more. We run it less, those are going to be less. But the way we operate our expense, we only operate the unit if SPP is going to cover our costs. So in the end, incurring those expenses is a benefit to the BPU. Mary cut the clothing and uniforms on the last time, so there it is on the close to the bottom of the page, and that is just a move from HR to our department. Page 8 About 2/3 of the way down, you will see the turbine maintenance, and that's what I spoke to on CT4. So, increase of almost $4 million on that line item to do that work next year. So overall, we are above the 2024 budget, largely driven by the turbine maintenance. And then overall below budget there once we get to the bottom line. Any questions?
So would you just go over the maintenance for CT4 again? It's how frequent?
It's based on hours and starts.
Okay.
And I'm not going to be able to list the exact hours and starts, but normally if you would run the unit, that's pretty typical for an industrial gas turbine. If you would run the unit all day, every day for the whole year, it would probably be about a 3 or 4 year cycle when you'd have to do this maintenance.
Okay.
But we do it based on hours and starts, so so it's taken us 20 years to get there.
Okay.
If that makes sense. So the control system tracks that just like the odometer on your car. If you ran it all day, you have an oil change a lot more often, right? Well, this is it's taken us 20 years to get to the point where a base-loaded unit gets there in 3 or 4 years.
So is it as extensive as like Nearman? I mean, closing everything down and
Yeah.
and the maintenance that?
It'll be very extensive. It'll be taking the gas turbine will be split at the half, the lid taken off, all the blades exposed, fuel nozzles taken out. Some of the stuff will be shipped off and refurbished. We're working with General Electric on this. A lot of times when you do a job with General Electric, some of these parts will end up on the other side of the world.
Right.
They'll get refurbished and get sent back if they're repairable. Then we'll put everything back together. The whole cycle time is going to take about 4 months.
Okay.
There won't be people working at Nearman for 4 months. There'll be about a 3-week disassembly period. And then there's kind of a time where we wrap everything back up. All the parts are away. So it's coordinations with shops and getting all that work done. Then it'll come back and I think we have around 4 weeks of reassembly, and then recommissioning and starting the unit up.
Starting it up.
Yeah. And so we plan to start about mid-February, in time to get us back into service before Q3, before our summer season. So that's strategic timing too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've had our engineer working on this all year as far as planning, working with Becky's not here, but working with Becky's team on supply chain. A lot of contracts. Extensively, it's mostly General Electric, but we have an outside engineer, someone that works on gas turbines all day, every day, that's going to be, on site for us, kind of oversight of our work and GE's work. And so a lot of planning has gone into it, and I think it's all lining out to be real successful. All right. If you want to flip then to page 11. This shows the same information again, just broken down by department. If you were to take this 2025 book and look at the 2024 book, you'll notice that there are some departments that are no longer here in 2025. We did do some consolidation of different departments. We also moved some line items, some class items from one department to another. An example I'll give prior to this year, there may have been a line item in the engineering department for turbine maintenance. And then there was a line item in the Nearman maintenance department for turbine maintenance. And so it was the same turbine being worked on, and there was 2 line items to track. And so to simplify that, we put all the turbine maintenance for Nearman, for example, into 1 line item in 1 department. And what that led to was some elimination of some departments. Any questions here as we flip through this? All right, if we're all good on the department basis, we can go to the back page.
You want to talk about, your fuel and what your plan is for 2025 as far as the nomination and everything?
Sure, we can do that. So fuel nomination for 2025 for coal, we put in at 400,000 tons. That is a minimum that is set by the railroad, actually, not by the mine. We're working on our coal contract. What our coal contract ends up being is an all requirements contract. So they don't set a minimum, but they do require that we can't go buy coal from somewhere else. So we lock in with 1 mine for possibly 1, possibly 3 years, depending. But the Union Pacific does require us to have that 400,000 ton minimum. There is actually a stipulation in that contract that if the market price for energy at Nearman falls below, I believe it's $15.75 for a month, that does allow us to not take 1 month's worth of coal. This year, that happened twice this spring, and so we're actually able to take 2 less months of coal than we had nominated. So that had us at around 330,000 tons that we delivered to Nearman this year. Actually, the last train has been delivered. We won't take any more coal this year. And I project that we'll still have close to 100 days worth of coal on the ground at the end of this year. So that being said, we'll see how we operate this winter. Largely operating Nearman, even though it doesn't burn natural gas, is largely driven off of the price of natural gas. So natural gas prices go up, and we'd expect to operate Nearman more, and we'll just track that and manage that. If we don't take that 400 tons or that minimum, there are some liquidated damages. So we don't want to pay for something we're not getting, and it be all part of managing that inventory level.
One of the things we've challenged the plant staff, Don and I have talked about, is how we track the burn, when we burn, how we offer the plant, and how we can maximize our cost efficiencies with the fuel. A bunch of kudos to Don and his team. They've come up with what I believe to be the best sort of tracking philosophy that we have at BPU since probably I've been dealing with the plant for sure. But when we talk about nominating the 400,000 tons, a lot of that information goes into that, plus some forecasting information that was brought up during the IRP part about how the market's expected to react next year and what they kind of see the plant doing. But the important thing to remember is this isn't something we were really tracking before that great. Certainly weren't tracking the cost and being able to say, hey, we're not going to take, just because we nominated 400,000 tons, we're going to exercise our right to not take the months that we don't have to. And so we dropped that nomination from 650,000 tons to 400,000 tons, and it represents about a $7 million savings annually. We did that last year. Did a little better job this year tracking, was able to do that again, plus implementing the not take cause. We've saved about $15 million over 2 years in fuel that we would have had to take, would have laid out there on the ground as money laid out, and we don't recoup anything on that till it burns and participates in the market. So that's important to point out because they've done a really good job there at kind of right sizing that and building a philosophy around
that, but also changing the philosophy of how often the unit cycles itself. So, some of the things you heard during the IRP and certainly the rate hearing is some of the self-nomination of the plant. We used to not do that at all. And the machine would sit there for 45, 55, 60 days sometimes before it was turned. It's not really good for the machine. Things, kind of draw up, sit there, the vibrations stop. And so then when we would attempt to come back online, we would have tube leaks or we would have this or that, and Jaron's team would be frustrated, and we're having to send in the D-rates and take the unit forced offline. So Don came up with a better philosophy and his team about we're going to cycle that thing every 20 days, I think, just to start it, manually offer it, because not only is it good for the machine, but what we also see is when Nearman's putting out megawatts, the SPP price contour comes down, which means when Jaron and his group has to go cover the load that we're not producing, we're paying a cheaper cost to import that energy here, which is a direct offset of using the machine the way we're using it. Good, very good collaboration, coordination between Jaron's team and Don's team, and something I'm personally very proud of.
But just one other point I'll make on the budgets for fuel. So this is Nearman and the gas turbines and the fuel oil. These are based on market price forecasts, and if market price gets here, then we plan to run, and if we're going to run, we got to buy gas, right? And we will operate the unit like Jeremy said, based on the market, and if we're purchasing gas, it's for the benefit of the customers, meaning we're operating our unit at a price that's lower than the market and making that margin. So these are just our best guess based on forecast today for fuel burn.
Glad you mentioned safety, because one of the things that was brought out, look at the IRP and Rocky Mountain coming in, was the environmental hazards associated with the coal plant, and I know that we've mitigated that danger considerably since BPU has been in existence. Right now, we're one of the lowest, I think, contributors to those emissions. And I'm wondering, do we see anywhere in the future where that will be something that will be mandated by our future political environment?
In the next 4 years, no.
What did you say, Mary?
I don't think.
So we have
Few
part of
years.
the presentation Wednesday night.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
All right. Lee left me off the hook then.
Just temporarily, right?
Yeah.
Great.
All right. We'll move to the last page then with the capital projects. And we can just start at the top, move through these. I'll just look at 2025. The control system project on CT4. This is 20 years old as well and is no longer supported, so we're going to just get started on that next year. You can see that that's in there for 2 years. The primary and secondary spare nozzles. A nozzle is actually like a blade, a rotating blade on the gas turbine. So that's another piece of that in addition to the O&M, we do have some capital work we're doing on that gas turbine as well. As Lori mentioned, most of the projects on Nearman are related to the air quality control system. The system's been in service for about 7 years. I'll have to say these are the oldest bags and catalysts that I've ever changed out on a unit. And that's a great thing. That means we got all our use out of them. I know these are huge numbers, but some facilities change these out. They're lucky to get 2 years out of them, and we got 7 out of them. So it's definitely a positive there. Flip over to the next page. I think the two larger items there are the control system projects on Quindaro, CT2 and CT3. Again, these are large numbers, but with this project, I will say, worked with our supply chain group. We did an RFP for these projects. This is my first experience working where we use something like Demand Star, where we anybody and everybody can bid on these, and we actually had a bidder come in that I wasn't even real familiar with, that the bid on these projects ended up being successful, and they saved us around $1 million on these Quindaro controls projects. So just a tribute to Becky's team and what she does to help us out and save money on projects like that for our customers. Bottom, sorry, go ahead.
Got roads and grounds for Nearman. I'm just curious about that. Roads and grounds for the Quindaro plant. I mean, someone has to we got to keep the grass cut as well, maintained. Are there the same line items for those? I've often wondered about that when I went by the Quindaro plant. Who maintains that, or how that's maintained? And I do see the line item for Nearman. I didn't know if there's a similar one for.
You're on the capital line items. Yeah. I know that there is some significant grounds work that is done, and then we'll move it to the capital project line. I'm sure there's some line items on the O&M side where we do maintain, if there's a fence or a gravel road or even a paved road maintaining, we will take care of that, and surely do take into consideration if it's something that gets used like at Nearman daily or monthly in the case of Call or Quindaro. But no, we do have some things that fall into those buckets at those facilities that we're no longer operating.
Okay.
I think you would see that more if you flip back to the department O&M. That's where you're going to see more of those items.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, so the last item there on the capital Dogwood, and that again is just 17%. Our share of their capital budget. They're doing some steam turbine work this spring and some work on their evaporative coolers. So if you look to the right there, next year is quite a bit more significant capital spend year for them than normal.
Question on Dogwood. Do we get any say in the spending decisions there? Like if there's a judgment call on should this capital project happen this year or 2 years from now?
I think
just along for the ride, more or less.
Well, I think we're part of a management committee. We meet. We certainly, if we saw something that we didn't believe was prudent, we could bring it up. There's Evergy is part of those meetings now, and then other municipalities, and then NACE, the operator, operates power plants all over the world. I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't think they're trying to slide anything by, but we do have that time to question and I don't know if something was pushed enough, if we could get something moved 1 year to the next.
But we have a seat at that table.
We have a seat at that table. We'd have to get everyone else on board.
That makes sense.
So does that ownership, like we have 17% and half, or I don't know how many years now, does that stay pretty the same owners, or do people come and go, or?
People have been coming in. Evergy is the most recent purchase, and they actually purchased out Dogwood, who was basically just an energy management. Kelson, or like a wholesaler.
So now that's replaced by Evergy?
Now that's replaced by Evergy, so now it's all municipalities and Evergy being the only IOU.
Oh, okay. All right.
And I would say, I would consider Kelson like an independent power producer, or even, just an energy manager at this point.
Okay. So they, who makes the decisions about the maintenance and?
So NACE is the operator, the O&M service provider. So there's a plant manager. There's like, if you went there, it'd be just like walking into Nearman, and there'd be myself and Doug, but they work for NACE. And they develop, O&M plans, capital plans, based on just the same work that we do at Nearman to bring that forward to the management committee and operate the plant in a prudent way and they're, incentivized to have it be successful too, so.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. Well, I think we figured out the mystery or whatever. So Lyle had given our copier producer samples of last year's budget books, and they must have got embedded into the 25 books. So we found 2 out of 10. So if you find any of the others, there's a prize.
Somebody's the lucky winner of the Waterwood Committee.
Yeah. So we'll let me know if you get the 24, and we'll grab you another book or whatever.
Yeah, 2024 for water.
That 24? Winner.
I'm gonna grab, phone out of there.
Thank you.
So we got lunch coming in right around 12:30. So I think we can get through one more division before we break. So we'll go next with water division and.
All right.
Agua.
We'll go through the water. It's the
Aqua.
colorblind, but
Aqua.
aqua.
What does that look like to you? Red?
No, gray. So, all right. So on page 1, go over a few goals. So of course, in water, we're always going to try to meet or exceed the state and federal water quality standards, which we work hard at doing that. Part of that, what we do is partnership with Safe Water, and to be in that partnership, we have a lower threshold to get through. So they put a lot of high standards if you're going to be part of this, and we've been part of this, like I said, for a long time. We received an award that we've gotten this year, Director's Award, and it's real important to our treatment plant. It takes a lot of work, but they all enjoy it because they know what it means to the public and what we do for the water. So real quick, I want to talk about, so I have some goals that we've always set several years ago, lowering our main breaks to 400. We've done that once in 20. That was kind of that's an outlier. Just having to be, weather was right, everything was perfect for that 20 when we went through that. But we have lowered it from that last infrastructure main replacement we did, about 70 leaks. Our average has dropped, and you can see it's dropped every year with this new our new EPA grant. Our hope is we can drop it another 70 somewhere in the leaks a year on average, which saves our O&M costs. We'll reduce our O&M costs, reduce our overtime. That's the biggest one, our overtime. So we'll continue that. Work on lowering our infrastructure leak index. So this is something that came out probably about 8 or 9 years ago from AWWA. Our goal is 3.5. And it used to be everyone would talk about it's unaccounted for water. Well, they don't like using the term unaccounted for water. You want to know where your water is going, where it's at. Plus, unaccounted water is if you'd have like a big company, say a company shut down, you might not have leakage the same, but one company shut down, so you use less units. It makes your unaccounted water look really bad. So they go to this. Infrastructure 3.5. we are a 5.5. That's going through, and we do this through our benchmarking we do every year now, AWWA benchmarking, and we're a 5.5. We've improved from 22's data, we were at 6. So we are improving slowly, moving down there, but honestly, that to get to the 3.5, we're probably 7 or 8 years away from that, but as long as we can keep trying to lower that every year. So, and
where does 3.5 come from?
it is it takes all your leaks, adds it together with your miles of pipe, with your customer base. It's a multiple of that. And when we do our benchmarking presentation, we'll dive more in that to look what gets that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That was what.
Yeah, so it's set, and if you look at it now, if you look at other utilities that like 54 utilities, I think it was, put in for that, because they don't all put in for every goal when they do it. We try to hit every one, but they're a lot better than us. But we have an old infrastructure. We have a lot of corrosion from our soils, and so we're fighting that because, you know, we didn't really start conquering that, putting protection on our mains until about 15 years ago, and we're slowly seeing that with our capital improvement projects, that our numbers going down, and we'll start saving some costs, so a little bit of cost. So the other one down below, complete the improvements on the existing 4 million gallon reservoir at Argentine. So like we talked earlier, the 7 million's been completed. It's in service. Now that allows us to take the 4 out, and that's what they're doing now. They're actually slowly draining it. Once it's drained, we'll hand it over to the contractor that did the 7 million. They'll make the improvements. Improvements in that is we're putting a pipe out of that that's going to go into the pumps, tie into the transmission mains that go into the pump station in Argentine. So what we'll have is water will go, as it comes from the treatment plant, it'll go into the 7 million. The 7 million has a wall in there, so we get circulating water in the reservoir. Then it'll go out of the 7 into the 4. In part of this construction, we're having another wall put in there that'll keep water moving around it. It'll have to go around, so it keeps a flow going, circulating the water, and then it'll come out. So that'll give us better water quality out at our system. So, and some of the other improvements we're going to be doing, the 24-inch main underneath the Kansas River at 12th Street, Call River. That project is, they have mobilized, our contractors mobilized. We finally got the contract through. We didn't have many, only had 2 bidders on that project. We've got it mobilized. Now we're waiting for we got our permit for the levee, but our contractor has to get his permit. He's waiting on that. Once we get that, he gets that permit in the next few weeks, probably have it, they'll start the boring process of underneath the river, the levee, and the railroad. The other part of that project is we'll have to set monitoring systems across the railroad to monitor that there's no change in their tracks or anything, any settlement. But we're going to be way below them down in bedrock coming up that hill. So the other part, the parallel pump station, electrical improvements, we hope to have substantial construction completed. The hurricane has put a little bit of hold on that, so we're kind of, it'll be real close because they had some, that built the switchgear, they had some damage to their facility, so it said it could slow them down a couple months. We'll see how that comes in, but hopefully it'll come in by the end of the year, or most of it by the end of the year. And then we're going to continue working on our raw water pumps at our collector wells. We've done 3 of them now. There's total 8 of them with the 2 wells. And we did dive down, saw there's a lot of damage to the pipe. And so we're going to be working on that, yearly pulling out a pump and sending it off, which is, it's about a 9-month process to pull it out, send it off, get it back, and put it back in service. So it usually takes about 9 months to do that. But we'll continue that, making those improvements on that. And then for the near future, we'll be replacing a pump. And then the last thing is an update. So we submitted our inventory for the service line material, and we'll have to do an annual update to KDHE every year, which we'd already did the heavy lifting with this, the guys have. And so all we have to do is continue to update that, which it's automatically updates. So if we got any service material changed, it'll get updated and submitted in June before July. Turn page 3. So this year's budget is roughly about $5.7 million less than last year, and that's all from capital. So we reduced our capital projects, kind of spread some of the grant projects and the loan projects out to spread them out over years. That gives us better ample time to get them done and complete them. On spending by areas, they're all roughly about the same. The biggest hit you can see is water mains, and that's from the capital projects coming down. So, like I said, if you'll see our total spending is $43 million for the year. Staffing, we reduced 1 position in water distribution. We currently have 2 openings in the whole water side. One is a electrical engineer controls processor for Nearman Water. We added a second position to that because we know that in the next couple years we're going to have a retirement. We need to start training someone. So a couple years ago, we added a position there, and we're trying to fill it. We've been trying to fill it for several months. It's going to be a difficult hire because of it's not only that's in the private. That kind of job is also in the private side, and they pay a lot more. So we're fighting that. So we're hoping we're hoping to find someone with experience. We might end up looking at bringing somebody in straight out of college and start training them. So, and then we have a distribution job that came open that we'll look about filling it next year too. Questions?
I was looking for, I remember you mentioning the tower at 38th and State, 38th and Parallel, was it?
38th Parallel, yep. About removing it?
Right.
Yep. Well, part of the cuts we ended up making, we initially was going to have it removed, but that's one that we had to pull out of the budget.
No, geez.
Yeah.
It's just something that I look for every time I.
Yeah. So it was in the budget, and when I presented, we were going to remove it, but when we looked at we needed to make some more cuts, that was one of the easier ones to cut. Just say we'll just move it down a year or two.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yep. So, on the O&M side, we did see an increase. Some of it has to do with personnel. One is we filled a lot of positions, so that would have been, we would have attritioned out. So we filled that, and then also as we reduce capital projects, that labor cost goes back into O&M. So, that is pretty much it. We did see increases, a little increases with chemicals. The chlorine has gone up. We did see an increase. We'll see that. It used to always be pretty stable. Then since COVID, it's kind of jumped up and down, and so we are going to see some increases with that. Other areas that a big is our city street improvements. That's always a big number. We was able to reduce it a little bit because our main leaks did come down a little bit, so we reduced it a little bit, but that's a big number that we always face. So, any questions on that?
You talked about chemicals earlier.
Yeah.
Well, the removal of fluoride,
Well, yeah. I honestly you don't know where that, so I would guess that will never be a total removal of fluoride, or maybe they may lower it, but I would guess that but it's a small amount.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, operating budget, our operating budgets as comes to maintenance, they pretty much have all stayed about the same. There's not really, large increases in it. The numbers have stayed. You know, we went through the COVID period and the material and supplies really jumped up. Well, some of that has settled back down, and which has helped us. But I don't think that, like I said, I think we're going to be pretty average of what we spend on O&M. We come in pretty close. Everybody does a good job, all my directors do, of looking at their O&M, following it, and trying to adjust every year. And so we some areas, like on my area, I have like a little bit of cost in there for professional services. I don't use it unless it's necessary. Something happens and we need to bring somebody in to look at it, but if not, I won't use it, and usually that's how we handle those. So that's pretty much it, unless you have any, well, I want to talk about capital a little bit. Like I said, capital, we have our annual ongoing projects. You guys did get the sheets and kind of break those out. But like, we spend a lot of money in water services, repairing galvanized lines. We spend a lot on the smalls, like 1 inch and below. It's always a large number. So we still have a lot of galvanized in our system. And we're replacing about every day. We have crews replacing that. We also, we put a big effort into fire hydrants, of trying to keep up with that. A fire hydrant may work today, and then next month it doesn't work. And you go, well, why is that? Somebody could have got on it and broke it. You don't know. We can't stop those things. It could be anywhere from a city, from someone trying to steal water, somebody who has a meter that pays for a water meter to be on a hydrant, and they don't report that it's not working. It could have been a fire department, which they're really good about turning in if they find a hydrant not working. So those are things that's a target that's moved. Like every year, you watch that as the inspection goes. We'll see that. The other one is water valves. So we've done every year we spend quite a bit of money replacing valves in the system. We're operating valves daily in the system, and some of these valves, they go back to the 30s and 40s and 50s. And what usually happens with those is that the corrosion finally gets to the bolts and stuff, and you start to operate them, and they start to break and come apart. So we continue to work on those. We'll continue to work in the power plant or the treatment plant on those, trying to keep up with those annual things that need to be worked on. Our staff does a really good job. We have beefed up our staff for our electrician techs. So not only are they doing the treatment plant, they're also doing the pump stations and doing any of our facilities. So that's saved us from having to contract out that electrical work. And so we were able to change out our whole lighting system by retrofitting what fixtures we have. They probably saved us over about $150,000 to $200,000 on not buying new fixtures for the engineering and getting everything over to LEDs. So capital projects, like I said, we talked about we're going to finish the $7 and $4 million. It's going to be done. The pump station hopefully will be completed. And then, like I said, the raw water pump is a really important one. We're going to be seeing that every year. And then we're going to try to do some improvements to the basins by doing some painting of material. We're going to try to see if we're able to use in-house painters on some of that, and if we can, we will. That's about it. Any questions for me?
Okay. Yep, we'll go on to electric supply. Here, we can use this. Okay. Anybody have 2024?
Okay, so, goals and objectives, like most groups, pretty much unchanged. Some of the big things we have happen in 25 is we'll have an audit with MRO, early in the year, so that's something we're working hard on right now to get the, evidence compiled from some of their early data requests. The map board, which we'll talk about in, the capital projects, the display that the system operators can see that shows the transmission system, which is pretty key for them to perform their transmission operation duties. So getting that project approved and getting that started will be good for the control room. Probably the biggest thing that we're going to be tracking and working closely with production on is the resource adequacy, capacity requirements, things like that, just making sure that we're doing our part and tracking the performance and maximizing the resources that we have and trying to keep those capacity numbers as high as possible with how we do maintenance, how we schedule the outages as much as we can, and then our involvement with the annual performance testing to ensure that we the accreditation as high as we can going into the performance-based tracking. So that'll be a big part of what we focus on going forward, kind of getting the pieces in place for the new capacity accreditation. We can jump to page 7. It kind of shows the comparisons between 24 and 25. Really, the only increase we had in the O&M side, 2131, some of our licensing and support costs have gone up with some of the vendors for some of our applications and tools that we use. The biggest one is probably the network model that we had added to our EMS SCADA system to account for the ambient adjusted ratings, which will be likely a new regulatory requirement on how ratings are calculated for the transmission lines, taking into account ambient temperature. So that's something that the network model will allow us to do, and we'll work with Darren's group and David's group to ensure that we're getting the correct information dumped into the SCADA system and accounting for the values accurately and complying with whatever the requirements are for that. Some of the building maintenance costs have come down. We've done a lot of maintenance to our switchgear in our building. We had some breakers rebuilt and had some older equipment replaced. A lot of that was done this year, so we're just down to a couple breakers left. And one of the other things that we included in that is we kind of got on board late this year with the fire system upgrade that ESDC and Water Engineering, I believe, and maybe Nearman Water, they're upgrading to Edwards fire system, which our system is original to the building, so from the early 90s. And coincidentally, we had some false alarms this year and some issues with the fire system itself. So we were able to get on with the project that's currently in place, and we're going to start the tail end of this year and use up some of the building maintenance dollars we had for 24, and we'll finish that project in early 25. But we were still able to decrease that line item number. That's really the only significant O&M changes. Talked a little bit about fuel and purchase power with Don. Some of the EIA projections for gas prices in 25, they're saying $3.10 average, and through 24 so far we're at $2.30. So the 40-cent at least forecasted price increase is obviously leading to some increased market prices, and I think that's where a lot of the anticipated increase in purchase power is going to come in. And then obviously the gas prices play such a big role in how Nearman gets utilized and what we see our prices locally. So gas is kind of a driver that affects several different factors that could touch that number, but I know they had forecasted higher prices for 24, and it's just impossible to really pinpoint what that gas market's going to do. Like, for instance, this week it's $1.55, which is the lowest we've seen in years. So we'll see if that turns out to kind of fall in line with what they're projecting. But that'll be one of the biggest factors in market prices and what our purchase power costs are going to be. The only thing left, I guess, would be capital, and we talked about the map board. That was our only project. That's something we're hoping to roll out in April. Everything's lined up with the vendor, and it should take about 2 months to complete. So, and that comes with the technical support and engineering services, along with all the hardware and labor and installation and everything like that. So that's all we had. Any questions?
So what is your $1 million,
Page are you on? What page are you on?
on page 7?
2131. The class type.
So it's really the bottom line, that you have a very much increase in labor, but the total increase in the total operating budget is about 6.
Purchase power. Yeah, purchase power was the.
Purchase power was
yeah.
So you're anticipating that's going to remain the same price of gas?
Yeah, I mean they're forecasting higher gas prices, which the domino effect of that is higher market prices. That's just based off of. I mean, they're looking at essentially the same data we would be as far as gas prices and some of the other factors, but you know, only time will tell. But that's just what they're kind of expecting at this point.
Okay, here's our options. Lunch is supposed to be coming down around 12:30. We can go into accounting and finance division now, or if you want to take a break and then we can grab lunch, or after that, or your pleasure.
I think we should do accounting. Well,
yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
Let's
go. So Randy's got accounting. Anybody got 2024? You do?
No.
Oh, you're good? Okay.
I only had one 2024.
Well, we passed them around, because not everybody has the same thing.
Probably in there somewhere, right?
Hang on one second, Randy. Yeah. Well, so it's up to the board.
Could you repeat the question, because nobody could hear it?
About?
Could you repeat the question for the record, because nobody could hear her question?
Oh, her question was, do we do a normal lunch break, or do we grab our lunch and continue? Okay. So it's up to the board whether you want to, you know, get lunch, take a 15, 20-minute break, grab lunch, and then continue after that. Kind of, well, I mean, it'll be a little bit tough for Rose if we're sitting there rustling our food papers and everything. So, you know, we might want to eat lunch if, and then start up after that, maybe.
That's my
Yeah, that's gonna be easier for whoever presents as well.
Yeah.
They didn't have to talk with their mouth full. So
we'll take a break and eat lunch,
yeah.
30 minutes or so, and then, okay? All right.
Sounds good.
Rose, that work for you too?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Okay. Randy?
Okay, I'm going to handle accounting's department and also financial planning, since Andrew's no longer here, so I'm gonna touch on both those.
Remind me.
Both departments are very similar in nature. The majority of the costs are in the people that we have. Specifically, I'm gonna jump to page 2 and 3 on that book. We've continued our trend. We've reduced a couple more staff in our departments. We've gone from 8, we're down to 12. We were at 16 before 2020, and prior to that, we were at 18. So we're continuing to have a reductions in staff in those areas. So that's really been how we've been managing our numbers. We've been managing that attrition and so forth. So the majority of, like I said, 85% of the costs are in our people. The remaining costs kind of lie in audits, financial services that we pay for, banking fees, so forth, and some actuary and 2 actuary studies that we do for the pension plan and our OPEB plan as well. Everything else is pretty much the same. There's been no change. You know, we do all the things from payroll to budgeting to payables to reporting and all those areas. So I'll take any questions if you have anything, but there's really not a whole lot there to talk about.
You gave the presentation as if you might be hungry. No, just very, very good. Thorough.
Yeah, I'd be more than willing to talk about
Go ahead.
or things like that, but so going to financial planning, their department, this, you know, if you remember a couple years ago, this was out of ECC, under the electric supply planning area, so that was moved into, I guess, underneath the accounting finance umbrella a couple years ago, I guess it was last year. Their costs are, like I said, they have 4 staff members. There'll probably be some attrition in there next year with filling Andrew's role and so forth, so, you know, that could drive these overall numbers down a little bit. So there's some opportunity there for some savings. The major reduction in cost, there's about $200,000 reduction, and a lot of that is because the IRP study's gone and it's been no longer there, and so those costs have been reduced. The other major things that go on in that department, there's some software costs for some planning models and some fees associated with SPP and some legal fees. Other than that, that's really the majority of where all the costs lie. So overall, I think that budget's down about 15% total from where it was the previous year. And like I said, that was mostly related to the IRP study that's been reduced. There's no capital in either one of those departments, so it's just strictly O&M costs. Be open to any discussions or questions if y'all have any.
How many, would you say were employed in the financial planning? 4?
4.
That includes Andrew's position as well.
Okay.
So there's 3 people down there now.
Okay.
Any questions?
And they were out at, with Jaren
Yep,
last year?
23.
Okay.
Well, I guess that was last year. 25 and, yep. So. All right, the last section is purchasing and supply, or in stores, so we'll go over to Becky Aldinger.
Good morning. My name's Becky Aldinger. I'm the Director of Purchasing and Supply Chain for BPU, for those of you that I've not met. I've been here now for almost 4 years. I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to share a little bit of insight behind the numbers for the budget for the Purchasing and Supply Chain Group. Our number is about $3.2 million So compared to some of the other groups, it's very small, but we do have an impact on the others and their budget because we obviously work closely with them when we're talking about capital projects and the labor and the materials and those types of things to support the project. So at a high level, our mission is very simple. It's to get the right materials to the right place at the right time and at the right price. But behind that, there's a whole lot of work that goes into making sure we're successful in everything from managing the supplier relationships to mitigating the risk, making sure we have a competitive bidding process in place, and then supporting the contracts that BP uses for our operations to run smoothly. Our budget, you can flip to the next one if you want, is really primarily labor-driven. About 96% of our spend is on labor, so there's really not a whole lot of fluctuation in our budget from year to year. We have faced some staffing challenges the last couple of years just with vacancies and turnover and that type of thing, and it's mostly because people are pursuing other opportunities within BPU, and so then we backfill those positions. So it's been a bit of a struggle to keep full staffed, but I am happy to say that right now we are at full staff. So let's see. One of our major initiatives this year has been the implementation of EAM or Maximo Mobile for the supply chain, and so we're kind of leading that implementation for the company. The operating groups are going to follow behind us, so we're working with the vendor to work out some of the kinks in that implementation. But we're replacing our outdated 1990 handheld scanner guns with, most likely it'll be iPad minis that we'll be using. So I feel like, and then that'll help improve our efficiencies with not having to push paper back and forth and that type of thing. So it'll really streamline our process and get us up to where we need to be as far as taking advantage of the technology that's available. So you can read through here what our goals and objectives are, and if anybody has any questions regarding supply chain and purchasing, I'd be happy to entertain questions.
Yes, I have a million questions. My concern since I've been on the board has been the purchasing of, well, the decisions made regarding our requests for bids and how that's reported to the board. Where we put out bids, requests for proposals, and how that is reported to the board, and then when those contractors are considered and approved, and where the board is involved in that. Because when I saw the audit, it concerned me, about our responsibility, our fiduciary responsibility when it came to those items. That's why I ask sometimes, how often do we do requests for bids for these different things? Because the equity has been questioned, about our process, and so I think those reports would help the board, feel more comfortable, or help me as a board member feel more comfortable in knowing, how that process works, being a new board member, and how we are responding, particularly when it comes to various contracts that are awarded, some not going through an RFP, that I've been made aware of, supposedly. I'm like, wait a minute, that's, and so I'm wondering, how is that reported to the board, and how is the board maintaining their oversight and fiduciary responsibility when it regards those things? And I'm looking at I'm comparing that with what the charter ordinance says about the reports that we should be receiving, from general manager or from BPU regarding those items. And so I want to make sure that we're in compliance and that we're doing what we're supposed to do,
Yep.
you know, and that those types of things are reported to us so that we are aware and can make sure that we're doing our jobs.
Yeah. So I will say that we do have a purchasing policy that we follow, and we rolled out training sessions earlier this year to the operations groups, and
Good.
I can't speak to what was done in the past.
Okay.
I can only speak to what I've tried to do since I've been here, and that is to implement a practice and a policy that is fair and equitable and creates a level playing field for everybody, so.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That makes me feel much more comfortable.
Yeah.
And you've been here how long?
4 years, going on 4 years.
Okay, good.
So,
Very good.
yeah, so, you know, there is the policy, and, you know, we do use a competitive bid process, like I said, so.
For all your purchasing.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Thank you so much.
yeah.
I feel much better about it.
Yeah, now I will say there are times that we do a sole source, but that requires documentation and explanation. You know, a lot of times it's driven by, we have an OEM that only has authorized certain people to do certain types of work because of the equipment that's involved and that type of thing.
Well, if it comes into question, then I'll know who to contact you.
Yep.
Great.
And we do get open records requests from time to time that we're required to provide information on who has, you know, bid certain projects and that type of thing, and we comply.
Thank you.
Right,
Is that
Amber?
policy, is that policy, purchasing policy, is it online? So Stevie could go and,
It is it on the, portal?
Yes, it's on the portal.
Okay,
Portal, so,
so we can get you a copy of it,
thank you very much.
yeah.
Thank you
so you can go and you can read it and see what they.
You know, once upon a time, our stores had like too much stuff.
Yeah.
And is that still a problem, or?
Here's what I'll say is, I mean, they're always looking at that, you know, and so when they do replace some,
Okay, too much stuff was
line-
probably not the right way to say that.
yeah, lines or go with a vendor or something that, you know, they have to tweak it in some way, and now we have, you know, some surplus of, you know, in case this other broke or whatever. But I would say, our, supervisor of stores does a good job looking at obsolete inventory and trying to move it in some way of, recouping some of our money. You know, we have, opportunity through, was it gov.deals or whatever, to put our, surplus stuff out there. You know, we had to go through a pretty intense process when Quindaro was shut down.
Right.
There was a lot of, material at Quindaro and then Nearman, so the plant staff has worked with stores in order to determine what are things down there that they can also use at Nearman and vice versa or whatever. So, you know.
Does this ever come to the fact that some things we have are just obsolete now?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And you can't sell it, you know, you can't
But-
find it.
They do a good job of separating that stuff, not just pitching it in the dumpster, but if it's metal, we can send it to our recycler and recover the small part there, or
Okay.
We do monitor our inventory turns and how fast equipment is moving through our system as well. So I would like the number up here. These guys aren't as willing to, we might need it, you know, so there's a happy balance. There definitely is a happy balance there, and.
I noticed that we listed a lot of stuff on Purple Wave, that auction, the government, they auction stuff off. Do we put things on there other than vehicles and equipment?
No, we really have not had much luck. Not Purple Wave. We haven't used it much, but we have used Gov Deals in the past, and there's just not a lot of, well, how old is N1, Nearman?
40.
And how old is Quindaro? They're old plants, and there's not a lot of sister plants to them where people would be looking for that vintage, It's really hard to sell that stuff.
We use the Purple Wave mainly for fleet and work equipment. Gov Deal is what you use for the other stuff,
Yeah,
but we started doing the Purple Wave for the equipment maybe about 5 years ago or so. And it's been really successful because prior to that, we were taking trade-in values and we were scrapping things. And so Jason's bunch worked with Lori at the time and her purchasing group to get us going on that side. And we've recovered quite a bit of money selling the equipment that way.
And I can understand if you catch a good price, such as if you could store gas, at the price that it is now, you probably do that, and I can understand maintaining that surplus because of the price that you're able to get it at a
Usually what we arm wrestle over is legacy parts and pieces where we still have things in the system that Steve's group's operating or Darren's group's operating, and, we don't know if we can get a replacement or, maybe an $80,000 switchgear. It's a tough pill for them to swallow that that's sitting there not being used and it's $80,000. But when one fails, we need it, and the lead time might be 8 weeks or something, So I will say
52 weeks.
There you go.
There's a lot of that at the plant, they've got motors or things like that that they need as a backup whenever it happens, but,
There may be things in there 30 years old, but breaks one day that we need.
Yeah, and it's like for water, transmission main water, there's, piping and stuff. You can't just make a call and have it here overnight. It usually could take 2 or 3 weeks to get it. We can't do that with the water side. We gotta be able to have something. So we're gonna have that large material that may haven't been out in 15 years, but it's gonna be sitting in there for if we have to use it for that emergency.
I think I still want to step in this. Sounds like that. Been there 30 years, might be.
I think we are cognizant of the amount of inventory that we have, because that's just, that's money just sitting.
Yeah, it seems like I remember some time back that they were trying to figure out a way to,
We've been through several programs over my lifetime here, but, rarely used inventory, things like that, of trying to figure out what is that number that we need and identify that. And I think with, Maximo, they've changed the way they do their cycle inventory now, and, I think that also helps.
It was a tough sell right before lunch. I figured I'd hear everybody's stomachs growling.
Okay, that word food is in the conference room over there, so we'll break for now, Rob. How about
1:15.
1:15?
Okay, we're back from our lunch break and ready to proceed with the budget presentation. Lori, would you?
Okay. So our next division up is corporate compliance. We'll turn it over to Lee.
Lori, real quick, I'm the winner of 2024.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's red book.
You're a double winner today.
2025 on it.
And Lori, what was the book that our IT book is at 2026?
Okay, does she have the PDF for IT?
Sure. Do you want me to go ahead and get started, or you?
I'll go ahead and forward her all of them.
Okay. Are we good? Everybody good? Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Lee.
Okay, thank you, for sitting here, listening to our budget today. I appreciate the time. I have, AJ Kaufholt and Ingrid Setzler, I think you've met both of them, who work in the compliance team, and they can ask any, or answer any specific questions that you may have, especially the technical ones. Just, from a high-level perspective, our function really is to make sure that that BPU, follows all the rules and regulations requirements for electric power and then water, production and distribution. And so with that, we have the environmental regulatory compliance function. The NERC standards fall underneath us, which are the reliability standards, and then risk management, internal audit, and the insurance contracts fall under our division as well. And just at a very high level, the work plan goals and objectives you'll find here are similar to last year. I do want to point out that we have a presentation next Wednesday on the new administration and estimated or predicted changes that what might occur on the environmental side next Wednesday. And so with that, we probably as a team will be spending more time on the policy side in 2025 than we have in the past. I also wanted to mention, and Jaron mentioned this earlier, that we are under a 3-year audit this year. And so AJ's team is leading that effort with Midwest Reliability Organization, which is our regulator over the reliability standards. And we've already started gathering all the information to provide them in support of that audit as they want to collect evidence from us, and that will be probably through March, probably.
Yeah, mid-February. Yep.
Yeah, February to March timeframe, so that's a big effort on our part. Also, since I joined BPU, one of the things that I'm working on is looking at our compliance program and to see if there's any gaps. And we did identify that the SPPs, of the Southwest Power Pool's Market Rules Compliance Program, is not held in the compliance team, and so we'll be building out that compliance program in 2025. So that's an effort that's different this year than last year. We are also working on the enterprise risk management plan for the company, and we'll probably be bringing that to the board in early 2025. As well, we were working with all of the leadership team and Bill's direct reports to kind of identify the enterprise risks that BPU should be mitigating in the next probably 1 to 5 years. And so we'll be working on a document, and we'll be presenting that to you in 2025. And really, those are all the major highlights this year. Just skipping to the budget discussion, and maybe, Rob, if we can go to page 7. And the budget, that's just the general budget for our team. One of the things that, in building out a budget for the year is, when you manage a compliance function, you look at what are the new rules and regulations, what have we been previously spending money on, do we have any increases to any categories, and what can we cut back on, so the items that we really didn't draw down on, in previous years. And so we have some increases on the environmental services area, just in terms of monitoring the GHG CO2 emissions, and also in conjunction with the Dawn mentioned the SCR catalyst replacement this next year, so monitoring that and getting that service back online. And then we were also able to cut back. I took out the risk management and consulting services. It's number 2390 on the budget, because that expense category had not been utilized over the past couple of years, and didn't really feel a need to budget for that this year. We also have one less position this year. So we had a position that was in Ingrid's budget for 2 or 3 years. I think Ingrid didn't hire. It had been there for quite some time. We had never hired for that position, so it was not a termination. It was just, we don't really need that position right now. So we took that out of the budget. And then one of the larger items that are actually is a carryover from 2024 to 2025 is the capital budget item. And that's in connection with the new regulatory compliance requirement that FERC ordered on monitoring for ambient temperatures. And so we would have had a break-even budget with last year if it hadn't been for that, and that was about $225,000 that carried over from 2024 that will be in 2025. And those are the big highlights. You all, I don't have anything. Do you have anything to add, AJ or Ingrid?
Pretty good.
Have any questions for me?
No, and I discussed, maybe I want to clarify on the SCR catalyst, it's because of one of the air regulations for the Good Neighbor Cross-State Air Pollution Rule. And we'll talk about more of this on Wednesday, but I presented to you all the board in July. Good Neighbor is one of those that were stayed for only the 23 states. I mean, there is a national stay. Kansas is one of 5 that has not yet been determined, so to speak, by EPA. We're kind of hanging out there. So that catalyst is because of that, we needed to purchase that and maintain that in order to meet, emission, goals for that regulation. I just throwing that out there, clarification.
You know, I just one other thing too, is that this is my ninth year being a compliance officer in the electric power sector, and have seen an increase in the number of rules and regulations over the past 9 years. And so with that, managing your budget is really important, and I just wanted to, say with the team, it's really a team effort, to doing that. So we try to do it very efficiently. And, in any kind of large increases to the budget, I would envision us to be able to really, give notice to the board about that, if we have an increased regulation, requirement. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions? All right, thank you. Next up is Customer Service Division.
Okay, I'm gonna go. Beautiful yellow, bright yellow, real yellow.
Big bird.
Big, the big bird, okay, thank you. Thank you, Bob. Big bird book.
Big bird book?
Yes, have the big bird. So, the Customer Service Division, it includes customer relations, customer service, customer accounting, cash operations, collections, customer service analytics, UMS coordinators, QA analysts, and administrative assistants. If you will look on page 5, you will see in our staffing that we have no increase, no change this year. And then if you will go to page 7, you will see that the majority of the increase in our budget is in our banking, cash management, treasury. That has gone up, and I'll talk about what that is. And then in our outside printing and duplicating. Those are the areas that had the increases. So if you would turn to page 9. I'm sorry, it wasn't page 9. Which page that is. If you would turn to page 11, you'll see most of our increase is in electric bill payment. And that is our payment because most of our customers now, a lot of them pay online. So those charges are increasing, and so we've had to do a significant increase in the amount that we had before and it's about $300,000 to accommodate those changes. The other major change, which I said was a $30,000 change, was in our duplicating printing, and that's what our bill print, the bills that we print now is outsourced, and there are significant costs in postage and printing. And so those are the majority of the increases in our area. Anybody have any questions?
One of the work plan goals and objectives was to implement incentives to increase adoption of programs.
Mm-hmm.
What sort of incentives are we talking about? Is it something maybe for flex, to get people for flex pay? And if it is, what incentive are we offering?
Well, I'll say a little bit, and then I'm going to let you talk about it a little bit. One of them is in flex pay, but the other one is in e-bill. Because of those increases that we're seeing in the postal service and the printing, then any of the bills that we have to send out that has increased that budget. So the more e-bill customers that we get, the more that cost decreases. So that's one of the areas. And then the next one is flex pay. We'd like to see more people on our flex pay because in that area, when you're on flex pay, everything is online. You don't even get a bill, a printed bill. And so those, again, decrease those costs. And work on some incentives.
Yeah, we've talked about incentives. Other utilities that have done those specifically for e-bill, if you switch to e-bill, they've done bill credits for doing so, especially if there's a 12-month commitment, because there is a cost savings for the utility, and so passing that some on to the customer. In addition, if there's contest drawings, things like that, anything to be on a program. Same thing with flex pay, there may be an opportunity to offer some kind of bill credit incentive if you stay on these programs for a certain amount of time, and if you do multiple programs. For example, if you're doing e-statement and like auto bank draft or auto payment, offering multiple incentives for the more things that you do. Many other utilities do these kind of things, especially with, regarding the e-statement.
Okay. So we're not doing it yet, but these are things we're considering.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Go ahead, Rose.
Thanks. So this is maybe more of a general question than it is a specific question on the budget, although I guess the lack of it being included in the budget, I think gives you my answer. But, you know, we've several board members, you know, have pushed for, you know, an extension of lobby services. I understand that the lobby is available by appointment today, during a specific period of time. And I wondered, I guess, where we're at in the potential extension of lobby hours and even by appointment, if that's being considered at all. I guess I'll start there.
Great question.
Right. So, one part of it, Rose, I will answer is that we do have a position that is currently out and, for, bid. It's now on our website. No, I don't think, I know it's inside.
It just went out.
Yep,
Yep.
it just went out. Okay, I was gonna say, I think it just went out. But that will be an in-person, person in the lobby that will be their permanent position, which now we don't have that. We don't have a person. Once we close the lobby, we reduce the staff in that area. So if you look at staff, you'll see that from 2019, it continued to go down. So we went from like 51 to 44. So that personnel is no longer here. And so what we are doing is hiring a person that will consistently be working in that area so we can extend the days from 3 days to 5 days, and the hours would extend as well. And so that will help to have more appointments and more opportunities. So we are doing that one thing.
Yes, that would still all be appointment. Those
Yes,
are,
yeah, still appointment based. To answer the other half of Rose's questions, we looked, just because we figured this would come up as a question. So the impact of opening, the financial impact of opening the lobby, initially there would be additional, at least two additional employees, perhaps more depending on the hours and the fluctuation, additional to security personnel, additional costs for picking up payments that we receive, because right now we don't have that. So an annual cost of about $326,000 every year. The upfront cost would be an additional $100,000 to $150,000 for some remodeling costs, plus equipment that we don't have right now for receipt printers, currency counters, and other cameras. Costs that are difficult to measure would be our liability, chance of lobby robbery, injuries, accidents, safety concerns such as altercations or active shooter.
Didn't we just recently remodel the lobby and put
Yes.
offices down there?
We have offices down there. We have people who sit down there. That's their regular location. So we would have to relocate them, redesign it again, in order to open it, for a walk-in basis to the public.
And we do have security 24 hours, 24/7, right?
We do, but we would need additional security if we're having multiple people coming in, because the guard is working the whole building, the whole facility, and so we would need somebody stationed there at all times when public would be coming in. My understanding is when it was open, there was a lot of checking people, because they would set off the security alarm and have items on them that they should not be having that would need to be confiscated, and just making sure that they were conducting business in an orderly fashion.
Is it possible if someone shows up thinking maybe the lobby was open like it was before,
Yeah.
it's not, there's a number they can call to schedule an appointment.
Uh-huh.
Is it ever possible that they call it and someone is available at that time?
To help them?
Yeah.
So this is what we currently do, and this is why this is going to become a permanent position. When we get the scheduled appointments, more than likely, someone will contact them prior to their appointment to see, you know, to just clarify what they need, if they need to bring certain things, what the need is. And many of our appointments are canceled because they talk to that person on the phone, they get the information that they need. And so this will help with that position to mitigate some of that. So, you know, we'll have a person doing that in a permanent position. So normally a lot of times when we call the person, the questions are answered over the phone, and they end up canceling their appointments, so they don't have to come in.
And that makes tons of sense to me if they know to do the call and schedule the appointment.
Right.
What's the lag time from, hey, I call, I want to schedule an appointment, to the soonest appointment I could get if I'm a customer?
It's the next day, right?
Okay.
Now, to your point though, when we have this dedicated person, we have an office there that, currently we rotate, people to meet with those that set appointments. We would have somebody in that office, and if they were not currently meeting with somebody, there could be the potential that maybe they could take that a little bit more immediately, depending if they were already meeting with someone. And so that's, having this dedicated person allows additional flexibility that Janetta spoke to as far as hours and availability and time, to serve the customers.
How easy is it to find the number they have to take?
On the website.
It's on the website.
And you just click on schedule
When I
appointment.
click on schedule appointment, then what I receive is, person appointment, 30 minutes, sorry for what you get address, person appointment with customer service, please arrive promptly, your meeting will be canceled, and I don't see a number on my mobile device.
It should be a link. You don't call in to schedule an appointment, you schedule the appointment online. You don't call in to schedule the appointment.
Click on the date in order to do so?
Yes.
For the
That's
online one, there is a number you can call. It's in our IBR. It's also posted in the vestibule as well.
Right.
Yes. So that way, if somebody does walk in there thinking that they can walk in, there's the number is there available.
The next question I was gonna ask. The number would be on the website, I mean.
It should be on the
I was
website.
trying to.
It is.
And Janetta, in that circumstance, right, someone shows up hoping they can just resolve it in person. There's a number posted. They call that number. Sounds like oftentimes they may not know all the documentation that they need to have for the appointment to get it resolved. So even if they could walk into the lobby, it would probably be a similar, in some, not all circumstances, but in a lot of circumstances, similar conversation in person in the lobby that they'd be having on the phone, which is, hey, you need to come back and bring X, Y, and Z documents.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Rose has a question as well, and then I have a comment to read from, Senator Haley.
You can read his comment first if you want, Rob.
Thank you. So from Mr. Haley, it says, regrettably in another meeting, but want realistic assessment of using existing security as well as personnel as well as office in lobby now. Is it doable and should be contained with existing resources and personnel absorbed therein? Haley.
So I think I will try to answer this way. As I said before, you can look at the numbers and see that we did not retain that personnel because there wasn't a need to once we closed the lobby. And so actually cash operations and customer service both reduced their staff. And so we would need to, there's three people now where there used to be 6 in the lobby. So hopefully we could do 2, but, and there, it was set up, the different setup. But we did have, when the lobby was open, thousands of people that would come in per month. So the additional security, I think, would just be a must. It would definitely be a must.
I can speak from security perspective, that one guard is not gonna be able to safely manage, guard is expected also to, monitor the parking facility and external, parts of the building, so there's no way we could safely operate this building with one guard.
And a reminder that Kansas law requires that if you're not gonna allow weapons in the building, then you have to have an armed guard with, a scanning mechanism, and they have to scan everyone.
Correct, yeah, we have to monitor the scanning device, for everybody that comes in that door, let alone when you have irate customers. I think our security personnel will tell you that almost each and every day they have to escort people out, had to escort people out of this building.
Well, and to add on to Mr. Haley's comment about using existing staff, right now we are trying to improve our service via phone. We're looking at a new IVR, wanting a faster answer rate, service so customers can handle most of their business that way if possible. If we were to use those resources for the lobby, the ability to do that will diminish significantly.
Okay, but thank you. Let Rose answer Rose's question.
Yeah, so, and I think I just want to clarify what I'm hearing. And so we're saying that this is going forward, this is going to be a person to staff the lobby on an appointment basis. Is that right?
Yes.
So we would not have just regular walk-ins, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then that person also would not necessarily be handling money. I mean, BPU for a very long time was run like it was an arm of Security Bank, despite the fact that we don't bank with Security Bank that sits next door to us. But we were acting like a bank. So this person, they might be able to assist perhaps with a kiosk, but other than that, not like taking payments from a customer. Is that right? Did I understand that correctly?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
And so, you know, I mean, I think what you guys are doing is certainly everything I've envisioned for extending, you know, lobby access, you know, sort of in a more controlled way. And I don't know why that wouldn't meet the needs of the population in KCK that still needs access to the lobby. So I appreciate the response. I appreciate what you guys have moved ahead to do, and I look forward to seeing this one rolled out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was my question. When is the rollout?
Well, the position is posted externally right now.
Well, I just need to resign and then apply.
Sure. The position was posted internally originally to see if we had any internal bidders. Now it's external, so we will be hiring somebody to fill that position. So we'll have that dedicated position. We'd really like to have that to be able to roll out in January, first part of the year. Right now, we still have the appointments Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We're going to expand those with this dedicated person, so that just offers more time for people. And it really is, you think about coming into a walk-in lobby, you could be waiting 30, 45 minutes or longer, and if you're over a lunch break or you've got other things to do, where here, that 30 minutes is yours. You are for sure getting that 30 minutes. And that's why we tell people we can only wait so long, because we don't want to interfere with the next appointment time.
You know, I'm hoping we can get to this conversation, okay? Because part of it is, and what I've tried to state is, our lobby currently is open, okay? It's not the same lobby operation as before, but if you make an appointment, anybody can come in and meet with a representative. So, in my mind, the lobby is open and has been open for several weeks or months now. Mm-hmm. The other part is that the conversation can shift toward, okay, we're just now going to have dedicated resources there every day because the lobby is open, and now we'll make sure we have a staff person there every day to help support any increase in the need for people to come in. I think that's the better conversation with the public going forward. The other part, I'll just remind the board, probably, especially for those that's been on the board for a while, for 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, however far, when you want to go back, we've had these customer research groups. We've done surveys, and repeatedly the community has said they want to communicate with BPU by phone, okay? And that's been a constant. Probably 80% of our community of people that have talked to us have said that. It haven't been, we want people sitting around the lobby to walk in and be able to meet with you that way. We want to speak by phone. So I mean, we're offering that up to, okay, if you want to meet with us, not just go to the website and sign up, but there's a telephone number you can call, and then we can escalate that, see what your needs are, see if you really need to come in, and if you still do, we can set an appointment that way. But in addition to that, because the lobby is closed, we're spending tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars and support to the community by eating the cost of fees for all the kiosks, eating the cost of fees for the website, doing all this other stuff. There's a lot of money that BPU is not charging the community to be able to still do business with BPU without having to come in. Now, if we're going to go back and say, well, now we're going to put millions of dollars back into lobby operations, well, okay.
Hundreds of thousands.
Or hundreds of thousands, okay. I mean, where do you go? Where do you draw the line? I mean, and then where's these responsibilities, these decisions becoming sound financial decisions at the same time if we're meeting most of our customer objectives and say, hey, we're providing mostly what the customers are asking for. We'll never be 100%.
I think sorry.
I have another comment from Senator Haley. The BPU operated a readily accessible lobby all day long, even until 7 p.m. some nights before COVID. Public can come in off the street, sign in and wait to be seen, have one or two existing representatives operate from the lobby, not their existing cubicles. After the lobby contact, attempt to retrofit customers to phone or web access for future contact. It should not cost thousands of dollars to re-engage.
Well, I would ask Janetta to talk to how effective those extended hours were, okay? And we had people sitting around waiting on people to show up.
I think, in my opinion, I think it's just hard for people who've always come into the lobby prior to COVID to accept that the fact, I mean, it's an older generation like me, and it's hard to accept the fact that I can't go in there and pay my BPU bill, get some change, and then go to the grocery store. And, you know, it's a habit that a lot of our customers who are right around here had, and it's hard to break that habit. That's kind of the way, you know, but I think just like everything, once they get into the new habit of this is, you know, this is how you can make an appointment, or this is how you can talk to somebody. For a lot of the older generation, I think it's just one-on-one. They want to have somebody in front of them to talk to.
And I think their approach is trying to get back.
Yeah, once you get this approach nailed down and they realize that they can't use us as a bank as they have in the past, I think things will roll along a little smoother.
And we did offer those services before. As you said, we stopped a very long time ago. I was in cash operations for a very long time, and we stopped, but we used to actually take paychecks, and as long as they were paying the entire bill, and we would cash their checks and give them change. We needed to stop that because then that was more cost for us, because we had to consistently have the bank, our armored services bringing in change, and we had to have more armored services, which I included the cost to increase armored services if we had armored car services, if we had that. When we were open on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we did stay open till 7. We kept 2 lobby representatives, and we kept a cashier, and it was just very underutilized time because not very many people came in. Some Tuesdays or Thursdays, they would get 2 people, sometimes 5 people, but we were paying for people to stay here when we had very good customers, as well as the armed guards that were staying here as well. So that was a big cost compared to, I think, little service that we were actually providing at that time to our customers. And so it was asked, and definitely we did that. You know, we opened up for those hours, but it wasn't very much utilized by our customers.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
My main concern was that we provided customer service, good customer service. My concern came when people testified that they could not reach anyone by phone. That frustrated the heck out of me. You know, they should be able to call in, and so the fact that they put that number, got the number, that's why I said, is it on the website? It's on the website because I want to make sure that number's available and ready for them to call and say, hey, here's my issue, you know, what can I do? Can I set up an appointment, you know, to come see you if what I need to? But the thing is that people didn't have access to that number. And when they called the other number, you know, they waited on hold forever, you know, and that was very, very disheartening and to find out that we had a more than one customer, report that to me, that was something that I felt needs to be fixed. So getting that number accessible, and out to the customer, that was the most important thing, I think, to me.
So Stevie, I did look at the website too, and yes, that number is not as prominently displayed as it needs to be, so.
Yeah, there's a button to schedule an appointment, and it says right underneath, or call, but we can put that in a new location, because it's right there. Yeah, so we can make that more predominant, and I believe it's on the IVR as well, so if you call our general number and I'm not sure what it is, but press to make an appointment or something like that.
If it's the or call and they hit the or call and they call in, then are they put in the queue and do they need to sit there for however long it takes to?
I don't believe so. I believe the menu comes up and it gives them the option to press a number. I don't know which, say, example 7, press 7 to set an appointment or something, and it takes them directly to that line to do that.
So they're not on hold for.
They should not be if they're just wanting to set an appointment. If you're on hold for waiting for a representative to become available, or waiting for a representative to become available, like to set a payment arrangement or something like that, because maybe currently all of them are busy, but to set an appointment shouldn't be, because it can also, you can leave a voicemail saying, I want to schedule an appointment.
And
so there's
that
option
number,
there.
yeah, that's a dedicated number to schedule an appointment. So if they call that number, if someone isn't readily there to answer that number, they leave a message, they call back, they set the appointment up for them and schedule the appointment for them.
Yeah.
However, in that conversation, if there's something that they can do to help them because you're talking to them, and ask them, because you have to put on the form what the appointment is about, and if they say, it's regarding a billing issue, then we can discuss the billing issue with you. And so we have that opportunity at that time. So that's how that number works. They will actually help you schedule the appointment if you can't go online and do it. But because we try to return calls, we have someone available to do that before they come in. A lot of times they can just get, information at that point as to what they need to do.
I think
So will that call go to this new dedicated position?
Yes, it'll be a same number, but a person will have somebody there 5 days a week. So if they're not on an appointment, they can do that as well as when they finish.
Rose?
Yeah, I lowered my hand. I mean, can anybody go to the DMV today with just walk in?
No.
Or retag your car and just walk in?
Well, it depends on who you are. I mean, to be honest, it depends on who you are.
Not at the DMV.
Yeah, it depends on who you are.
Oh, I don't think so. I mean, that's not been my experience. I
yeah.
mean, I get an appointment online and I go do the thing. I mean, you guys, we're trying to, I just want to reiterate that thank you for these efforts, for extending this level of service to our customers, in a lobby setting. Appreciate it. I am not in favor of moving this any further than what you guys are already doing, unless demand would dictate it.
I agree. I think, sounds like
I do too.
approaching consensus, perhaps not all the way there. I think the current set of options is good. I think just any time that we have the chance to make that phone number more readily available. Because I am a go-to-the-website person, and if I can do it without calling a number, that's what I as a customer would do. But I do know that's not the first instinct for all the customers, and phone is probably the next, thing in line there. I'm curious if that's something we could have somehow available on the kiosks that we have around. And I don't expect, we don't have to invent ideas now, but I think just the general idea that I'm hearing and definitely echo is just everything we can do to get that number out.
Mm-hmm.
I was curious, Janetta, do we ever have folks who call in, they're talking with a customer service rep, maybe, sure this never happens, but they get frustrated, right? Sometimes the appeal of an in-person appointment is just to cut through the frustration of talking to someone on the phone. Do we ever, if they have hit that point, do our customer service reps give them the option of, hey, if you want, you're welcome to schedule an in-person appointment, and here's the dedicated number for that?
They will allow them to tell them where to go online to find that, and they can also give them the number. They can also transfer them to that.
Oh, perfect. Okay, great. Thank you.
That is available.
So can you guys, and I know you're working on those IVR enhancements, and you know, I know that's long overdue. I will state that first. But at the same time, you know, be fully transparent, my prior conversation was always, if we're making these decisions in technology, let's take our time and get it right, so that we're not picking the wrong technology, and then, you know, 2 years later we're trying to go back and put in something different. So, and I know you guys have taken that to heart, and you're working through that. But what's the expected timeline for getting this new IVR stood up?
So we're working on making a selection of the vendor here shortly, so that way we can move forward. I would say realistically probably second or third quarter of 2025. But we should see significant changes just in the options. So right now for our Spanish-speaking customers, if there's no rep available, then they just leave a message. And this would give them self-service options where they could check their balance or get other information in the system. And then we can do some other routing and some things like that. So just figuring out how we can serve customers in different ways. And so we're a few months out, but I think we're going to see a significant impact. We're also looking at a language interpretation service that can help. So we have multiple, languages that we serve in this community, and so that way, if they call, we're able to assist them through an interpretation service that allows us to communicate with those customers. So there's a lot of different options. I recently looked at, we have approximately 30,000 contacts that come into our IVR every month, and that's quite a few for our service. Now those are not contacts that are talking to people. So that means they're calling and checking a balance. They're calling to check and see, are they eligible, to be disconnected? They're calling for a lot of reasons and working in the IVR, not necessarily trying to reach an agent. And so we need to provide all kinds of services for them to be able to do that, to do those self-serve options, whether it's make a payment, check a balance, whatever the situation may be.
Senator Haley has the following two comments to add. So, 18th Street has walk-in, and it's the DMV nowhere near as crucial or unique as habitability power.
The other thing I will say about the language line that Abby did mention, that will be helpful as well, is when we get someone that is going to be that dedicated person for scheduled appointments, they'll also be able to use that line as well. At this point now, we make sure we accommodate everyone that comes in. If it's a Spanish-speaking customer, we bring down a representative that will help them. Once this is in place, we can use those services to help with that area as well as throughout the utility. So that will be, because we have people in the field that also ask about those services. So.
I want to go back to what Tom asked, because I don't know if I heard the answer. I'm adjusting my volume. Yeah. But Tom, so one thing we're talking about, and this is going to take some time, hopefully first quarter, hopefully. But it's taking a look at a number of things and bundling them together. So I think we'd like to increase our flex pay. We'd like to increase the amount of e-bills we send out. We want to increase other things so that it reduces the cost, but also put the customer more in control of what they're doing. So there are a set of incentives that we've talked about that really don't cost us anything, but it may save the community, have a one-time incentive based on our costs, but we just rebate it back to them to say, if you do this, this, and this, then you may get this level of incentive. If you do the 4 out of the 5 things, then you may have an increased amount of incentive. So it's really no lost revenue. It's just a way of us getting them to a better place, and it really becomes better increased revenue for us, and then more control on their side. So we're all looking at packaging some things together to try to grow, both the e-bills, so we don't have to print bills, also flex pay and
automatic bank draft.
And automatic bank drafts and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, automatic bank draft.
Okay. So
it's free.
Hopefully you'll see that come out. So
Mhm. We've been working with IT on, we have ideas already in place of what we want to do. It's being able to, if it's bill credits or whatever it is, being able to make sure that those happen appropriately and timely. And so just coordinating the technology that goes with that.
We thought about giving out Olympic medals, but they didn't like that. Gold, silver, and bronze.
Are there any other questions? Good. Thank you, guys, and thank you, Rose.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, general management division. That's several groups. Bill, you want to start?
Yeah, let me find my book.
Yep, I can start, so.
No, Bill.
Oh, Bill, you said Bill? Okay.
We'll start with Bill. We'll kind of follow the tabs going there. We'll go Bill, Amber, Deb.
So I've got the 2025, whatever salmon colored book.
And if anyone has 2024, let me. And then Deb. And then me.
So page one is it was just mainly cleaned up, refreshing some of the goals, nothing drastic. I mean, I've spent all of my time at GM kind of going through refining this year after year. So, I mean, these are work plan goals that are long-standing, long-lasting, and certainly extend way out into the future if needed. Page two, it's just a general summary of the general management area. And like everything else, you know, I needed to make sure that I showed some type of leadership in terms of reducing costs if I'm asking everybody else to. So if you go down to total annual spending, you'll see a reduction. I think where I started was a further reduction, then I had to turn around and back off because a lot of things that I do out of the GM budget is a lot of community sponsorships. And I know during the pandemic, we basically shut a lot of that off, not knowing where we were going with our revenues and trying to help people with the moratoriums, trying to help businesses and stuff like that. So we were helping in other areas than just giving out contributions for sponsorships and stuff like that, which I thought was more important at that time. But now that we're back to that, I think I did scale back just a hair, but not much. So you'll see a minor reflection there. You turn to page 4, it's a little bit more detail, summary detail. The only thing I'll draw your attention to is, yes, I reduced legal services by about $75,000. I think I'm pretty safe there. Not all the legal services are under the general manager budget. There's other legal services under compliance and other areas around the utility, so that all of that don't necessarily have to show up in one place. Same thing with general manager services. I left a few dollars there just in case I needed to do something, or BPU needed to do something rather next year, in terms of bringing in some type of consultant to do some type of research, or things along those lines. And then, again, the sponsorship was fairly, I think I took $700 out of it, or $500 out of it. So basically, those are the changes, which you'll see there. Next page is pretty much the O&M history, so you can kind of see where it's gone up. Went up last year in 24 because I added another position. The CAO position was added, so that was kind of drove that cost up higher. But now I'm offsetting that for 25 and bringing those costs back down. And then the sponsorships that I spoke to is basically on page 6, and the annual dues and stuff that we pay is on page 7. So if there's any questions with any of that, I'll I'll take that before I turn it back over. So one thing I did do under sponsorship is I added another $10,000 to the scholarship program. So just trying to get another student through college, you know, and my hope is over time we can find a way to maybe slowly increase that, especially if the board sees that as a real community benefit. Would help. We're working with our students, trying to, you know, make headway with getting some of our high-performing students, giving them some assistance to get through college, and hopefully can become productive BP employees later on.
Is there money somewhere, Bill, that occasionally someone will just call and say, hey, we're doing a walk for cancer, would BPU sponsor $1,000? Is there some place where the things that aren't marked down, there's still money somewhere?
Yeah, I do have. If you look under sponsorships, there is a miscellaneous category.
Oh, okay, I see it now.
So, yeah,
Okay.
and I use that for just a little.
Yeah, 'cause I know that's happened before. People have approached me and said they're going to do a cancer walk or whatever.
Yeah, and if I know something is not taking place, then that frees up cash to do other things too. So.
I look for domestic violence group in here, and I didn't see them, but I know that you usually take care of them with that miscellaneous fund.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. We'll move to Amber.
Hi. Okay. Ready? This is a perfect tie-in with the discussion that we had at the lobby, because a lot of that comes back to a communication strategy, which is what I looked at in 2025. But, you know, Mr. Parker said it, Mr. Wake said it. I want to go to the website. I want to retrieve the information from the website. So if we can remove barriers that are the root of the problem, if we make the website more user accessible, more friendly, provide the person who's online more confidence to find and use the information they need, we free them up from calling into the IVR to find their answers, from calling customer service. And those people that we free up from calling in, the people who are going to the lobby because they cannot get a hold of anybody and they're frustrated, suddenly their calls get through. So the more we can streamline what we have available to our customers, and it really does start from our perspective, from an online presence, the more that really has a nice flow throughout the operations, especially with what the team at Customer Service is trying to achieve with their staff. And at the end of the day, we want to help the customer. We want to communicate to the customer. The last thing we want is the customer frustrated because they can't pay their bill, right? So I think we all have the same goal here, but overall, we want to address the root of problems before we try to fix them, potentially with a costly change to the way we do services. Historically, this department did a lot of work outsourcing, and that's fine. I'm actually a fan of professional services, especially when it comes to communications and marketing. However, a lot of that communication that was happening was representing the dialogue and the narrative that we have with customers. And when you have multiple companies that you're outsourcing to, your messaging can get mixed. So my goal in 2025 is to take those professional services that were more tactical, things like Bill needs a press release or we need to write up some talking points, and bring that in-house. We handle that. We have the oversight of that. And some of the larger, more wide vision strategic services are things that we can outsource so that we start aligning our message to the mission and the values, and the customers understand what they're receiving being a customer of BPU. We can tell our story and have a more streamlined focus on it. So I took in utility services when I took this role, so I have two positions, as well as Nick, who is in communications, whom you're all familiar with. I also work with Carlos and Al. So Al oversees our key accounts, Carlos oversees our development services. Something that we saw from the key accounts luncheon was a great turnout, but we think we can broaden that and really engage our customers. Some of that starts with understanding what they want to hear from us instead of assuming they want to hear the narrative again, and giving them an opportunity to connect to each other in the community as well. And I think we'll drive that engagement back on those luncheons and make them really accessible and valuable to key accounts as well. We discussed the smaller businesses, and we discussed opening that up and what that looks like as well. That was one of our takeaways. How do we have a town hall? How do we partner with our chamber? What can we do with economic development so that not only is our message being heard, but as a community, we're coming together for those people, and we're sharing the same vision, the same common goals. So I think in the grand scheme of things, I might be a rounding error compared to some of the other departments you heard from today. But part of our plan, again, is to relieve some of the outsourcing duties, but take those dollars and invest it in a strategic vision so that we can have a plan this year and in a plan 3 years from now, as well as we really want to go out for RFP on the website. We think the website is low-hanging fruit, something that can really appeal to our customers, so that's where we're going to start, is doing an RFP on the website and seeing what that looks like from someone who handles government or utility services primarily to also the marketing side, so we can get a really good vision of how to redo that website for our customers.
Glad you did my portion.
I'm in Bill's book. Any questions I can answer? I can go on and on. I love communication. Yeah.
Okay. I'm up. If you want to hand Bill the mic to Bill. So I'm Jody Franchette. I'm the Director of Administrative Services. I think you guys have probably noticed that we had a slight increase in our budget to almost triple what it was last year. Not quite triple. That is because, as I've talked about before, they've combined all the facility management, moved it into our area. We went labor-wise from 3 non-bargaining positions to 7 clerical bargaining positions. Now we have an additional 2 non-bargaining positions and then 13 physical bargaining positions. So the biggest increase, a lot of our increase was in labor. And then there wasn't a lot of increase, if any, moving projects and O&M over from the area. It was going through, talking to all the 7 facility managers, figuring out where they budgeted facilities and working through those points with them. So a little overview about the change is that we have 7 facilities, and it's very important to point out that we're not taking over any substations, any water towers, any pump stations. All of that's going to remain in the budget where they're at. We are specifically taking over the 7 admin buildings, and I think at the service center there's a couple more buildings there, and there might be a couple more at the power plant, but mostly just the admin buildings at those locations. And then the grounds. The grounds being sidewalks and pavements, the grounds being landscaping and all that's going to stay with our arborist that's already does the planning for that. Okay? So the biggest projects we have, capital-wise, are going to be at the service center. They need a new canopy. Overall, that their trucks, it's about a $450,000 project. They need HVAC at the trouble board. And then through security would like to see all of the cameras replaced at the service center, as well as they'll need fiber in the storeroom to support the new cameras. They're pretty outdated and pretty grainy quality. And then also a new security gate into the complex. So that's the biggest rollout next year of facility management projects is at the service center. They also need a new gate at Nearman Power Plant and a repair of one at Muncie. The water engineering building, they have an elevator there that had broke previously. There's a 2-year project, and I don't know how they're doing it. I didn't get in all those specifics. We just did budget, but they're having to make
ADA accessible, that elevator. So that's the second phase of that project. But in this process, we hired a new facility manager to kind of oversee this and did an extensive interview process. And we hired, his name's Gerald Blevins. He goes by Bo. This is day 6 for him. So we're going out meeting all the people and introducing him to the places. My goal and Bill's goal was to take the 7 different HVAC contracts and all the 7 different contracts that were done for those facilities and combine them for cost savings. Also, Gerald, when he goes to the buildings, he starts noticing right away. I have a list of like 23 things that he's seen needed fixed at the service center facility-wise. So taking some of that off of the other people's plates and keeping the buildings up to par also helps out when we're not replacing that. And while I said we aren't taking over the substations, our carpenters do a lot of work on the roofs and things at the substations. So we'll continue to work with the staff to get the staff out there to do that, but they don't have to go outsource them just because we're taking over a new facility.
Jody,
so that's
cameras just at
No, I think there's some more cameras too. I think Nearman Power Station needs one. That was a bigger project to do the service center, but we'll put Muncie storeroom needs some cameras as well, and then I think the Nearman Power Plant needs cameras as well. Do it. Right.
Yeah, we're spending about $50,000 a year in capital expenses on cameras while saving about this year we expect on our contract with Garda World save about $300,000. Previously we were saving about $500,000, but with increased costs and in our contractual agreement, those rates are going up. We're still saving money.
You mentioned fiber earlier.
I'm sorry, what?
You mentioned fiber earlier.
The fiber, they need to put fiber in the storeroom. I'm sorry, my hearing aids are not working. They died at lunch. So
they need to put fiber.
They only need to put fiber if for some reason in the service center storeroom. I think the other locations have fiber that they could use.
Okay, that was my concern. You mean that they didn't have fiber? How did they survive without? I mean.
Just in the storeroom. Yeah, just in the storeroom at the service center location.
Okay.
I don't know if they need to replace it or install brand new. I know that there's fibers coming into it.
The old fire protection system in there, and they were not fiber. So, as part of that, somebody talked about earlier, the fire protection upgrade, they're just bringing it all up to speed.
And that's gonna help their cameras out as well. But that's why that one particular protection system at that location didn't have any fiber ran to it, because it was the legacy fire protection system from 1979. Bill might have installed that.
To be honest, I work, also with Unified Government, and the fact that they do not have fiber baffles the heck out of me. I don't know how they even survive as a government without it. And when I work with digital media, when I work with Discovery, and our Discovery process requires us to provide digital media evidence to our attorneys, and we cannot supply it as quickly as I think technology has provided. It frustrates the heck out of me. So I don't know. Maybe. And I often say, and I'm gonna say this, and you won't hear it from me again. The unified government, I will use the word considered instead of threatened. They considered, including us in their operations, and I think vice versa. I think instead of you taking over us, we should take over you. I mean, I'm looking at the efficiency. I look at the way in which we do business. It is concerning to me, and I'll stop. I'll get off my soapbox.
That's not for my doing, right? Not my department. You don't mean to take over the unified government, right?
Jody's taking over the whole.
I just want to make that clear.
We have faith in you.
Evie, I would caution you on one of that statement, be careful, because you may get your wish. They may come and say, no, why don't you guys provide all these added services to us free?
I understand. Thank you for the cautionary remark.
And then if we do that in my department, it's gonna triple again next year, so let's not do that. And I'm good if you guys are good.
For Jody? Okay. Next grouping is utility-wide, and so I'll start, so chime in a little bit. So utility-wide is, kind of a combination of departments. We have the board expenses, their department. We pretty much just have everything, as it has been. So, if there's any changes that need to occur there, that's what we'll be here to discuss. So 9,500 is, considered other utility-wide expense. I'm on page 35, sorry. And so, other utility-wide expenses have a couple categories there. First I'll talk about, so we have pension benefit. That is, every year we have to do an actuarial study on our pension plan. And that's kind of a placeholder because we never know which direction the plan goes. So as, if it's a kind of a down year, then we have to recognize that expense. If it's up, then we don't have to recognize it, but overall it's a non-cash expense, but we still have to identify it within our budget. The other employee benefit there, about 35,000, is just our benefit that we support. Kind of we call it a coffee benefit, but we supply coffee to our utility employees, so that's the impact of that. Under the sponsorships, so there's three categories there. The one small category, we just support our employee council and their United Way campaign. The United Way company match is related to the company match is whatever our employees contributed in the United Way campaign, we would match that. Although over the last 3 or 4 years, the company side has done more than match the employee side. So it's been typically about $105,000 a year, outside of what we've been doing the last couple of years. So, and then the bill assistance program is what we, I think, call our hardship program. And that has typically been $120,000 a year. This year, kind of based on what we've done, and was recommended in the years past, was to increase that company match portion plus the bill assistance. And so we've done that in this budget. Last year we had about $305,000 in our company match. Basically we dropped it down to $280,000. And then our bill assistant, we had about $320,000, and we dropped the bill assistance down to $220,000. Now the offset to that is, so in years past we used whatever was remaining in the Economic Development Fund to kind of transition over there. So we kind of did that in the start. So we dropped our Economic Development Fund down to $250,000. And then use the rest of that money to support those two United Way campaigns.
Well, the reason for that is if the board, I think for the last 2 years, 2 years, I think. Last 2 years, the board has asked that at the end of the year. So I just said, okay, well, why don't we just move those dollars over, have the conversation. If the board don't want to support that, we can move it back. But we did take, I guess, a few liberties at doing that up front. And now we're talking to you about it, see if you're okay with that. But it, again, like Lori said, it does just basically transfer $250,000 out of the economic development over to the utility assistance programs.
So this is for 2025.
Right.
If the board decided that we wanted to put
Additional funds?
additional funds at the end of this year, like we have the last 2 years,
It's up to you to do that, yes.
we can still, this is for 2025.
Yeah, right. And if you, and at the end of the year, Tom, if you're gonna do it, those dollars are going to probably $20-25 anyway. Because if you're gonna do it, you know.
Because it'll be 2025 when it's expended.
Right. So, keep that in mind, if you wanna fund it beyond what we've done, just let us know in December.
United Way manages all that, is that correct? We don't do any of the management at all. This has been a question that's been bugging me since a few meetings ago. One of our patrons came and said she didn't want to go there because they wanted to know her business. What questions do they ask when you're trying to get assistance? What burning question is getting into someone's business? Does anybody know the answer to that? Because I don't.
So, when we set up the hardship program, we set up the criteria for that to try and make sure that the request could be vetted out by them, not by us, but we all sat down together and we review those sometimes annually, sometimes every couple of years. We go back and review because we did that before. So one of the, some of the criteria is that the participant has received 6 months of continuous BPU service. It used to be 12 months. We saw that sometimes that was hard for customers, and so they have to have 6 months of continuous service. They have to experience one of the following qualifying hardships: a health emergency, change in employment or income status, change in family composition or marital status, and unforeseen documented expenses. The allowable expenditures are BPU, water, and light, utility service. They must provide paperwork demonstrating the hardship along with a copy of the BPU bill and a photo ID. Assistance cannot exceed $500, and the customer is only eligible for assistance once every 12 months. It's also it's tracked in the MacLink system, as you know, because in the MacLink system you can see where all a person has received funds from the different sources and the agencies out there. So that's the criteria. So those would have been the questions that would have been asked, because you have to show that you have a qualifying hardship. In order for us to be able, in order for them to be able, but we did sit down and put this criteria together. And as you see, most of the time you don't hear about it, you don't get any complaints, because when people call, they have a hardship and they can provide that documentation that's needed. They try to make it very simple. Get this, or, this will qualify as a documented, unforeseen expense. So it was just, that's the criteria for it.
And that criteria is at all the different places where you can go for assistance?
Yes.
I think, is there 11 different places?
With our, that was the hardship program. The utility assistance is pretty much the same. Their eligibility requirements, as you'll notice, our hardship has no income guideline requirement, and we set it up that way because sometimes people did not qualify because of income, but they still had a hardship.
Right.
And we wanted to meet those needs. So we set the hardship program up a little different. And the utility assistance, the eligibility requirements are household income, which is the poverty, most times it's 150% of the poverty guideline. Proof of income or lack thereof, a copy of a delinquent bill for no more than 3 months, the photo ID, Social Security, or appropriate documentation for all households. Verification of expenses for the past 30 days, verification that the applicant is a resident of the address and listed on the bill in the area served. And then again, it's a $500 limit.
Yeah, that's not all your business. But your driver's license, they may feel uncomfortable with that, but being a person that has personally taken advantage of this years ago, I know what the criteria was, that the criteria hasn't changed. You know, it's been the same, and, so, I was very pleased to have the assistance then, you know, and, know that it's been available, but and to your point, we know that those dollars, even now, have not been utilized. And, you know, to me, saying they don't want to give their business, I don't know if they understand, of what is being required of them, when they're asked to provide.
Right, it's like, be warm, take care of your family, give your social security number. I don't know, to me, I was appalled by that. But we have citizens that don't want to give us their address, so I get it, I guess.
Does, the bill assistance program, does that include hardship and bill assistance, or?
So utility assistance and hardship are two different programs, and you can seek assistance from both of those programs.
That
Bill
line,
assistance program in here,
Oh,
at
I'm
two hundred and
sorry, I
twenty.
don't know what's in
the bill assistance program is the hardship program.
When you're going through the hardship, you get assistance with your bill.
Okay, so that,
I mean, we didn't want to put hardship in the,
but we were talking about one, there's a you had some thresholds, and others, there was no income requirement.
Right, and that's the agency utility assistance, the other one is the hardship program.
Hardship has no income requirement.
that's the one that we provide, like, the company match to what the employees are doing.
So the we're up in the bill assistance, the hardship, to 220 in next year's budget, according to this. And do we have that kind of need? I mean, are there enough people out there at $500 a month to?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And, Todd was here, I can't remember what month, and he gave current numbers, and, every month that we get those numbers, and most of the time, by the very end of December, they do it very well. By the end of December, those funds have been expended, except if you offer additional funds in December, which then they'll go ahead and use those. A lot of it is used in 2025.
That's not for we haven't done that for hardship.
Yes, it was done for hardship.
We did both last year.
We did both. Do what?
We did both last year.
Mm-hmm.
We increased the hardship, and we also increased the.
Both, so we use it, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so, Tom, if you remember,
Obviously, I don't.
At the end of the year,
so the question was, we're gonna give this amount of money to be used by the end of the year, and we're gonna give that amount of money to be used for 24. So December 23, there was an allotment to be assigned to get through the end of that month, and then the rest of it was gonna go.
I do.
So we basically asked United Way, what's the quickest way can you spend down the $23? And then what is the best way in terms of how this cash flows? And where should we place the $24? So they came back, customer service and United Way worked together on, okay, here's what we think, so we said, okay. And, we kind of went with that plan. So it seems to work okay. Again, you know, if the board's gonna make a decision next month to add more, probably need to have that same conversation on, okay, if the expectation is to spend some dollars for the end of the year, then we'll at least need to earmark that and to determine how much, and then how much of it rolls over into 25. But we tried to get ahead of you by adding some dollars there. If you want to go farther, that's certainly up to the board.
Okay.
And let me finish with, and I'm sorry for jumping back in.
Okay.
So if you remember, Janetta, you can help me with this. I think it was probably here, we brought all the agencies together, United Way, to talk about how the programs are working across all of the other nonprofit groups. One, two, and I think that was a good conversation between those agencies, United Way and the BPU all together on how is these programs working, you know, through United Way, through the agencies, and what can we learn from it, and then how can these nonprofit groups talk with one another to make sure that we're all on the same page with how this program is working. So I would anticipate.
It was a very good turnout, and I think that the agencies really appreciated the fact that normally they're out there and they don't get to have conversations with each other about how your program is working. What have you found that sometimes is helpful in your program? You know, what type of additional assistance do you give? And then it helped us to explain some of our programs. Some of the customers didn't really understand payment arrangements. We were able to explain what payment arrangements were, how they work, versus an extension, and those types of things. So it was a very good conversation with all of us together that I think that they really appreciated, and they said it was the first time they'd all been together to have those conversations among themselves.
I would encourage you guys to do that next year too, at some point. You know, pull them all back together, have a group meeting to see how well are things working, and you know, where do we go from here.
And I think there's some MBRs in places that actually help too, that are not part of that group. I know, Roselle does, RDA. They, you know, if there's a family need, they figure out a way to.
And I think that's one of the reasons that we chose United Way as well, because they have other resources that when they can provide utility assistance for resources, but if there's another need in the family that they need to meet, whether it may be food or medical or something, they have those other resources. So once we, you know, refer them to United Way, the hardship program, or one of the agencies, and that was one of the conversations they had. They said they also meet other needs that the individual or the family may have, and that's a really good reason.
What is that tracking, called?
MacLink.
MacLink.
Mm-hmm.
With MacLink, I mean, that would provide you the ability to be able to bring all those organizations together through MacLink and, identify them, so you can invite them all to really see how you can best serve.
Yes.
Okay. Turn to page, 36. We kind of break down, those expenses that are kind of overall to utility, but are really focused on the electric side and on the water side. So, on 36 is the electric portion of that. And Tom, to your point, do you see the credit there for the electric usage? You know, we set aside, some expense for our uncollectible in that portion. The next line, the WPA billing credit, so that is the wastewater, credit, that goes, to the portion of the ERC and the ESC that the unified government provides. Under engineering services, we're going to perform an allocation study in 2025, basically to determine what our electric and water percentages. We have a common area, and we allocate those between electric and water. We also have some allocations from electric to water, water to electric. So we're just going to refresh that study. It's been a little over 5 years, 5+ years since we had that done. I'll turn over to Lee, because she's been working more with the property insurance and the liability insurance. You could talk to that?
Hold on just a second.
Oh, hang on, we gotta. Yeah, get another phone.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Lori. Just really quickly, we're getting ready to pay our 2025 premium for property insurance. And just wanted to let the board know that we anticipate just a moderate increase this year, so not as much as I think the previous few years experienced. And I don't know what's driving that. We'll have to kind of see. Yeah.
We have are we considering multiple vendors, or is it considering one?
This is Aegis. Yeah, the Aegis is the primary insurer for us.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how long has Aegis been our insurer?
For quite some time, yeah.
So we never put it out for bid, let's go out for bid?
We are probably going to do that sometime next year, yeah. There's only one other insurer that really insures electric power plants, and that's Marsh. And so they would be.
So it's really only two?
Yeah, for the.
Wow,
for the coal.
That's not good.
No, well, it's for coal assets,
Okay.
There's usually just there's two that still insure coal assets.
Thank you very much.
But I wanted just to explain just very quickly, because if you go back one page to page 34, you'll notice that our 2025 premium on property is actually going down, and that's because the property insurance has two components. It's what you think your property is worth, you know, like the net value of what that's worth, the replacement cost. But then also you apply an inflation factor to it. It's Stevie, it's on 34, and it's under insurance services 2180.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so it looks like it goes down about $50,000. We applied a lower inflation factor this year, so even though last year was higher, the property values would be going up a little bit, I think, but the inflation rate is going down between 2020 and 2025, so it looks like it's decreasing. So that's the difference there. And then the liability insurance, we've always applied just to station, like a 3-point-something to 4-point-something inflation factor, so that's gone up a little bit. So those payments are spread throughout the year. The property insurance will be due in, Lori, is it January? I think we get it in December.
Yeah.
And we pay at the end of January. And then the next big payment, which is the bigger excess liability, is due, I think, in March. So, so they'll stay within reason of what we paid in 2024. So that's it. Any questions?
Yeah, the fuel issue. There used to be a lot of insurers, but they're just not. They're not out there anymore.
You said next year would be when you maybe with those two.
Yeah, I think that's probably next year.
Very much. Yeah, yep. And sometimes that's what sometimes concerns me. Our long-term relationships with a lot of our vendors. Is it good or is it bad? You know, and if we're not getting, I mean, if we could get the services, the same level of services at a less expensive rate, I think those are the type of things that we should consider. That's all my thing is to say, because we're, you know, I know our cash flow is looking pretty good, but in spite of that, I think the way we could help make sure that our ratepayers receive the best bang for their buck, you know, is to make sure that we are. Right. Thank you.
And basically, I mean, we're pretty much self-insured except for, you know, since the power plant or whatever, so our level of what goes to the insurance company is a very high level. And so, you know, something has to happen to the power plant or pretty big disaster on the T&D side or whatever, but just your normal, you know, claims or whatever does not go through this insurance. Just stay self-insured.
Another case for having adequate reserves.
Page 37 is just the water portion of the expenses, same expenses, and just on the water side itself. On 38, I mean, this budget doesn't necessarily have capital, but these are things, these three items, are ones that we can capitalize and expense over a 3-year period. So the Economic Development Fund authorization is the board's portion, that in years past it had been the $500,000 or whatever, so we dropped it to $250,000 to support the other 2 United Way campaigns there. The Economic Development Program is our portion that we support the local development through WANDOT EDC, and then Energy Efficiency Program is the heat pump and all-electric rebate program. So whatever we spend on those, we can expense over a 3-year period. With that, any questions? Okay.
This probably not the place, to, bring this up, but forecasting for 2025, you mentioned regarding home efficiency dollars, being available for customers. Is that something that we look forward to, 2025? Energy efficiency dollars.
Weatherization or whatever.
Yeah,
So there's a couple programs. I don't know. Amber, do you have insight into that?
Several programs that we have. So we do have, we perform energy audits at no charge where we can essentially go through and understand and replace where savings can be kept. In the occurrence that is necessary, we provide weatherization kits and we'll actually send somebody out there to help weatherize the home. And then we have rebates. We have rebates for the residential side and then rebates on the commercial side as well, depending on what's installed. So it could be a hot water heater, tank and tankless, as well as the heat pump, of course, and then do we have them on AC units? I feel like there's something with AC.
Yeah, for efficiency, yeah.
Energy efficiency. Yeah, those
Is
programs.
that for commercial as well?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
So the loft, the WICO loft, they took advantage of our energy rebate program with us as well, and the efficiency, energy efficiency plans that they.
Can I follow up on that? How many of those things are available to just an individual, like our individual homeowner or renter in a, single family unit?
So a renter is difficult.
Sure.
Because that there has to be, the owner of the property has to be involved, but this is website. So this is another thing, making that information easy to find. And I know when you're asking that, I set in completely because it's difficult to access that information where it is. We're gonna redo that right now so that customers know where their resources are, both with our assistance programs that we have to help pay a bill and then with our energy efficiency as well. That'll all be on one tab on the website.
Perfect, thank you.
last year when I was at the state talking about federal funding, one of the conversations I had with Kansas Housing Resource Group, Kansas Housing Resource Corporation, was about energy efficiency. They were trying to stand up a program, but they're looking for partners in that, but they were asking if BP would participate in a statewide program. I know they were talking to Evergy, but didn't look like that program was going anywhere. And certainly, I guess, check back to see, if there's going to be any progress made in 25. I don't know if the feds are going to continue funding for, state programs like they did last year. We'll see. But they were struggling, and I was asking to see if there's an opportunity to get more state dollars into Wyandotte County to help some of the homes that need, weatherization, do the audits and then do the home improvements on top of it. And they were really struggling with that program.
Appreciate that. Yes, Bill, I don't need to monopolize everyone's time, but that's an avenue I'm interested in, so I might follow up. Started learning a little bit. I don't need to share probably the most dangerous thing as a board member with just a, fraction of the knowledge about something. I'll try and learn more on it and pick your brain. All right, thank you.
Just to admit it.
Okay, any further questions on utility-wide? I will ask if you want, I don't keep you guys here any longer, but if anybody wants a break, a quick break, or whether we keep on going?
Keep on.
Keep it on?
I said keep going.
Okay. So next
These
group
people here a long time.
is human resources.
Last long.
Yeah,
we'll keep this good, that budget. The budget's dog.
Did you guys look at this? We're good. Yeah, page 1, I'm gonna go read this entire thing to you so that you really understand every goal. Now, so, HR has a lot of different responsibilities. You can read, necessarily what we do. One of the things from a goal perspective this year that we have an additional focus on beyond all the other things that we do is employee engagement and our culture. We had to, I think we had a number of things. last 3 or 4 years that we had to work on. And I'll go over those here in just a minute, but I think we've accomplished a lot from that perspective, and now we really need to focus more on our people and understand what, from a communication perspective, what they need and want. So that'll be a highlight of what we're going to work on this year. If you could briefly just turn to page 8, almost the second to the last tab, you'll see that our budget this year in 2025 is still lower than our 2019 budget. So we're about 3.7% less than what we were in 2019, you know, considering all the inflation and all the things that expenses we have out there. We are still managing our budget as well as I think we can. If you would then flip back one page to page 7, just briefly I'll highlight some of the major changes. So the very first line, you'll see that we have an additional $220,000 in addition to regular labor. In addition to the regular cost of personnel going up, we did add a position. It's our talent and diversity specialist position. Hired a bilingual Hispanic female that is going to do a lot of community relations, not just from the recruiting perspective, but also helping with minority and women-owned businesses to communicate to them procurement opportunities. So, you know, when Becky was talking about purchasing, she's also going to reach out in the community to our, you know, minority groups to give them the opportunity to bid on some of our programs that we have available. So it's outside of just HR. She's going to be focusing in those 2 major areas. A couple of the other major items, you'll see our outside our travel and mileage. It just moved down to training and safety. We just reclassified those expenses. Another major change would be under security services. Those, as I mentioned previously, our services are just going to cost more because the cost of hiring security personnel and our contract that we bid out just recently has gone up. As everything else in the world, you got to pay security officers a little bit more than you did 2 years ago. So that's gone up a little bit. You'll see our clothing and uniforms line item. It went to our operations function. I think Jeremy talked about that earlier. And then lastly, in our total capital budget, you'll see it reduced by $50,000. We are, while we're still focusing on purchasing video and pass card systems to update all that and help reduce our security services costs overall, especially compared to 2019, you'll see our numbers went down tremendously. It just helps us be more efficient and guard our facilities 24/7. So, you know, that was another one of our major changes. So when you look at, you know, those are our major changes. And the last thing that I would bring up are a couple things. One, the impact on the HR budget that you don't see here, but overall is from our healthcare perspective, we were able to, through the bidding process, able to reduce our costs, not in reducing benefits necessarily for our people, although we did put caps on a lot of areas from our health and dental plans. But you'll see our stop-loss fees. We bid that out every year. And while this year it went up, still when you look back to when we originally started bidding it out, we pay $100,000 less in stop-loss fees. Our pharmacy benefit manager, so by taking that out of our Blue Cross plan and bidding that out separately, we're able to save $120,000 a year just in the admin fees. Then through the same bidding process, we are saving this year, actually adding revenues, reimbursements from our pharmacy benefit manager of $1.1 million back into the BPU coffers, which is fantastic. Also, we have negotiated a performance guarantee through our pharmacy. And this year, that paid us what, Lori, about $225,000 because they didn't meet their performance guarantees. Still doing great, but they had to meet a certain level that we had negotiated. And so overall, we're saving $1.587 million. In next year, we project for next year. This year, we saved about that same amount, and it'll continue on, year after year. In addition to that, we are eliminating our Universal Life program next year that we had as an employee benefit, moving that to a term life program. So by doing that and a tax savings for the BPU, we're going to save $800,000 next year. In addition to that, in our long-term disability program, we stopped allowing people to be on our benefit plans in perpetuity. We limited it to 2 years. We've sent out notices to those former employees affected. That's going to save us a minimum of $200,000. That's not counting claims. That's just counting the cost of keeping those folks on this program. So next year we project about $2.9 million in savings that, again, through the bidding process. And we expect that sometime with what Bill would probably in the next 30 to 45 days, we're going to bid out our benefits consulting, benefits broker program as well. So those are the things that we're doing. And then lastly, just from a capital perspective, that $50,000 that we had budgeted this year for cameras as well as other things, we are consolidating our fire alarm systems. Jeremy, I think, talked briefly about it here just a few minutes ago, into our own monitoring system. So we no longer pay an outside agency to monitor our fire alarms. We're doing it ourselves through our GardaWorld contract, and we're buying the technology to do that. So those are just some of the things that we're doing from an HR perspective.
What was the savings on that last one?
So it'll be larger than this. That's what our capital monies are set aside for. When we bring it all in-house next year, there'll be a savings. We just haven't calculated what those contracts are worth. Any questions? All right, thank you.
Okay. Last but not least, information technology.
Yeah, we're gonna wait.
Oh.
Yeah. So, as you're aware, Jerry Sullivan, our CIO, isn't with us today. We'll try to bring his energy and enthusiasm that he typically brings. I'm Dustin Miller. I'm the Director of Applications. I'm going to cover that budget today. We have with us Brian Laverack, Director of Network Operations. So my team is both security and desktop as well as networking. So, and you all know Robert Camp?
Yeah, I lead the PMO. I'm in the same group as Jerry for IT administration.
So when we think about software in our applications that we use, you can kind of think about it like the equipment we have in our facility. As an IT group, when it breaks, we fix it, we operate it, we secure it, we maintain it. We try to keep it up as much as possible, but we do have unexpected and unplanned outages, and we try to minimize those as possible. So, the core tenet of our organization is to ensure our applications are available and are meeting the need of our business. So we are a service organization. We support the needs of all of the stakeholder groups here. Their goals and objectives are ours. We're a means to that end. And so when you look at our work plan and objectives for this year, largely they haven't changed year over year. We're enhancing our applications, we're upgrading them, we're replacing them. And typically when you have those large-scale events where we're going to replace or improve an application. It's gonna take the shape of a capital project. So we have several of those lined up for next year that we'll talk about in particular. I know throughout the course of the day, many of them have already come up naturally in conversation, just given the fact that, again, we're supporting the organization in meeting those objectives. Brian, you want to speak to network and support at a high level?
Yeah, absolutely. So, my biggest goal, which isn't on the list today, is to keep your names out of the paper, right? So ransomware and security is a big deal. And you know, the Unified Government's made the paper a couple times for that. Independence Power and Light, similar, right? So our end goal is to provide that secure working environment while at the same time making it so people can do their work, right? There's a balance there. So a lot of the items that we're looking at for the year is really that usability and security at the same time, and doing our best to provide that level of security and so the staff can do their jobs, right? We don't want to be able to get in the way of doing that. Sometimes there's a little conflict with it because people, they just want to do stuff, right? So this coming year, it's really focusing on upgrades and updates to our existing infrastructure. During COVID, we made a big investment in laptops for the staff so that in the event that, you know, with COVID, people couldn't be in the office anymore. They could work remotely from their homes and be in a secure environment where they're not passing along the virus and things like that. Well, roll forward 4.5 years from that, we have a big investment in laptops to replace those because they're end of life and no longer providing that level of security. And one of the big projects that Dustin has been working on this last year is with Maximo and Maximo Mobile. So getting tablets and cell phones in the hands of the end user. You know, so we've got that field staff, they're going to be using tablets to do work orders and look at maps and things like that. Well, now we have to figure out how to secure it and provide a usable environment. You know, so that's a big part of our investment for this next coming year.
That's our EAM mobility. We love our acronyms in utility business.
Oh, well, we really like them in IT, just to make it hard. Sometimes they contradict or they're exactly the same, so you never know what we're really talking about.
Security right there.
Yep.
And then for the administration unit underneath IT, we focus on our cost, quality, and schedules. Our focus for 2025 is going to be tightening up some of our project closure and carrying forward lessons learned to help improve our experience and quality execution in the future, making sure that we are getting surveys out within a month of a project closure so we can capture those lessons learned and bring them back to the business. And then we will also be settling on a official organizational change management approach this year, and then building that into all of our project implementation timelines, and focusing on making sure that the after-action process is completed 100% of the time, and that those lessons learned are documented, recorded in our systems, and then brought forward to the teams in future projects.
Rob, what did you learn from the incident that happened when Rocky Mountain was making a presentation?
So the issue that we had that day, which is completely unrelated to this, but the audio server had disconnected from the computer back there, and I needed to reboot the audio server without rebooting the room audio server, and that's where I was stuck, and I wasn't willing to risk the room recording since I was down to just that single one, and we need that for the online record. So we've gone through and we've documented and labeled all of the different pieces of equipment in the technology room over there. We've gone through the startup and reset process for each of those individually and how to fix one without damaging the other. And then we recorded a video of all that information, and we've loaded that out on Teams in case I'm ever not here and somebody else is covering. And then admin Cody's group, they're the ones that actually monitor the room. They're the ones that got the recording, and we made sure that they've got the training on it as well. So we've got backup in case somebody isn't available.
Thank you, sir.
No problem.
CPU is really... question is because I don't know about technology, but what is our part of security to the grid that's closest to us? I mean, is there some way that somebody could somehow cripple the grid and...
Well, you're speaking of NERC security for like the electrical distribution system, and so Brian is probably the best.
Do we have any part of that?
You don't have a mic.
Have a mic.
Wait a minute. Sorry.
Those are reliability standards, they're part of reliability standards, they're critical infrastructure protection standards, and they have a cybersecurity element to it. But it's something probably we should talk about in camera, yeah.
Okay, 'cause that's a big fear I have that's, gonna not happen locally, but just happen in a bigger, I mean, that, people get upset if their power's out for 15 minutes. I can't imagine if we had a major, something like that.
Yeah, there's definite separation between the corporate security, which is what I provide,
Right.
and then the NERC and the control system.
Okay.
So that's completely,
Okay, that's,
that's completely separated from us
all right.
with intention. So we provide the front and the middle door, and then they have more controls on top of that.
Okay.
Okay. Details on security, whether it's cybersecurity or physical security, is a reason to go into executive session.
All right, I'll quit asking questions.
No, you're fine. Nobody's even gotten close to the line, but I just wanted to
Okay.
put that out there.
Yeah, would love to talk about it in greater detail.
Yeah.
If you can,
It's like a scary thought to me,
and it should.
Yeah.
We're planning on having some of that discussion next month with the board. I didn't anticipate expanding. We can certainly do that if needed. But have a executive session to talk about some of our risk areas, and then
Well, that helped me understand the
right.
separation.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Go
So
ahead,
we could-
Justin, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Feel free to ask questions at any point. We're just gonna go through the budget book like everyone else, and if something comes to mind that maybe we're not necessarily talking to, just feel free to interject. So we're gonna go to page 7 is where we have the summary, and we just look at year over year. I think modest increases you'll see across the board with the exception of our capital budget. We have a pretty significant reduction there. Typically we try to take on as much as we can handle or chew on any given year. This last year we've had finished up our MDM and MyMeter implementations, and we have our GIS, our utility network project happening. Next year, Maximo Mobile, you've heard a lot about it. And so the following year, we're gonna have a large-scale Maximo upgrade where we go to our version 9. But you'll see a decrease next year, but it's not for a lack of systems we need to upgrade or enhance. So we'll start on page 9. So we can just, this is 2410 is the department, our information service administration. So this is where our CIO and our project management office reside. And we're fortunate, BPU is fortunate to have a project management office. They are implementing tools and disciplines to help us control our costs, to keep our projects on schedule. Rob spoke earlier of a root cause analysis. So if we do have an event that's very impactful to our internal stakeholders, to our external stakeholders, we have a process to systematically identify what were the reasons behind this particular system outage, and how do we avoid that in the future.
The PMO also runs, I spoke earlier about implementing organizational change management. We also run the release management process, which is getting the patches out to our individual systems, making sure that we coordinate with the rest of the business and minimizing our total downtime related to them.
On the next page, we have our applications. This is my department, 2430. So here you're going to see all of the software that we utilize within the organization. This is everything from software that's maintaining our time cards, to our measuring our meters, looking at outages and managing outages, our work management system, Maximo. We have hundreds of different kinds of software that we use to operate, the processes that we're utilizing across the utility every day. Some of those are summarized in a single line item. You may see a line item for Kayenta, that's a vendor for our customer information system. But within Kayenta, the vendor, we may subscribe to 4 or 5 different applications that help us manage our billing and our bill print and data uploads and all those things that we need to do to manage those processes in customer service. But like I said earlier, there isn't a significant increase in software, although annually we do see on average, upwards of 3% from these vendors increase in software and support. Essentially, their organizations are improving the software, they're patching it, and then that cost for them to do that is passed on to those who purchase that software. We also have our contract support as well as vendor support. And you may have covered it earlier, but we do have, since COVID, the ability to attract talent for IT professionals. Presently, it's expected that work can happen remotely. And so from a market perspective, we're trying to attract talent to Wyandotte County, where most of the professionals in this business, they can work anywhere. So that's a continual headwind that we face. And so we do augment our staff for very specific skill sets that we cannot hire. And so you'll see a line item for outside services in our application development budget. And Brian?
All right, on page 12, this is where network support lies. So there's 2 major components to network support. First, communication, telecom, and the related services. So earlier you guys talked about the new IVR that's coming, as well as the language line. Both of those are line items that show up in my budget, right? So we're working through the project for both of those, and it's really exciting. So like years ago, we had talked about that language service and trying to be able to service our community. 25% or so speak only Spanish in their home. And then we have other languages like Hmong, 3%. And then after that, we've got, I think the number is over 20 different languages that are spoken in the community. And so today, if a lineman or waterman goes to a house, talk about an outage there, sometimes they just can't have that conversation. And with the language line, we'll be able to dial 1-800, and have an interpretive service with a live person, right? So we'll be able to provide that better support for the community through that language line. And then the IVR project, which you guys talked about with Janetta earlier, right? Providing better level of service through that initial contact point for the customer. The other parts of the telecommunication is just phones in all the locations. So you guys get to see this building, but we've got another 50 or so buildings where we provide telecom services. So there's lots of devices, switches, phones, et cetera, at each of that, and with that, there's software that's associated. Add on top of that, cell phones, some of the tablets, most of the tablets will have cellular data communication, right? So that all shows up in my budget. And then the other part is security. So this is where you find the security software and services. So if you look down to the middle of the page, computer software maintenance, I've got a number there of about $824,000. It's about half of the software that I own. That's really providing security level services for the utility. And then at the bottom of the page, you see some outside services employment. So Dustin had mentioned that there's just some resources it's very difficult for us to find. So we have some contracted services there, and some managed services where it's not quite enough work where I need a full-time resource. So the companies where we provide that, we buy software, they do some of that configuration, maintenance, support, updates. So the very bottom one, Wheeler Managed Services, super exciting for us because that tool really gets into the details of the application and helps us pinpoint and reduce mean time to resolve issues. So super exciting. So the other part of my group is on the next page. So that's desktop support. This is where all the people in my organization lie, and that number's up year over year versus last year because I added 2 new resources. And then in the computer software maintenance, we've done a lot of work to minimize the number of vendors in the space. Instead of best of breed, find single vendors to help us solve problems. So we might not have best of breed for 9 different things, but we have one window where we can see how things are working. It's really helped us with minimizing that cost there. But sometimes we have a contract where a vendor might get purchased and the new maintenance goes up over 300%. That happened to us this year. It's affecting ECC as well. So Broadcom purchased one of our primary vendors, and so we had to figure out ways to fix that problem. We had no options. They're just hardcore. This is what it's going to be, and take it or leave it. And with that specific piece of software, it's the best of the market, and it's about 95%. Right, so we don't have a lot of choice. We did reduce some of our training and travel for this coming year. There was a big reduction there. Another thing that's also a reduction that I didn't mention in the previous is annual telecom services. So we upgraded from a older technology to newer, and a significant reduction in our services year over year. One of our big, on page 15, one of our big acquisitions for this year is going to be related to equipment. So laptops, we do use bid process to acquire new laptops and computers. We use government contracts that are already in place to minimize some of the pains related to that. But there's a significant uplift in that area this coming year. But overall, our O&M year to year is about the same. I saved $2,000, which, in the scheme of things is exactly zero. So, questions, thoughts?
I don't know why you guys keep putting travel in your budget. I mean, Kansas City is so beautiful.
It is very beautiful. Sometimes that's just not where the smart stuff's happening.
That's right.
We could talk more about the capital projects. If you don't have any questions, they're on page 17. You'll see a lot of different capital projects here. And what we do is we try to capitalize incremental improvements or enhancements to our system. So if you think about all the things that take place over the course of a year, you have policy changes, you have end users coming to us with enhancements they feel would produce a better service, a better product. We have a means of capturing all of those different requests, all those different changes, assessing the business proposition they're providing to us, prioritizing those, and deciding what we're going to focus on that given year. So we have capital projects set up here that touch on almost each and every system that we have, and it's because we try to take the opportunity to capitalize that particular work. But we do have more of your classic named projects that are those larger new implementations, upgrades, overhauls. So for next year, we have our customer information system, and Lori, I think you hit on several of these in your opener, but that customer information system development, so what we're looking to achieve there is a means of of managing customer cases. We have a lot of different interactions or means of interacting with our customers. You could have field service reps in the field interacting with the customer. They could be calling in, emailing. So we have all of these different touch points that we have with our customers. This project aims to bring all of those together in a single pane of glass. You could kind of think of it that way. So I understand what's the history of this particular customer. When's the last time we visited their house, or they called in, or they emailed? What open cases do they have that we're working to resolve, and what's the status of each of those? So part of that is utilizing our enterprise service bus, our ESB. You may have heard of that. That's a middleware that is more data transaction. So if I have information in one system, how do I combine that with information in another system and provide to me a more powerful picture than just looking at each independently? So we have that customer information system development. We have our enterprise service bus is kind of another named project, but essentially anytime we're touching a system, we could be affecting our existing configuration with our ESB. So we have to enhance that along with any given system. Our Maximo Mobile, again, that one has a lot of visibility on it. That's modernizing our work management processes. So what we're doing is streamlining the communication between all of the different departments. We're getting away from paper forms to paper work orders, to assign work, to record what occurred in the field and transpose that information into these systems when they get back into the office. Becky spoke about our modernizing our storeroom and our inventory, deprecating some of those the dinosaur scanners that they have in the storerooms, and using the iPad minis. And along with those, you're going to have a lot of other efficiencies, because now you have a device that can do any number of activities because you have access to the App Store, and we can tap into other applications on that device that they would otherwise need to go to a computer or couldn't do it all. And then finally, we have our human capital management. So that's really focusing in on our recruiting, the processes that we have with managing recruitment in our HR system, and driving some efficiencies with how we identify the requisition for the position that we want, getting it posted, viewing those applicants, having a more systematic process of managing those particular activities from the requisition to you're actually hiring them in the door. So there's a number of steps in there that, like Maximo and Maximo Mobile, we're streamlining and we're modernizing. Brian, you want to speak to the IBR?
Yeah, I'll cover all of ours. So in total, I have about 700,000 across 13 or 14 projects. They really kind of fall into two topics. One is modernization. So if we buy software, hardware, systems, at some point it's going to become end of life, and we have to make the business decision: either we replace it or we retire it. Generally, you don't retire, sometimes, right? But generally, there's a new application that does a similar function, so the Maximo upgrade that we did last year, GIS, or you add additional features to it that require change. So like Maximo Mobile, so our investment in additional equipment and systems to help support all of that. So from that modernization perspective, the majority of my budget is headed that direction. So about 500,000 of that 700,000 is really modernization, helping to support the utility. The other piece is really security. So the DR infrastructure is a big one, and it's 155,000. And because I don't want your names in the paper, we're going to focus on figuring out how to move more of the disaster recovery environment away from the mainline corporate network, right? So that it's only on and available when it needs to be seen, and then we remove access to it. So the tools that we have today don't really work that way. So it looks like we have to go out for bid to find the tool that'll help us in that manner. And then we had already talked about the IVR a couple different times, but that's a big one for this coming year. So soon we should have somebody picked, and next year all the hard work begins. But one of the items on here is analog to digital services. That's really AT&T saying they don't want to be in the business of phone lines anymore, right? So they're moving away from physical phone lines and delivering that to your infrastructure. So how do you replace that service? Now, for most of us, when you think about AT&T, you think about a phone ringing. There's a lot of other services that they provide that you just don't think about. So we talked about the fire suppression systems and how it's managed by somebody else. Well, how do they get that management? That's a phone line, right? So that's connected via phone line to an outside party. Who's ever been in an elevator and had to push that button, right, that says help? Well, it doesn't ring inside your building. It goes to a managed service, 1-800, rescue me, right? The elevators aren't meant to communicate on modern technology, so you have to swap all of that out, and none of it's inexpensive. So we'll spend a lot of time. It's like 4 to 5 year project where we're going site by site by site. Another item would be the overhead speakers in the building. So all of those are analog phone lines, and so it's treated. I can dial each one of the speakers from a phone, right? Seemed neat when it went in 25 years ago, but nowadays that's not very effective. So it's a big uplift for us to get to modern infrastructure. One of the projects that we have will be interconnecting all of our facilities so that in the event that there's an issue, we could, through the new piece of software, alert every staff member that's at a desk, right? Every staff member that's in a facility at one time with one message. We could, at the same time, pop a message on their computer, ring their phone, hit the overhead that there's an active shooter or something like that, right? So communication is a big deal, and it's moving faster and faster. That's kind of the nuts and bolts for me.
I appreciate the fact that you're trying to keep my name out of the paper. Keep it out of social media as well.
That one's a lot harder.
I was gonna say, in a positive way, we wouldn't mind it, but in a negative way, which
not ever positive.
dealing with, media loves that crazy stuff.
Yes, done?
I'm so done.
Okay.
Any final questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so, we had one question that, we're working to get an answer on, so we have that. Rose asked the question of what is the cost of the union labor increase, for 2025, right?
Yes.
It's 1.1 million in 2025.
Sorry.
1.1 million.
Thanks,
For the
Lauren.
union's increase. I'm sorry, Rose?
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that, you would like us to follow up on, or,
They were getting the policy for me.
okay,
I'll email that to me. The policy.
purchasing, okay. Okay, so if there's nothing else, we'll plan on coming before you, December 4th. And, if there's anything in between time or whatever, reach out to Bill or I, or, and we'll make sure that we get that, response for you. Okay? Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Doesn't really have anything to do with
everybody.
budget, but procurement cards, how are we positioned with procurement cards?
Positioned as far as the number of cards, or?
How many employees are running around with procurement cards?
So,
Have we had any issues?
no, and I said we don't run around with them.
I mean, knowing the process I went through just to go out of town, that was.
So we have approximately about 150 cards that are issued, you know, kind of in our service areas. You know, there are cards that are issued, you know, to, not supervisory, but more director level, potential for, you know, if there's travel or anything that may not be used, but a couple times a year. But we have I would say, a pretty thorough process that every month, you know, people are turning in, their support for their cards. I have a dedicated person that looks through all of their support, and if there's, you know, additional questions or anything like that, they reach out. If the receipt, you know, doesn't match, something like that, then we're reaching out and getting that support to it. So I feel like we have a good process. Probably 2-3 years ago, we went through internal audit associated with our procurement cards, and you know, we had a few minor things that we needed, you know, that they recommended that we clear up, but we've not had any issues have you know, any abuse or fraud or anything.
Tom, have you heard of any concerns or know of?
No, I know that that's been an issue that's been in the news and in the press and on social media. And I know that we had procurement cards because they tried to give me one.
Right.
When I first came on.
Right.
And I said, no, I don't wanna have, you know, don't want it. I'll just, if I buy anything, I'll do it and then submit, you know, an invoice for reimbursement. So I was just curious as to if we had the same issues or problems.
We've not had the same issues.
And I don't know that they had any issues or problems, you know, it just, you know, there was never ever anything, it was, I don't know.
I feel like we have good oversight on it. You know, we have, you know, controls as far as monthly limits, transaction limits. If, you know, something doesn't go through or whatever, they have a process of contacting us to ask for, you know, I need to buy this particular thing. We cannot, you know, offer a temporary increase in order to purchase that, but there's a process that we have, and there's support that is included in the monthly reconciliation.
Any other questions?
Great. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you wanna move to adjourn?
What?
Rose, thank you.
Move to adjourn.
Oh,
Thanks all,
we
but I
need
wanna
a
make
motion
sure
to
I
adjourn.
adjourn properly.
Yeah, we're getting there.
We adjourn.
Wait a second.
Rose, I think, moved it.
No, okay.
We have a motion and a second to adjourn. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Groneman,
Aye.
Haley, Wakes,
Aye.
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Mulvaney Henry,
Aye.
I'm sorry,
Parker?
this is Haley.
okay, I got it, I got yours.
Haley.
And that
Aye.
motion carries, this meeting is adjourned.